We're going to call the meeting to order. Good morning, everybody. Before we do the Pledge of Allegiance and we do a moment of silence, I would like to have a moment of silence for our men and women who are fighting overseas, those who have already lost their lives, and that at least one of the ships is coming back home, which should be here. I'm emotional because I think our men and women are being under so much, and I think the best that we can do is to wish them everything, whatever religion you might believe in or whatever, so that they come home safely to their families and friends. So if I could have, I'm sorry, my bad, I get emotional and stuff like this. As we stand and we say the Pledge of Allegiance, we take a moment of silence, and I want to have John, if you feel up to it, to start the... John is back. Yay! If you could lead us in the pledge, please, sir, I'd appreciate it.
Please join me in the pledge of our flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all, and I'm so glad you're back. Okay. All right, so this is why we have the clerk of the board to remind me we have to do roll call.
Supervisor James?
Present.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Supervisor Vasquez?
here.
Supervisor Mashburn? Here. And Chair Brown.
Here. Okay. Madam Clerk, would you read the title for agenda item number 1, please, and then call for public comment.
Okay. Caller on the line with phone number ending in 22. We can see you have your hand raised for agenda item number 1. I'm going to read the title, and then you can go ahead and speak. Adopt and present a resolution and plaque of appreciation honoring Shannon West, Supervising Deputy Probation Officer, upon her retirement from Solano County Probation Department with over 23 years of dedicated service. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, it's ordered by a vote of 4-0. Caller with phone number ending in 22. Please go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
Hello, my name is Jessica, and I wanted to make a comment on items not on the agenda.
Okay.
But congratulations and thank you for your good work.
All right, we will call you during that time. Thank you.
It's that time. Congratulations. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us today. It is a very distinct honor to be able today to be here to honor Shannon West for a quarter of a century of service. I know it sounds overwhelming, doesn't it? So horrible. I like to say it like that because it sounds so like wow, right? Yeah, of service to this county and to the youth of this county, and all you have done. You have changed lives and you have saved families, and it's greatly appreciated. Shannon began her career with Solano County Probation Department as a deputy probation officer on December 9th of 2002. Promoted to Senior Deputy Probation Officer on July 30th of 2006, and promoted to Supervising Deputy Probation Officer April 21st of 2019. She was a champion for foster youth and system improvement. Throughout more than a decade, as a foster youth probation officer, she helped delinquency-involved youth overcome trauma, recognize their impact on the community, and build pathways toward successful adulthood. She also collaborated with Child Welfare Services on statewide system improvement plans to reduce homelessness among foster youth transitioning from care. Shannon was a leader and early advocate for evidence-based practices for youth development. She was selected as part of the department's inaugural cohort of motivational interviewing trainers to help introduce and sustain a communication approach that continues to strengthen engagement, accountability, and positive outcomes for youth and adults. Shannon was an innovator and a builder of lasting departmental programs. Recognized for her leadership and vision, she supervised the department's newly established Resource and Barrier Removal Unit, where she developed operational guidelines, training, and community outreach strategies that created a unit focused on removing barriers and connecting clients with critical resources vital to their success. Throughout her distinguished career, Shannon was dedicated to developing future leaders and fostering department-wide growth. She designed and implemented the Interviewing Skills and Professional Department Workshop, which brought together employees at every level, classification of the organization to cultivate professional growth, leaving a legacy of leadership, development, organizational excellence, and a stronger future for our probation department. Shannon's legacy reflects a career devoted to service, public safety, and professional excellence, leaving the department stronger through her leadership and commitment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Solano County Board of Supervisors hereby honors and recognizes Shannon West for more than 23 years of outstanding service to the citizens of Solano County and extends sincere appreciation, congratulations, and best wishes for a long and happy and well-deserved retirement.
Oh, no. Yeah, we're going to do this a few times. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Brown, members of the board, and thank you, Shannon. This is truly one of those retirements where we talk about you can count the number of seeds in the apple, but you can't count the number of apples in the seed. And we can count the number of reports. We can count the number of kids. We can count the families. We can count the staff that you've trained. What we can't count is the impact that you've had and will continue to have long after your time with us. We wish you nothing but the best. We know that you're making these decisions for family and for self, and can't wait to see what's next from you. I'm going to pass it on to Chief Deputy Amy Potter, and then we also have Supervisor Alan, whose last name, what am I doing? Cole, geez. Alan Cole will be next. But thank you, Shannon.
Good morning, Chair Brown, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for taking the time to shine a bright light on, and recognize Shannon West for the great work that she's done over the last 23 years. She's definitely been shining bright within our department. Shannon dedicated her career to helping others, and she's been absolutely tenacious in this effort. She understands that helping youth and families or adult clients means really doing a deep dive and getting curious about the driving forces behind the behavior that led to the justice system. When she saw those needs, Shannon did everything within her power to address those needs. And she mustered up every resource that she could fathom in order to help meet the needs of the kids and families. And she never gave up. She never gave up fighting to try and help with the goal, treatment, and rehabilitation in the interest of public safety. And when she moved into her position as a supervisor, her shift went to helping staff so that they could be the best probation officers they could be. She mentored, supported, advocated for, and guided so many of the staff that are with us today and others that are not in the room with us today. Shannon definitely left her lasting footprint, and after so many years of public service and giving to our community, she now has the time to spend with her children, her family, and her loved ones. Shannon, we wish you the very best. We thank you for your vibrance, for your energy, for your creativity, and for all the kids and families and the adult clients that you've helped in our system. Congratulations.
Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you.
for allowing us this time to honor our dear colleague, Shannon West, one of the best to ever do it. My name's Alan Cole. I'm a probation supervisor, currently over our juvenile placement unit, which does work with justice-involved foster youth. I've been with probation for 24 and a half years. Shannon and I were partners, and over the years we became more like work siblings. But Shan is way more than my work sister. She has been my supporter, my teacher, my mentor, and my friend, just as she has been to so many in this room. Shannon truly is one of the best to ever do it. She epitomizes the core of what probation is. A belief in humans, that by building connections, we build hope. And in delivering quality interventions, we build agency, self-efficacy, and accountability inside the folks that weren't fortunate enough to have that instilled in them previously. And in the process, we get safer streets and a more prosperous community. And when one does better, we all do better. As an officer, Shannon never wavered to have the courage to stand in front of an oftentimes escalated or decompensated justice-involved individual and say, turn around and put your hands behind your back. But to be one of the best, the handcuffs and the other tools on our waistbands are only the smallest fraction of the array of skills that she exemplified. And the handcuffs only signified the beginning of the work, because Shannon sees the whole human. She amassed a wealth of knowledge in trauma-informed and evidence-based practices, became a trainer on implicit bias and adolescent brain development, understanding and sharing the ravaging impacts of trauma, toxic stress, and poverty on developing brains of the youngsters entering our system. Shannon had the ability to see through the presenting behaviors and a desire to identify and address the underlying unmet needs. Shannon is an expert. She can quote code sections from the Penal Code, Welfare and Institutions Code, Ed Code, Rules of Court, Social Services Manual, Division 31, just to name a few. Shan is a visionary. She saw room for improvement in service delivery and developed and implemented barrier removal practices that remain in place, currently assisting adult clients with reentry once they're released from custody. She created an internal professional development and interview skills workshop that inspired and motivated so many of us in this room to be better, to dream bigger, and to go for that promotion. Shannon, you have meant so much to us and to me. An officer, a teacher, a mentor, a friend, a believer, a visionary, a hope dealer, a whole human seer. Yes, yes, and yes. Shannon West, you truly are one of the best, and we're going to miss you. Let's give it up.
Wow. That was a lot. Thank you. That was a lot. I did write something, and I rewrote and edited. That's kind of how my life has been. But I want to share just a few words with you guys and try not to get too emotional. Thank you all for this incredible honor. My probation career has been deeply meaningful. It's hard to believe that my journey with Solano County Probation began as a college intern in the 1900s. 1994. 1994. I was captivated by the work from the very beginning, and although it took me a little while to find my way back after working some time in the private sector, I still long to give this probation gig a try. So I made my journey back, and now, more than 23 years later, I can honestly say this career has exceeded every hope I had for it. Probation wasn't just a profession. For me, it was a calling. Being a probation officer requires tenacity, compassion, and a steadfast belief that people can change and learn what it means to be a productive member of our community.
My career shaped not only the probation officer and leader I became, but also the wife, mother, and caregiver I became. I will miss the work and my probation family. I will carry our laughter, our solemn moments, your encouragement, and your support with me long after today. Hold on. I am proud to have been a part of Solano County Probation, where officers do exceptionally transformative work. While you continue to do the work, I want to leave you with this. Your legacy won't be measured by your title or the reports you write. It will be measured by how you make people feel, how you develop others, and how courageously you choose kindness when it's the hardest. Never underestimate, never underestimate the power of believing in someone before they believe in themselves. I want to thank my husband. Thank you. Quite simply, this retirement would not be possible without your unwavering love, your patience, and your countless sacrifices. You have always been my safe place, and I am forever grateful. To my children, Tomar, hello. Kennedy, over there. And Logan, who is in school. He'll watch it later. I know growing up with a probation officer as your mom meant hearing endless safety lectures, the importance of positive peer connections, and my doomsday warnings, and just enduring my level of parental supervision that I'm well aware bordered on stalking. I'm not really sorry for that. The truth is, when you've seen the world through the eyes of this profession, protecting people you love becomes second nature. I could not be more prouder of the remarkable people you've become, and I cannot wait to watch you continue to write your own stories. To my family, even though you may not have fully grasped what I actually did for 23 years, thank you for being the steady pillar of love I needed. So as I close this chapter, I leave with a heart full of gratitude, immense pride in what we've accomplished together, and complete confidence that Solano County Probation will have many, many more best days ahead. Thank you for allowing me the privilege of serving this incredible community. It has truly been the honor of my lifetime. Thank you.
If we could get all the family down front with your mom for a photo.
It's just family only. Yes.
Probation thing. Come on up.
Just no breakfast.
Yeah.
I'll be in the meeting no matter what.
Please.
There's a lot of space down here. Yeah. You can't see
Just
over
remind
his head.
people.
Maybe I could switch spots.
This is
Yeah.
Ukrainian because that's their national flower, so that I wish we would give them any more than we are. And then it's Veronica's birthday. Today's a chocolate day, so it's a chocolate day. Take care. Talk to you later. get that fixed so it doesn't always go off. Just when I move that, it makes noise. That's what's missing. Madam Clerk, hold on, there we go. Item number 2, please, if you would read the title and ask for public comment.
Adopt and present a resolution and plaque of appreciation honoring Ann M. Gonzalez, Office Assistant 2, upon her retirement from Health and Social Services, Employment and Eligibility Services Division, with 32 years of public service, including 20 years of dedicated service with Solano County. Do I have a motion? Okay, and while Supervisor Williams is going up, callers on the line, if you wish to speak on agenda item number 2, please press *3 to raise your hand. Okay, I have no callers on the line, and I have no cards. Yep, sorry. So ordered by a vote of 5-0.
Hello. Hello, is this public comment on items not on the agenda?
No, this is not. This is agenda item number 2. I will call your last 2 digits when it's time for public comment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did we announce the vote?
So ordered by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. Hi. Are you Ann? Oh, hi, Ann. Congratulations. Pleasure to meet you in person. Well, I have the privilege and honor to present this resolution for Miss Ann M. Gonzalez. Give her a hand of applause. Yes. Ms. Gonzalez began her career in public service with the San Francisco Unified School District in 1994, where her dedication, commitment to serving led her to become the department head of the Visual and Performing Arts Department of Thurgood Marshall Academic High School. All right. And whereas Ms. Gonzalez began her distinguished career with Solano County on July 26, 2006, and as an office assistant too with Child Support Services, transferring to Health and Social Services, Child Welfare Services in 2009, and then to the Employment and Eligibility Division. Oh, we losing you in there? Oh, no. Okay. In 2016, where she became a valued member of the Benefit Action Center Clerical Unit. And whereas Ms. Gonzalez earned the respect and admiration of her colleagues through her extensive institutional knowledge, thoughtful judgment, and willingness to share her expertise. Her historical understanding of department processes made her a trusted resource for evaluating new procedures, identifying operational impacts, and improving workflow. Her insight and experience strengthened not only her own team, but the division as a whole. And whereas Ms. Gonzalez devoted more than 20 years to serving Solano County with distinction, and those who know her best recognize that her heart has always belonged to music and the arts. Retirement now opens the door to pursue those lifelong passions, allowing her freedom to create, explore, and embrace the artistic endeavors that have inspired her throughout her life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Solano County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes Ann M. Gonzalez for her 20 years of dedicated service to the Solano County and wishes her well in her retirement and future endeavors. And at this time, are you, Emily? I'll turn over to those who would like to speak today. Thank you.
Sorry, guys, I'm a little nervous. I've practiced this like 10 times, and we're going to see if we can get through this. So good morning, everybody. Today we have the privilege of celebrating someone who has given more than 3 decades of her life to public service. As it's been said, 20 years to Solano County, which is Ann Gonzalez. Your career is truly a reflection of dedication and service. You began this journey in education, spending 12 years with San Francisco Unified School District, where you ultimately became visual arts performing department head. Brought your experience to Solano County with child welfare services, child support services, and ultimately with us, employment and eligibility. For those who've had the pleasure of working with you, know that your contributions cannot be captured by just a list of positions and dates. You've become the epicenter of our unit. You're the person that people turn to when they need historical knowledge, the experience, the institutional wisdom. Whoa, that sounds crazy. It's like echoing. Can only come from years of dedicated service. You've always been willing to share that knowledge. You've done so with patience, professionalism, genuine care, especially in our work serving marginalized and often vulnerable population. You've been instrumental in helping shape CAST, from helping name the unit to assisting in creating the logo that represents us, which is more than a contribution to a workplace. It is part of the identity and the legacy of this team. And then, of course, there's the Ann we all know beyond the work. The cheerful disposition, the kindness, the warmth, and naturally, the Hello Kitty decor that made your space unmistakably yours. Those little touches brought personality and joy to our workplace, and we're going to miss them and you tremendously. Solano County is truly losing a valuable employee today, but CAST is losing something even more personal, a colleague, a mentor, a historian. I am getting emotional, Lord have mercy. And a creative force and a friend. Your impact will remain long after your last day. The people you helped, your coworkers, and the team that you've strengthened as a part of your legacy. So on behalf of CAST and all of those fortunate enough to work alongside you, thank you. Thank you for your years of service, your knowledge, your compassion, your laughter, and yes, even Hello Kitty. Congratulations on your retirement. You've certainly earned this next chapter, and we will miss you tremendously.
Thank you so much. I don't really have anything prepared other than to say it's been an honor to serve the county through child support, child welfare, and employment and eligibility, helping people in need, children in need, and working most of all with wonderful, wonderful coworkers, former supervisors. Everybody that I've worked with has been a wonderful team, and we all believe in helping our county and helping the people in our county where their need is, wherever the need is. But on to the next chapter. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, item number 3, please, if you would read the title and find out if there's any public comments, please.
Yes, ma'am. Adopt and present a resolution recognizing August 26, 2026 as National Women's Equality Day in Solano County. Do I have a motion? So ordered by a vote of 5-0. Callers on the line, if you wish to speak on agenda item number 3, please press *3 to raise your hand. Okay, ma'am, I have no one raising their hand.
Thank you.
At the podium to receive this resolution recognizing August 26, 2026 as Women's Equity Day in Solano County is the League of Women Voters, and Rami will be speaking. Well, I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution. And I want to thank everyone that is here today. Is the Commission for Women and Girls too?
Commission and Friends.
Okay, it's a commission with Women and Girls and Friends are also joining us today as well. Whereas throughout the history of the United States, women have faced legal, political, economic, and social barriers that deny them many of the rights, privileges, and opportunities afforded to men, and whereas generations of women and their allies organized, advocated, and persevered to advance equal rights and full participation in the civil life of the United States. And whereas women from diverse communities, backgrounds, cultures, and traditions contribute to the long struggle for voting rights and greater equality. And whereas the certification of the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution on August 26, 1920 marked a historic milestone by prohibiting the denial or abridgment of the right to vote based on sex, while the struggle for full and equal voting rights continued for many women. And whereas in 1973, the United States Congress designated August 26 as Women's Equality Day, to commemorate the adoption of the 19th Amendment and to recognize the continuing efforts toward full equality. And whereas Women Equality Day provides an opportunity to honor the courage, the determination, and contribution of those who advance women's rights, and to recognize the vital role women continue to play in strengthening our communities, institutions, and democracy. And whereas the Solano County Board of Supervisors recognize and supports the continued advancement of equal rights, opportunities, and participation for women in all aspects of civil, economic, and community life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Solano County Board of Supervisors hereby recognize August 26, 2026 as Women Equality Day in Solano County and encourages all to reaffirm our shared commitment to equal rights and opportunities for all. And I'll take it that the friends in the league, friends of the Commission of Women and Girls are going to share some words.
Yes, and the lead.
Okay. Well, and yeah, the league is, but I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so first the league, then it'll be followed by the commission. They will share some words, and then the friends are going to share words too?
Yes, and then the friends.
So I did not know. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now to Remy.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the chair and the members of the Board of Supervisors for having us today. On behalf of the League of Women Voters of Solano County, we thank you for including us in the special Women's Equity Day honor. We're truly grateful for the recognition. I do not stand here today alone. We have others from the League are in the audience, and they'll join me in a moment, or you want to come up now, that's fine. But I also just take a moment to think about the two women that were just honored for the work that they have done. We stand on the shoulders of others, people who have put so much time and effort in order to further the cause of equity and equality for women. I want to say that their everyday women have done extraordinary things. They've chosen to commit themselves to the work, not because it's easy, but because it's important. It's essential work, and it's work that needs to be done. Women's Equality Day reminds us of the courage and the determination of the women who came before us, who fought valiantly for the right to vote, and the responsibility that we carry today to carry that work forward. We must always remember that rights written on paper must be continually defended in practice. In 2026, the right to vote is being contested, sometimes quietly, sometimes loudly. It doesn't matter the method. The bottom line is the result. The result is to try to deny access, to deny opportunity for people to be able to exercise the franchise. The question remains not how it was brought forward, but who will be impacted by the rule that is being proposed. Who will most suffer from the results of the decision that is trying to restrict that privilege. Since our founding, the League of Women Voters has worked to empower voters, protect voting rights, educate our communities, and make democracy accessible to everyone. Here in Solano County, we continue to carry on that mission through voter registration and education, candidate and community forums, the Democracy Matters curriculum that we provide to the schools. We're teaching people, we're providing opportunities to teach young people how to participate in local government, become informed voters. The League does not support any candidates or political parties, but we absolutely support free and fair elections. We support informed voters. We support equal access. And we support transparency, accountability, and representative government. And when any of those rights, any one of those privileges are threatened, the League speaks. We speak loudly and we speak collectively. Because justice asks us to confront inequities that persist. Equity asks us to remove barriers, and so that everyone has the opportunity to participate fully in our democracy. We believe equality is not simply something to celebrate. It's something we must continually work to achieve. Shirley Chisholm reminded us, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. The League will continue to bring those chairs. We will open doors, we will encourage participation, and we will make sure that every voice has the opportunity to be heard. So thank you to the Board of Supervisors for recognizing the League of Women Voters of Solano County and for honoring the importance of women's equality. It is our hope that we will never stop working for equity, justice, and the promise of democracy for all, because the power rests with all of us. We accept this award today with gratitude, with humility, and a renewed commitment to the work ahead. Thank you.
Thank you to the Board of Supervisors. On behalf of the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, we accept this resolution with gratitude. Women's Equality Day commemorates the 19th Amendment. It reminds us how far we have come to highlight, and it also highlights how far we remains to go. True equality requires constant action. Our Commission stands dedicated to this mission. We break down barriers for women across Solano County. We advocate for equality pay, health equity, and safety. We support leadership opportunities for girls in every community. And speaking of safety and education, we invite everyone to our next event. Know the Signs, Be the Difference, a community forum on human trafficking that will be held Saturday, October 17th, right here at the Solano County Government Center located at 67 Texas Street from 10 to 12:30 p.m. And we hope to see you there. The resolution strengthens our resolve. We thank the board because together we will build a county where every woman and girl can thrive. Thank you again.
Good morning, Chair Brown, Supervisors. Sabine Görke-Schroth. I am the president of the Friends of the Commission for Women and Girls. We are the nonprofit funding the commission. And we just held our inaugural first Women's Equality Luncheon. You're inspiring me with Women's Equality Luncheon last Friday with over 125 women attending. Rami Moose was our keynote speaker, inspiring us, and it was a success, helping us stand strong on our voting rights and going forward as advocates. Thank you so much.
Come on, ladies.
Good. Okay. Guys okay? All right. All right, so we're now up to items from the public. It is time for us to take public comment. For those of you here in person, please complete a speaker card and submit it to the clerk here on my right. The clerk will add your name. Please come forward to the podium promptly and be ready to speak. For those of you attending the meeting virtually, please press *3 to raise your hand to alert the clerk you wish to speak under public comment. The clerk will call out the last 2 digits of your phone number to let you know it is time for you to speak. For those of you wishing to speak on agenda item number 29, we will not be taking public comment until the 2 p.m. session. If you are not present when your name is called, we will move on to the next speaker. And we have, I think, 7 people.
I received one more card, so we have 8.
8. So everybody will get 3 minutes. It's a long day. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Okay, so we're good. All right, so, Madam Clerk.
Caller on the line with phone number ending in 22. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. My name is Jessica, and thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I want to share some information and address this to legal and the Board of Supervisors, and especially the Fire Marshal. In Santa Cruz County, there is a BESS facility project called Seahawk that is proposed. It has decided to take the opt-in option. We recently received a letter stating that the UL 9540A certification report was going to be kept confidential due to trade secrets. And I want to let you know that we challenged that. And there were several attorneys assigned to our appeal. They released the documents. And what I want to let you know is that we have found that the certification was outdated and it did not align with the NFPA 855 2026 version, and it did not align with John Laird's bill, SB 283. Please go on the docket, take a look at our letters. You can cut and paste and challenge it. I'm very curious to know whether the UL certification report for the Corby battery is also outdated and does not align with the current laws. If it is, like the Seahawk battery, it is impossible for the fire marshal to create an ERP because it has critical information and data that they will need in order to create one. It does not align with the NFPA 855 and SB 8283 that the fire marshal is mandated to follow. Take a look at that. I'm willing to write into the CEC opt-in program on behalf to release that report. It's critical. I will send you an email if anybody is interested. But thank you so much for your good work. This is about public health and safety. We don't oppose moving forward with new technology and Clean Energy Safety Act. We are concerned for public health and safety to make sure that the public and our fire marshal receive the correct and proper information. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would appreciate that if everything you just said, if you can send that as an email, that would be very helpful for, I think, the board to be able to have a visual, and then we can do some research on our own. And thank you for bringing it to our attention.
And ma'am, you can send that email to clerk@solanocounty.gov.
Oh yeah, clerk@solanocounty.gov.
A caller with phone number ending in 16, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish. Caller with phone number ending in 16, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish. Okay, ma'am, I'm going to move on to the callers on the line. I will give them one more opportunity at the end.
Oh, that's fine.
Daphne Dunstan, first speaker.
Good morning, Board. My name is Daphne Dunstan, and I am an ISS provider here in Solano County. I serve as a regional vice president also for my union, SCIU 2015, and a member of the Solano bargaining team. I'm here today to ask this board to vote yes to approve our new IHS contract. Throughout this contract campaign, we have talked about the challenging facing IHS providers and the growing need to recruit and retain caregivers right here in Solano County. This affects all of us. When there are not enough IHS providers, seniors and people with disabilities struggle to find the care they need, and families are left trying to fill these gaps. For me, this fight is deeply personal. My IHS clients are my 2 adult sons with autism. Without this IHS program, they could be forced into institutional care. That would tear my family apart, break my heart, and create an even greater cost for the county. That is why this contract has never been just about a paycheck for me. It is about protecting systems that allows people like my sons to receive care at home, live with dignity, and remain with the families who love them. Throughout this campaign, IHSS workers came before this board, meeting after meeting, negotiation after negotiation, time after time. We shared our stories. We talked about the challenges we face, and we asked you to hear us. Today, I also want to recognize every supervisor on this board and thank you for working with us to get where we are today. And especially want to thank my supervisor, Monica Brown. Supervisor Brown, we have had difficult conversations throughout this process, but I want you to know, I want to thank you for listening to us and for working with IHSS providers and SCAU 2015 to help us reach an agreement. That willingness to keep talking and keep working together is what brought us to this moment. We now have agreement that represent an important step for IHS providers for the people we care for every single day. This contract will help strengthen our home care workforce, help us keep experienced and caregivers here in Solano County, and show providers that this county values the essential care we provide. And thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker is Elizabeth Cruz.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Elizabeth Cruz, and I am a constitution of Supervisors William District. Now, today I stand in front of you with our Union CIU 2015 to ask you to take the final step to vote yes on verifying our new IHSS contract. I want to start by thanking you all, members of the voters, for coming to the table with us and working through this process. I know it was hard sometimes, but we have so much respect for you and the work that you guys do in this district. And I am more thankful that through this process, you have shown that you believe in our message. We have been carrying through this campaign that we have to make care California value and address the care crisis that is happening right now here in Solano County. Now I'm asking you one more time that we put the commitment into actions to vote yes and to verify improve our contract today. Through this contract campaign, IHSS providers like me to spoke about how difficult it's been to support our own families while we support where we prove essential care for others. IHSS providers like me to dedicate our lives to caring for and constituent and making sure that our loved ones and your loved ones and our neighbors can continue to live safely and with dedicated and dignity in their own homes. We came together through this campaign because we know the work we do matters. We know our work deserves to be valued, and we know that providers should be able to care for our families while spend very day. I'm sorry. To care for our own families while we spend very everyday daily care for others. Reaching this agreement takes a small weight out of our shoulders. It takes me that you heard us, and that means we spend speaking on our showing and fighting for fair contract matters. But now we need you to help us finish what we start. My nephew has cerebral palsy, and he depends on their program. Thousands of people through their county depends on these IHSS providers every single day. You support providers like you are not only supporting.
Time.
Thank you so much, and please approve this. Thank you.
Thank you for your words.
Next speaker is Carl Vinson.
I know it never is going to.
Yeah, and I know it's always okay. I do it like this. Good morning, Board Supervisors, and welcome back, Mr. John Vasquez. Good morning, Board. My name is Carl Vinson, and I'm a former IHSS worker here in Solano County and a member of Solano County Public Authority. I'm here today to ask you to vote yes and approve our new IHSS contract. I also want to thank you for the time. It wasn't easy, and there were hard moments, but we stayed at the table, we kept working, and together we got it done. Solano County continues to face a growing care crisis. Seniors and people with disabilities are struggling to find caregivers, and families are too often left trying to figure out how they are going to get their loved ones the care they need. At the heart of this crisis is a simple truth. We have to be able to recruit and retain a stable, experienced home care workforce right here in Solano County. For too long, low wages have pushed IHSS workers to look for better paying work in surrounding counties and or to leave the profession altogether. And when we lose IHSS providers, it doesn't just impact workers. It impacts the seniors, people with disabilities, and families across Solano County who depend on us every single day. This is why having a union like SEIU 2015 matters. Throughout this contract fight, IHSS workers came together, organized, spoke out, and fought for better wages and a stronger future for home care in our county. This is the union difference. When care workers stand together, we are able to fight not only for ourselves, but for the people and the families who depend on the care we provide. Now we have reached an agreement. This contract is important. It's an important step toward keeping experienced caregivers in Solano County and bringing more stability to the workers and families who depend on IHSS. Approving this contract is not only investment in IHSS workers, it's investment in seniors, people with disabilities, and families throughout Solano County who depend on this care. We did our part. We came together. We organized. We made our voices heard. We reached agreement. Now we're asking you to do your part and stand with the workers who care for this community every single day. Please vote yes to approve our IHSS contract today. And thank you for having me, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Carl.
Chris Whitaker.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. And good to see District 4 represented today. You picked a fun-filled day to return. I have three announcements today. The first one is I'm here on behalf of the 6,100 plus Solano County farmers, ranchers, and other agricultural workers who are not able to be here today because they're working harvest and putting food on our tables. As I like to say, no food, no farms, no food, no future. The second item, in the span of a week and a half, Solano County is under siege from a state land invasion with areas of extreme overreach, including tires, today's Agenda 29, and next Tuesday's best public hearing in Vacaville. This truly feels like a don't tread on me climate. In the spirit of doing the right thing, I hope to see you there September 1st from 4 to 9 for the best hearing at the Ulata Center in Vacaville. The last item, something more fun and positive, I'd like to formally invite the board and the public to the 2026 Pleasance Valley Farm Day on September 19th. That's Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you for the information.
Next speaker is Michael Hayes.
Yes, thank you, Board. I wanted to speak on the shipyard matter, but obviously that's going to be done later today. I would like to comment once again regarding my opposition to the California Forever Development Project and my criticism in general of most of, if not all, of the development that have occurred in Solano County during my lifetime. And I want to go back to a comment I made the last time I was here, and that in the 1980s, bridge tolls here in Solano County were 40 cents. Entry-level housing was under 100,000. And if you track all the growth and development that we've had here in Solano County and in California over the decades, the cost of affordability, the cost of living has tracked right alongside the growth. So growth and inflation are essentially one and the same thing. The more growth you get, the higher cost of living. Cost of living is certainly a primary issue facing everybody here in this state, and it's going to get worse as the population keeps increasing. And why are we going this route? I don't understand why California has to consistently be the population relief valve for other countries or for other U.S. states. I've seen this wonderful county and this wonderful state decline in terms of its livability because of all the growth. And so as a governing body, whether it's you as in the county or the state or the feds, you always defer to development interests. You defer to the landowners. You defer to contractors and builders. The general public always gets shafted. It always gets ending up subsidizing all this growth and development. And so I am not at all happy or optimistic or friendly at all to any more growth or development. I'm pretty much done. If you go out to the Midwest, you go out to Appalachia, you go to the Rust Belt, places, small towns, and some of the cities that have actually lost population over the decades, you can still today find housing for under 100,000. Loss of population, that is deflationary. When you lose population, that has a deflationary effect. When you increase population, like we have here in California, that's inflationary. And it's going to keep getting worse as the population keeps increasing. So, why did California Forever come here? One of the few counties actually has growth control. This is totally irresponsible. It's like building a brand new city right next to New York City and expecting everything to be affordable. The Bay Area is, just like New York, one of the most unaffordable places. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Last speaker in chamber, Julia Hahn.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to speak on a couple things today. One, I do want to say thank you for voting on the contract for IHSS. I would very much appreciate if you guys approve that contract. It is important that people are paid for their labor. That being said, we had the proclamation about the Women's Equality Day. Let's not forget that white women catch up to men much faster than any other race. So when we're talking about Black women, when we're talking about Hispanic women, when we're talking about Asian women, it is a different story. And with that, I'm going to say that we all need to be cognizant of the fact that our Black elected leaders are getting absolutely trashed online, are getting absolutely trashed in public comment in a way that I find deeply, deeply hurtful and deeply unacceptable. So I am actually speaking to all of Solano County when I say, please do better. And then I'm just going to say to the guy that spoke before me, development isn't what increases cost of living. Additional people do. If you don't have the housing, people are homeless. So developments aren't the problem. And if you don't want people to come here, well, sorry, it's really nice weather. People like coming to California. So you're not going to stop that. The only thing that you're going to do is increase everything. So I'm not saying any position on anything. I just was deeply upset by that comment. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 49, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish. Caller with phone number ending in 49, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
Board. My name is Linda Cheeseman. I am an SEIU Local 1021 member, a Solano County employee, and a constituent. I just wanted to say thank you to the board and IHSS providers today for bringing this contract before you today. I know our IHSS providers perform essential and often under-recognized work, allowing some of our most vulnerable residents to live safely with dignity in their own homes. And so I wanted to say thank you to Supervisors Monica Brown, Cassandra James, Wanda Williams, Mitch Mashburn, and John Vasquez for your leadership today. Supervisor Vasquez, it's especially wonderful to see you back. You remain in my prayers, and I will continue to pray for you and your health and recovery. So today I respectfully ask this board to provide the strong leadership we know you are capable of and vote to approve this contract. Our IHSS providers have definitely earned it. So thank you very much for your help today.
Caller with phone number ending in 16, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Joel. I'm a resident of Vacaville. I appreciate getting a second chance to talk since I'm not a good phone operator. I kept pressing #6. What I want to comment on today does not encroach upon item number 29 because this is from newspaper articles printed earlier this month, subsequent to the last board meeting. One of them says, California Forever holds jobs hostage. This is from Vacaville Reporter, August 5th. The gist of this article is that anyone who's trying to separate California Forever's promises of industry of whatever type from their housing aspect, that California Forever hereby wants to let you know that that's not possible. It's an all or nothing venture. And the other interesting part of this article was their emphasis on additional government funding will be necessary. I guess that's way beyond the billions of dollars that the county staff had estimated that it was going to cost taxpayers. The second article I want to comment on was from last Sunday's Vacaville Reporter. It says, Mare Island continues to seek investors. And that, to me, was a really great, uplifting article. It talked about the possibility of a Coast Guard station there. Yeah, I wish. Talked about the possibility of Korean shipbuilders could possibly lease the property. And, gee, somebody mentioned Koreans before. They're very good shipbuilders. The one thing that was in here that I found really, really uplifting was that California Forever wasn't mentioned at all. That's because California Forever is entirely after their own interests and no one else's. Thank you.
Okay, I have one last caller on the line. You are marked anonymous. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
My name is Special Ed, and I support the IHSS contract workers. Yay! I'm mentally retarded and I need assistance from IHSS workers. Yay! I also want to thank the Board of Supervisors for doing a good job. Yay! And of course, some of them don't do a good job. They're monkeys who throw at their people, like the dirty diggers, James and Williams. Yay!
So,
there we go.
okay. Yeah, I think the comment that you came on a good day or it's an interesting day. Sorry, that was interesting. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, have we gone through everybody that had a card and the
Yes, ma'am.
folks? Okay, so, all right. Next, I believe to the CAO. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, Chair. No additions or deletions.
Okay. Cassandra, was there anything you needed to change? You're okay?
It's the consent.
Consent, okay. Okay. All right, so next. All right, so the first motion, the being back, yay. All right, so, okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Approval of the agenda. I'm sure the clerk is going to say that I need to talk to her about something on this. Like, nothing, we're good? Oh, I didn't even know that had popped up. Thank you.
So ordered by a vote of 5-0.
All right. We need to make that bold. John made a motion. All right. So public comment on consent calendar. Are there any consent calendar items that the board members would like to speak about or pull off or whatever? So is this for you? Okay.
I just want to speak to item number 6. And there needs to be an amendment in the minutes during the board comments. I had made a comment in regards to the encampment resolution funds and the process that it went through JPA and the application that was put out. I just wanted to make sure that was reflected in the public record. Thank you.
All right. So, hold on. Helps to have glasses on. Yeah. So, any public comment on the consent calendar?
I have no cards for the consent calendar. Mr. Barreloot, if you wish to speak on an item on the consent calendar, please press star 3 to raise your hand. Okay, I have no callers for the consent calendar either.
Okay. So, we know what we need to do with Supervisor James, so we're good there. Any other comments from the board members on consent?
And through the chair, move the consent calendar. That's my motion.
Okay. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. All right.
So ordered by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. So, hold on. Is this when we get to become somebody different? All right. So this is when we become special districts governed by the Board of Supervisors, and that means I get to have the gavel. So I won't hurt John, and I promise that I'll be good to Mitch. Oh, my gosh. Okay. So, to the clerk of the board, we are going to now be In-Home Support Services Public Authority.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Consider adopting a resolution approving the tentative agreement between the Solano County In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority and SEIU Local 2015 for a successor collective bargaining agreement and authorizing execution of the successor memorandum of understanding upon finalization. Approve a revised public authority rate request for submission to the State of California Department of Social Services and approve an appropriation transfer request for $923,000 $980 to recognize an increase in County General Fund contribution to fund the estimated increase in in-home supportive services maintenance of effort in fiscal year 26-27, funded by the General Fund fund balance. And 4/5 vote is required for this.
And since I see somebody from HR, that must mean we get to listen to you on a presentation about this?
Yes, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, though. So good morning, Chair Brown, all the Board of Supervisor members, especially Supervisor Vasquez. Glad to see you. County Administrator and County Counsel. I'm Niger Edwards, Director of Human Resources. This is a presentation and update about IHSS. The county, which is the public authority for this program, has met and conferred with SEIU Local 2015, which represents in-home support services workers. The IHSS has ratified the tentative agreement for a successor contract, and once approved by this board, the contract will be sent to the California Department of Social Services for their final approval of the wage and implementation of the contract. We are recommending that the Board of Supervisors approves this tentative agreement for the successive MOU with a term effective upon approval by the California Department of Social Services through September 30th, 2028.
So moved.
So before I go to you, Supervisor, are there any comments from the board? Any public comment?
I have no cards and I have no callers on the line, ma'am.
Okay. I heard a motion.
Second.
Now I have a second. So now we get to vote. Okay.
So ordered by a vote of 5-0.
So all our union folks didn't stay to clap. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we are going to now adjourn because we are now no longer dealing with being a public authority with that hat. I'm trying to think, did we talk about that it was four, okay, we got the 4/5. Okay. So now, everybody, we get to go back to being the regular calendar. So to the clerk of the board, if you could read agenda item number 23, please.
Conduct a notice public hearing and consider adoption of an ordinance approving zone text amendment number ZT 2602, amending Chapter 28 of the Solano County Code to update regulations governing accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units for consistency with state law. The project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, which is CEQA, pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 21080.17 and CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3.
Good morning, board members. Misty Coltwriter, Solano County Resource Management, and I'll go ahead and start this off.
Misty, I'm going to be really rude. Since I knew today was going to be a chocolate day, there's chocolate over there for you guys. Okay, I'm just sharing.
Love it. Thank you very much. Going to need that later on, for sure.
All right, keep going.
Thank you. Thank you. So today we're going to be talking about accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and junior ADUs. Essentially, this is an update for the county's dwelling unit ordinance. And the idea of this is to maintain consistency with state law and to also implement the housing element E3 and amendments to clarify where ADUs and junior ADUs are allowed. And this is also to distinguish between the state and locally regulated ADUs and update the processing standards to clarify the numbers, the types of units, and the qualifying properties. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to JT to go through and walk through the process.
And you can have some of the chocolate too, JT. It's just not,
very generous.
Just not
you.
Misty.
Alrighty, thank you for that introduction, Misty. With that, I'll jump right into our ADU ordinance update overview. So first, just what are accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units? Accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, are basically independent living situations accessory to the main primary house on a property. They require facilities for living, sleeping, eating, cooking, and sanitation. They can come in all forms, detached, attached, within the main house, so the primary dwelling, or within an existing accessory structure. There also includes junior accessory dwelling units, or JDUs. They're no more than 500 square feet. They're within a primary dwelling, and proposed or existing. Typically, this is the garage. People will put these smaller units there. They may have separate sanitation facilities or be connected to the main house's sanitation facilities. And they require a separate entrance and minimum and efficiency kitchen. And there is no parking required for JADUs. With that, just to give a visualization of what ADUs could be, you can see here there's detached, separated from the main house, attached, conversion, or even a conversion along with new construction attached to the main house. On the right photo with the red and blue houses, you can see even more additional forms where it's maybe the top story of a house. If someone in California actually has a basement, in the basement an ADU can occur, or above the garage. In unincorporated Solano, the most common, though, is a detached ADU. So the purpose of this update, the county ADU regulations were last updated in 2020, 6 years ago, and that is no longer consistent with current state law. The county is still implementing this, but we need to make a consistency with our ordinance. The General Plan Housing Element Program E3 requires the county to update our regulations for ADUs. Additionally, ADUs are key to help maintain zoning capacity for our regional housing needs allocation, RHNA, set by the state. That's 315 housing units across various income levels that the county needs to plan and facilitate for. In 2025 alone, ADUs represented 35% of our building permits issued by the county. The majority of ADUs are occupied by people that are very low income, or moderate. This was done by a survey by ABAG, and they found this to be the case. This affordability comes in the form of older people looking to transition from a larger home to maybe a home on the back of the lot, kids starting their lives out on the back and want to have independent living, different scenarios that help support a more affordable option for people. On the map here, we can see in green where this is our residential zoning districts where ADUs and JADUs may potentially be allowed. This includes areas like rural North Vacaville, Upper Green Valley, Tolinas, and unincorporated Vallejo, which includes Homeacres in the Star subdivision. So here's an overview on ADU regulations versus local ADU regulations. The state ADU regulations incorporate, our ordinance will incorporate state regulations to make it clear to address any qualifying ADU applications. These need to be approved ministerially, so no discretionary hearings for ADUs. This is through the building permit process. They're not subject to additional local standards that might occur for size, setback, parking, any restrictions. This includes those conversion ADUs, small detached ADUs, and multifamily ADUs, which I'll touch on briefly later in this presentation. And then for our local, these are county authorized ADUs in addition to what the state allows. The main difference being that they allow for a larger maximum size in our rural traditional community, in our rural residential districts. These larger size of ADUs are very popular in our rural residential districts. It allows up to 1,500 square feet, and this makes a lot of sense when you have between 2.5 and 10 acres. Is a strong demand for those larger sizes. Additionally, local allows one parking space to be required. However, there's a lot of exceptions, such as location near a bus stop or near a car share. These are also approved ministerially, but they are still subject to local standards. There's a lot of overlap in our standards between state and local ADUs. The side and rear setbacks are generally 4 feet, and the front setback is the same as the primary dwelling. However, if the front setback prevents the construction of an 800 square foot ADU, that front setback is waived as long as it can build that 800 square feet. Additionally, the height for ADUs for state or local is the same as the primary dwelling in the district. However, if our zoning is more restrictive, this would be a maximum of 18 feet. Again, applications are reviewed ministerially. There's no discretion for ADUs. Additionally, there's no impact fees on ADUs less than 750 square feet, so there's a cost saving associated set by the state. And finally, ADUs and JADUs may not be used as short-term rentals. It needs to have long-term tenants. It's not something you can put on Airbnb.
Are we going to be checking that periodically?
We do have a program
Okay.
set up the screen for those.
Thank you, because we know how, never mind, I won't go there. Okay.
And this is an overview of, in combination with our local and state laws, that how many ADUs can occur on a property. So on your single-family residential property, you're allowed one local ADU, a state ADU with an existing or proposed structure, a state detached ADU, and one JADU. This allows for a combination of up to 5 units on a lot. For multifamily zoned properties, they're allowed internal ADUs, which is basically a conversion of a garage. If a multifamily has unenclosed garages, they can convert those to ADU units. For detached ADUs, if there's existing, say there's 10 multifamily units, you're allowed to build up to 8 detached ADUs. And if you're proposing multifamily, you're allowed to propose up to 2 at the same time with that application. And then there's a local allowance for 1 detached ADU as well to go along with those state ones. So this ordinance is exempt from CEQA based on implementing the state ADU and JADU law, in addition to the common sense that a lot of this is rearranging and making clear existing regulations consistent with that state law. The Planning Commission recommended approval with a minor revision to improve clarity and addressed one Housing Defense Fund comment we received and implemented. And the Airport Land Use Commission adopted a resolution finding this project consistent with the airport land use compatibility plans. And then the recommendations are on the screen here, and that will conclude staff presentation.
Are there any comments from the members of the board? Anybody? Okay, so to the clerk of the board, I'm going to open the public hearing to see if there's anybody from the public to comments. And I think I get to use the gavel again.
You actually may open and close it in one motion because we have no callers on the line and no cards. So you can open and close.
I get to open it,
And then close
and I
it.
need a motion,
Nope, go ahead and close your,
and then I get to close it,
and then motion, yes.
and then I get to have the motion. Okay. I said it needed to be a chocolate day, that's why. All right, so it's been properly moved and seconded. I'm not, okay, there we go. Okay.
So ordered by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. All right. Hey.
Thank you.
Yes, you went through that very nicely, JT.
Thank you.
And I'm looking at the staff behind you. Chocolate can be for you guys too. Okay. I believe in sharing. Okay, thank you guys. Are you guys up next also?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So to the clerk of the board, item number 24.
Conduct a notice public hearing to consider adoption of an ordinance for zone text amendment ZT 2604, amending Chapter 28 of the Solano County Code to implement housing element programs and maintain consistency with the Solano County General Plan and state housing law. The project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to state CEQA guidelines, sections 15162, 15061B3, and 15268.
Okay, so we continue with the same staff for the
You got it.
presentation. I love it.
So Misty Coltrider again, and resource management here with JT and with planning. And basically this is, as mentioned, and is to implement the housing element programs C2, E3, and G2, and to maintain consistency with the state housing law. This also changes to formalize the state requirements and existing county implementation and implementing certain practices. This also looks at the employee housing density in residential care facilities, and also emergency shelters, among other things. So with that, I want to turn it over to JT to walk through the PowerPoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Misty. Long time no see, board, and I'll jump into the housing element implementation here. So as Misty said, the purpose of the update is really to implement these items and to help clarify our requirements at the county and how we're implementing state law. Just as a further note, the housing element was adopted by the board on February 6, 2024 for the 6th housing cycle. So that first update here would be to implement Program E3 in the California Employee Housing Act. So we currently allow ag employee housing, but state law has made some changes in requirements to allow it by right in agricultural districts. So when there's instances of 4 or fewer employees, these are allowed by right in the primary dwelling or the secondary dwelling. If there's a desire for a third unit to house these 4 or less employees, they would be allowed in a temporary manufactured home with an administrative permit. If there are 5 to 6 employees, this is when it's regulated by HCD and allowed by right. It needs to be treated locally as a residential use of the land. 7 or more is again regulated by HCD and treated as an agricultural use consistent with state law. HCD is in charge of the permitting. We would just issue any local building permits, but as required by our code, if you're maintaining employees on site, you need to have that permit with HCD. They do a yearly inspection, and so far when we've been directing people to them, they've been very responsive in helping any landowners facilitate housing. We're adding a new section to our code for the density bonus program. This code is just codifying state density bonus law. It applies to qualifying affordable projects. So any developer that proposes a certain percentage of affordable housing would be allowed to increase the density on the site, utilize incentives, concessions, or waivers of certain development standards. This is to establish a local application program, and there's a deed restriction on any of these units if they were to utilize the density bonus program to maintain whatever affordability they propose. The state density law will continue to evolve as Sacramento has further legislative goals. So we will continue to monitor and update if there's any future revisions to this ordinance.
I apologize. JT, what would be an example of something like that?
So if there was a multifamily site of 10 units and a developer wanted to say, I would like to utilize the density bonus program, I will offer, let's say, 2 units of affordable housing. That puts them at 20%. They're allowed, there's a whole ratio set out by law, but they would get maybe like another 5 units or so, 4 or 5 units of additional housing they can put on that site. It's dependent on if it's de-restricted to low, very low, or moderate income, or to senior housing as well. There's certain caps.
So it would stay that way as long as people are living there? I'm just trying to figure out a way that somebody can't finagle.
So they would be required to have a deed restriction,
Okay.
and so that runs with the property. So if I bought it from you, I still have to monitor that.
Okay, just want to make sure because there's always trust involved with government. Not that I have any idea what that's like. Okay. Thank you.
So from that, we'll hop over to residential care facilities. So residential care facilities are required by the state to be treated as a residential use for 6 or fewer people residing or being cared for on site. This ordinance would further codify that practice of allowing this by right. This would also implement housing program E3 to allow residential care facilities by right for greater than 6, so 7 or more. This would apply to licensed and unlicensed residential care facilities, and by that term, that's a state term for the size of the facility and how they regulate it. These facilities provide care, supervision, counseling, and assistance with daily living. There is also an update to our definition of emergency shelters. There is new clarification that navigation centers, bridge housing, respite, or recuperative care would be included as a type of emergency shelter. From that, we include a low barrier navigation center as well. This is a type of emergency shelter that our code is calling out specifically due to state law requiring low barrier navigation centers to be allowed by right in multifamily and mixed use zoning districts. These are focused on transitioning individuals experiencing homelessness into permanent housing and other solutions. Emergency shelters are permitted by right in the residential traditional community multifamily district as well. Again, this is maintaining consistency with our housing element program E3. And we have a whole slew of just very minor changes to maintain consistency with our housing element and state law. Assumed Valley Design Review has now been further clarified to exempt residential structures. This is just due to state law requiring any residential design guidelines or review need to be objective. It can't be, oh, the color should invoke the feeling of ag. It needs to be objective that the roof pitch must be 3/2, or it shall only be cobblestone underneath. It needs to be very clear and measurable. So we are not requiring the design review on those. We further clarified transitional and supportive housing. There was an omission not including them in all residential districts. This update would make it clear. So the family definition, we will remove the nonprofit portion of definition of family. This would just avoid creating barriers for residential care facilities and housing arrangements for serving people with disabilities. Finally, the Planning Commission and the Land Use Commission had some slight changes, which are adopted in this ordinance. The Planning Commission wanted to include neglected adults in the community care facility definition. This is just to ensure consistency with the community care allows for neglected children. They wanted to expand it to neglected adults as well. The ALUC also requested applicable employee housing in the ag districts be consistent with any airport land use compatibility plan, which we have done as well. This ordinance would be CEQA exempt due to the housing element addendum, which identified many of these changes. These would have no impact on the environment, and these are to implement state law as well. Finally, our recommendations are on the screen, and that will conclude our presentation.
Okay, so board, anybody comment? I'm sorry, I can't even put the words, putting two words together. Comments and or questions, anybody? Okay. So that means then, do I open the public hearing on this?
Amen.
Okay, so I open the public hearing. And that means that we are going to listen to maybe any callers, or
I have no callers on the line and no cards, so you may close the public hearing.
I can close it, and then therefore then I get to have a motion by somebody.
So moved.
Okay, so it's been properly moved and seconded.
So ordered by a vote of 5-0.
All right, thank you.
So I can tell by the rush out that you guys are grateful that there were no questions.
Take the wins when we get them.
Okay, to the clerk of the board, item number 25.
Consider the adoption of a resolution to summarily vacate a portion of Midway Road, County Road number 152, east of Interstate 80. Consider the adoption of a resolution to accept a dedication of public right-of-way and conduct a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution of intent to name Soddy Circle for the proposed public road.
Okay.
Great.
Oh, we have somebody
New
new.
people, yes. Morning, James Bezick. I'm the Director of Resource Management. With me is Chris Ferrucci, is our county surveyor. I'm going to turn it over to Chris. Thank you.
Update. Good morning, Chris Ferrucci, County Surveyor. Morning, Chair. Supervisor Vasquez, welcome to back. Click. There we go. So before you today, we have a couple topics within the item. We have the portion of Midway Road that we're going to look to summarily vacate. We have a dedication of public right-of-way, and then we also have the naming of a proposed public road. So what we have is the Midway Plaza project was approved back in August of 2025 through the Planning Commission under U-2003. Part of that approval, it was a develop and operate a truck and automobile fuel service station, convenience store, and 2 quick service stations. Part of the approval was to abandon the unused portion of Midway Road and provide for a realignment to better serve the proposed project, as well as a roundabout at the intersection of Midway and Lewis. So here on our next slide is the site plan that was part of that approval. At the bottom of your screen, you see the new roundabout that's being proposed. We have a new access road going from the left to right. We have a new restaurant, fuel station, convenience store, and then we have truck fueling on the middle there, and then on the right, a truck bay as well for mechanic. So moving on. So part of the summarily vacate this portion of roadway, we have certain requirements per the Streets and Highway Code that we must abide by. We must determine that the existing public right-of-way is in excess and it's not required for any street highway purposes. We must determine that a portion of the highway lies within the property, property surrounded by one ownership, and that does, you'll see that on the next slide here. The proposal is consistent with our general plan, as well as the noticing of any of our public utilities in the area has been performed. So what you see here, the red hatched area, is the area of Midway Road to be proposed. So for better context of location, we are at the Midway Road exit at Lewis Road, about a quarter mile west of the National Cemetery. Here is a picture of the existing conditions. You can see this; it's really more of like a spur or a side rail of the roadway there. It is not being maintained and it's not being used by no means. So this has been determined to be consistent with the 2008 general plan in compliance with the Streets and Highway Code. So part of the process is we need to make findings, and some of those findings is that it's not required for the public's use. It meets the requirements of the various statutes under Streets and Highway Code, and is consistent with our general plan. It does not affect any of the public right-of-way that we require to implement the general plan as well. And as previously mentioned, notifications have been sent out to the appropriate utility purveyors, and part of that is we will reserve back a public utility easement for existing PG&E power poles to the north. So moving on to the dedication of public right-of-way, this is to allow for the realignment of access going to the site. The next slide, I have the graphic there so we can see exactly what we're talking about. But the proposal is a 60-foot public right-of-way. It's approximately 500 feet in length, and then once it gets proposed, once the project moves along, the developer will pay for all the improvements associated and necessary permitting required by our department. One note is that the current action in front of you is to accept the right-of-way, but at this time, per Streets and Highway Code 941B, we will not accept the road into our maintained mileage at this time. That will be done once the road has been built, inspected, and accepted by staff, and then we'll come back at a later date to accept into our maintained mileage. So here's the graphic. This blue hatched area is the proposed new public right-of-way, 60 feet in width. Behind it, to the left and right, you can see the areas that would be vacated on the satellite view there. This would allow for the roundabout there at the bottom at Lewis Road, and then the additional connections as required for the project. And then the final item, or final subject within our item is the applicant has also proposed to name the new public road Soddy Circle. Per Chapter 30, we have specific requirements that must be met. The Board of Supervisors has the authority to approve all public road names. It should be noted that typically in our code, roads or public roads are typically end in either road or street. However, 3030 subsection G allows us to provide for exceptions. Due to the geometry of this road and the location, staff concurs that circle is the appropriate suffix there. So that brings us to the conclusion of the presentation. So before you, we have hold a public hearing, adopt the resolution to summarily vacate the public interest in Midway Road, and adopt a second resolution authorizing the county surveyor to accept and record the offer of dedication and authorizing the new public road to be known as Soddy Circle.
For turning me off because I kept hitting it. Hold on, brain dead. Board comments from anybody before I go to the public hearing? Anybody? Are we good? Okay, I just have one. We're going to get a typical roundabout that when I go over here to Rockville. Okay.
Very similar. Yes.
Not the one that Napa put in. I can't stand that one. I refuse to go to Napa. No, right there where you go on Highway 12.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, my God. That is so scary.
Yeah.
I don't go there because you're going to get killed by a big truck. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Part of the approval is they will have to submit the submit the design parameters.
Because it's not like the other one when you go down, what is it, at 113 or something like that, and you pick up. Yeah, that one's another scary one, too. Okay. All right, because the goal is to live another day.
Exactly.
All right. Okay, thank you. All right, so now I will open the public hearing. So that means I get to do the gavel. You know what you do is just think about whose face this is? Sorry. Okay. All right. So the public hearing is open. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody who wishes to speak on this item?
I have no callers on the line, but I do have one card.
Okay.
Coley.
Hi, Board. Gall Cully here. I am very familiar with this particular off-ramp, and I know that I can't ask questions, but I'd like to advise if you could ask Chris and his crew about Sweeney Creek, as well as the traffic, the farm traffic that really heavily travels that road. Sweeney Creek is right where that proposed road is, and if there's been studies on that. That's all I have.
To Carrie, can he respond back?
Certainly ask him to respond if you'd like him to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Would you respond back, please?
So yes, Sweeney Creek is directly north of the project site. SQA has been consulted, and the developer is currently working with SQA to ensure protection exists.
That's part of the old Ulatis flood control project.
Yep, exactly.
Does that help?
I didn't hear what John said.
I don't know
Oh.
I'm sorry, it's part of the old Ulatis flood control project before the water agency took it over.
And then as far as the farm traffic goes, I will definitely make sure that we take that into consideration for the roundabout design to ensure that there is no heavy impacts there. So.
Okay. We good? All right. Is there anybody else in terms of public comment?
No, ma'am, I have no other speakers.
All right. So then I will then close public hearing, and I need a motion from somebody. Okay.
All right.
It sounded like it got moved and seconded, right? Okay, we're good. So we just need to vote. It just tells me that you guys are paying attention, whether you want to be paying attention or not.
So ordered by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. It's a lot of work, I know. Thank you very much for doing it. All right, Madam Clerk, we are now on item number 26. If you would read that, please.
Okay, they're in the back. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Adopt a resolution accepting the tentative agreement with the Union of American Physicians and Dentists regarding Unit 11 for a successor memorandum of understanding for the term August 25th, 2026 through September 30th, 2028. Approve a side letter agreement to the Memorandum of Understanding to be entered into with the Union of American Physicians and Dentists regarding Unit 11 concerning base wage increase reopener. Direct the Director of Human Resources to prepare the successor Memorandum of Understanding consistent with the tentative agreement and obtain the signatures of the appropriate Union of American Physicians and Dentists representatives and delegate authority to the County Administrator or Director of Human Resources to execute the final Memorandum of Understanding and side letter agreement and make technical, non-substantive adjustments.
Okay, so HR, I hope you know that the chocolate's also available for you too. Okay. All right, so you get to make the presentation, my friend.
Yes, good morning again, Board. Niger Edwards, Director of Human Resources. I'm happy to report that the county has met and conferred with the Union of American Physicians and Dentists, otherwise known as UAPD, which represents Unit 11. This unit has ratified the tentative agreements for its MOU, and HR's recommendation is that the Board of Supervisors approve the tentative agreements as well as the accompanying side letters to create the MOU for Unit 11 with a term of August 25th, which is today, 2026, through September 30th of 2028.
Okay, any comments from the board? Okay. Call for public comment. Is there any public comment?
Sir, were you going to be commenting on this item? Oh, okay. Then no, ma'am, I do not have any.
All right.
Oh, wait, I have one caller on the line.
Okay.
Caller with phone number ending in 49. If you are calling to speak on agenda item number 26, okay, you have your hand raised. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
Good morning again, Chair and members of the board. My name again is Linda Cheeseman. I just wanted to thank the board, HR, and everyone with the Unit 11 union for reaching this tentative agreement. These positions are extremely important to the health and welfare of our community and to our family health services in general. This agreement recognizes the vital work these professionals perform in serving and protecting the health of our community, and I respectfully ask the board to continue providing that strong leadership we know you're capable of, and again approve this agreement today. Again, thank you all very much for your work in this.
Okay, so anybody else in terms of public comment? Okay, so I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
All right, properly moved and seconded.
So ordered by a vote of 5-0.
All right. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, my bad. To the clerk of the board, item number 27.
Consider introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 2 of the Solano County Code to eliminate the requirement that the Chief Information Officer be appointed as the Registrar of Voters and read the proposed ordinance by title only and waive further reading by a majority vote.
Okay, so we are looking for a presentation, and I see Alex. You've been introduced up here?
I have.
You have. And so that means you can have chocolate too. Okay, just checking.
I
All right.
appreciate that.
Okay.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Alex Tangolitz, Assistant County Administrator, here today with a brief item to introduce an ordinance which would separate the CIO, the Chief Information Officer, and the ROV, the Registrar of Voters, functions and those departments. So currently in Solano County, we have a combined Chief Information Officer and Registrar of Voters role. That has existed since 2004, and the current county code co-assigns those roles to the Chief Information Officer. We are currently at a practical transition point. Both of those, the CIO position is currently vacant. We currently have two separate interims serving as in each of those functions as the interim Chief Information Officer and the interim Registrar of Voters. As the board is well aware, since 2004, both IT and elections have faced increasingly complex operational environments and demands. And staff believes that this is a good opportunity for the board to consider whether or not those positions should continue to be combined or if they should be split, so those incumbents can focus on their specific roles and responsibilities. As such, we're proposing a structure that would separate those roles and those departments. There would be a separate chief information officer and registrar of voter classifications and 2 separate departments. The proposed ordinance being introduced today would amend the county code to allow for that separation. With that proposed separation, staff believes there would be minimal operational disruption. Currently, the elections unit functions in a self-contained fashion within the Department of IT, and will be able to transition to a separate departmental role seamlessly. Similarly, we anticipate there'll be minimal financial impact, given that we do not anticipate any additional positions will be needed in either department, again, given that they have self-contained functions and administrative functions. So with that, the requested action before the board today is to introduce the ordinance amending Chapter 2 of the County Code, which would separate those functions, and read the proposed ordinance by title only and waive further reading. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions from the board members? I saw you press something, and I was looking to see if your name had popped up. Okay, we're good. All right. So are there any public comments?
Ma'am, I have no callers on the line, and I have no cards for this item.
Okay.
Second.
All right. It's been properly moved and seconded. Why are you telling me you're getting hungry? Okay.
So ordered by a vote of 5-0.
All right. Is this your first presentation for us?
It is.
Nice job.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. So now we're going to go to item number 28. To the clerk of the board, please.
Receive an update on potential formats, dates, locations, and agenda topics for a State of the County event and provide direction on next steps.
Okay.
Good
Staff will
morning.
make the presentation. Sorry, I'm just going through my notes. Okay.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for giving me a few minutes to share the vision of the State of Solano County Breakfast. The Fairfield Sassoon Chamber of Commerce, and I have many of my executive committee here with me today, was asked to host this event because of our track record of bringing people together and hosting state of.
What?
Yeah, could we pause for just a second? So before we dive into that side of the house, I want to give Alex a chance to talk a little bit about the State of the County event and talk about a little bit more on the logistics side. Just we jumped in a little fast here, so just pause for just a second.
Oh, absolutely.
So first off, just a quick introduction before I turn it back over to Alex is just to say you might recall a while back that your board had asked for Wanda Williams had brought up, Supervisor Wanda Williams had brought up the State of the County event and had asked if the board would consider bringing back some options and talking about the potential for hosting a State of the County event. We've now done some of that work, and we want to talk a little bit about it. So I'm going to turn it over to Alex to go ahead and do that. Alex?
Thank you, Ian. So, yes, Alex Tangolks, Assistant County Administrator, here today with an update to the board regarding a potential State of the County event, and then also for the board to consider event format and some next steps. So this is in response to a board request, I believe back from April, to further evaluate some of the options for a State of the County event. There's a couple different event formats that staff considered. One could be a county-hosted format that could include a broad overview of department services and major issues facing the county, and that could function like a special board meeting or something of that sort, but would be hosted by the county at a county facility and would focus on those types of issues. Another option would be a more collaborative format where we could partner with a community partner with a potentially more topical agenda based upon who that partner could be. And then either of those formats could rotate across locations in the county in future years. So since this would be, regardless of the format type, this would be a public meeting given that a majority of the board would be present. Because of that, this would need to abide by all of the public meeting rules and regulations and laws, and those have been detailed in the staff report. But notably, you need to be noticed and agendized. There need to be free public entry, public comment, both in person and remote, pursuant to SB 707, ADA accessible. And then the public's participation could not be predicated on the purchase of a ticket or them submitting a questionnaire or otherwise limiting their ability to access the meeting or comment. And then, as I noted, full remote access pursuant to SB 707 would also be required. So, as part of this, we became aware that the Fairfield-Sassoon Chamber of Commerce had a potential State of the County event concept, and they shared that with us. They had contemplated this event being held at the Valley Keel Estate with approximately 400 attendees, with a proposed date of either November 5th or February 4th. They also contemplated that there would include a ticketed breakfast prior to the meeting. That would be a paid breakfast. However, the meeting itself would still be open to the public and allow for public participation. And I know that Supervisor Williams, you've been working with the chamber on this proposal, and want to extend an opportunity to you to provide any additional details.
Thank you very much, Alex, and thank you, Lisa, for being here today from the Fairfield-Sassoon Chamber of Commerce. Just to recap and bring everybody back up to speed, I definitely had asked for us to bring this back so you guys can have opportunity to have feedback and hear what we've been working on as you all agreed for me to work on it. Basically, my thought process on this, when this started, actually, it came, the idea formed in around February. I was actually at NACO when I called to say, hey, what do you think about us having the State of the County? So we had talked about it for a couple of months, and then in April we decided to really dive deep into what would it look like. And so at that time I decided to bring it to the board for consideration. Since then, I've been meeting with the chamber and with CAO Goldberg and his team on this and just going through the process. And then we wanted to make sure you got a chance to weigh in. So I definitely want Lisa to share, from the chamber's perspective, but this is really an opportunity for all of us to shine. Yes, is it my concept, an idea? Of course, but that's okay. The goal is, how do we make sure each department and each supervisor has an opportunity to shine in this place, in this space? And so I had recommended that each supervisor, one, have an opportunity to create their own introduction and have an opportunity to really highlight their own district. And also recommended that because, working with the chamber, I know I had another colleague inquire, how can we do more collaboration? And so with that being said, it's an opportunity to rotate in each district to host this event. So that way, each supervisor has an opportunity to shine in that space. I did recommend in Fairfield because 3 out of 5 of us do represent Fairfield. Myself, Supervisor Mashburn, and Supervisor Brown, we all represent the city of Fairfield. So I just wanted to share that with you all. We have been really working behind the scenes, trying to make sure that we had enough detail and information to bring back to you all so that you can ask some questions. And if it's fine with Alex, if Lisa can add her proportion to the conversation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize. Well, ultimately, the three pillars of the chamber are to be a convener and a catalyst and a champion for our community, and our state ofs are a great opportunity to do that. And again, we don't take sole ownership of this event. The idea was proposed to us, and we do see it as a great opportunity for every district to be featured, as well as for other people to embrace this should this inaugural event go forward and become an annualized event. There's a great deal, transpiring through our county, and we have tremendous wins to celebrate and opportunities to share and challenges that we face together, and it's an opportunity to address those together. It's intended to create a forum and an opportunity to communicate out to our constituents. It's not intended to be necessarily a political event for Fairfield or Sassoon. It's an opportunity to bring together those leaders, which we do even through our Leaders Roundtable throughout the county, government, business, education, nonprofits, stakeholders, and of course, access to the public as well for transparent communication and sharing where we are, where we're going, and how we're going to get there together. We want our goal ultimately, and we share that with in those discussions, we want people to leave with a better understanding of what's happening throughout the county, not just the headlines, but the progress being made, the opportunities ahead of us, and the challenges we can solve collectively. Most importantly, we see the Chamber's role as providing that table where the conversation can happen, where we educate, where we ask the host where we were asked to host this inaugural event, and absolutely honored to do so. I see an opportunity for it to become something much bigger for the county itself. Because the state of Solano isn't about one city, one organization, or one elected official, it's about all of us. Our county is strongest when we communicate openly and celebrate our successes. That's exactly what we hope to accomplish in this breakfast. Thank you.
And I do have a few more slides as well. So as was presented to the county, as part of this event concept, the chamber would be responsible for the sponsorship, ticket sales for the breakfast, and associated catering, venue, and promotion of the event. And the chamber had requested that the county purchase tickets for any staff attending, and then also participate in any of the social media outreach promoting the event as well. In terms of the county's responsibilities and costs, the county would be responsible for the event programming and then any technology associated with ensuring that the event can support audiovisual public comment. Staff preliminarily researched what those needs could be to host an SB 707 compliant meeting off-site, and currently we estimate that would be in the range of $2,000 in additional equipment needs. We have not yet assessed the specific venue, so that cost could change, but that is our initial rough estimate. And then assuming 20 staff participate, given the breadth of the agenda, that could potentially be another $1,500 in requested tickets, and then we anticipate that it would be approximately 200 to 400 staff hours to put together the program, assess the space, implement whatever technology solutions we need to support the event. Staff also put forward a very conceptual program for a potential State of the County event, just I think to give a sense of what could be included in programming, whether it's with the chamber or some other event. So one wanted to provide an overview of the county, give some context to our role, our workforce, and our current budgetary outlook. We could include our year in review, which we normally do I believe in January or February. This could be an opportunity to include that here to a bit of maybe a wider or different audience, and then cover some of the major issues that we're currently working through here in Solano County. Obviously, land use, our general plan update, and economic development remain very timely topics. We have a variety of major projects underway, major capital works projects and other civic amenity projects. Potentially an update on some of our public safety initiatives, and then finally an overview of HR 1 impacts and implementation, particularly now as we now will by then have a better understanding of some of the particular community impacts associated with that, and changes to some of our key safety net programs, and how that could impacts the community and impacts our business community as well. So with that, wanted to receive any feedback from the board in terms of directions and next steps to staff with a potential State of the County event. concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Yeah, I'm just a tad bit confused. Is it a state of the county or the state of the county government? Because those are two different things. If you're asking for like a presentation and it'd be conducted under the Brown Act, so the board would sit there and take what? Input from people and not have the ability to engage back and forth, because under public comment, that's all it is public comment. We can't comment back to it.
We saw it more in our discussion more as not necessarily that public forum with the exchange so much as an opportunity where each district could really highlight what's going on in their district as it relates maybe to workforce development or all the different topics that you had covered in your presentation as well. So it wasn't necessarily...
Yeah, but I didn't catch that from your presentation to us. I mean, your comments were more like a forum type of operation that would...
Well, I apologize for using that word and that being interpreted that way. I actually did propose in originally the theme discussions, and it truly is up to the county as to what the program is going to be. We are actually just the host and the fiscally responsible party for the event. But the program could go very different ways. It could be a panel, or it could be keynote speakers, or it could be each district supervisor. We really are the host of the event and help facilitate it.
But I don't think you understand the restraints that are on us, having all 5 supervisors there or 3 supervisors there, the types of things that we have to make available for the community to be able to engage.
I apologize if you feel I misunderstand that. I know in our other state of events, which we do for Fairfield, we make available either by video or it could be Facebook Live, ways for people to participate.
Do you have all council members there?
It depends. Sometimes there are, and sometimes there are not.
Okay.
If all council is available, then it happens.
Just to add context, it's similar to, if that's okay with you, Chair Brown.
I want to just have the conversation finished before I would come to you.
Yeah, I may have some other.
All right. I just was giving context to this the conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Well, so
Go ahead.
I'll go back to
No, it's
Supervisor
fine.
Vasquez. Go
No.
ahead, Supervisor.
No, I was just going to share with you because I know you were trying to understand what the true concept was. And it's strictly pretty much similar to the state of a city, like the city of Fairfield. All of their council members are present at the state. I don't know if you had an opportunity to.
I've been to a number of.
Oh, okay. All right. So then you know what I'm referencing. So I just wanted to help give context to this direction and the thought process. And again, the county makes the decision how the program actually is presented to the public. So you still have full autonomy.
So, again, how does the board have that kind of engagement other than having it at a board meeting as to what would they think they want in this presentation? Because we can only conduct that kind of business in an open forum just like right now. So to me, it's still unclear what the purpose is and what we're looking to achieve. I'm dealing with the mechanics in my opinion.
Okay, no problem.
How it's laid out.
It's really to help us cast our net to a larger audience to truly understand what we do as county supervisors, highlight all the work our staff does in the different departments, and talk about the future, as was shared by Alex, the major issues that will be affecting us. How it really would work is we would all work with Ian, all of you would have input. So this will continue to come back to the board for more discussion and input. And this is an opportunity to add that input now so that it can go back, if it is approved by this board, to continue to highlight and make sure each, not only departments, but each district is highlighted and by you individually. So that is really the concept.
Supervisor Mashburn?
Thank you. I don't know about weighing into the piece about the semantics of the meeting itself. I would assume that we would just, if we had to have all of the board there, have to post some type of agenda. We would have one light item that says, talking about the state of the county as the agenda item, then we could all freely talk about it, right? Okay, that's that part. Let's check that box. So once we check that box, I think that as a county, we have often said, and I know that Supervisor Vasquez is the one who often reminds us that we are the unknown government entity, right? Nobody knows who we are. Nobody knows what we do, ever, right? We just kind of fly under the radar. All of our cities, or almost all of our cities, have some form of, we have some form of this where we do a state of the county, but we do a review. One of the other things that we do, or many of the other things that we do throughout the year, we have Dr. Eiler here, and we do a state of the economy for the county, right? We have Ed come in, and we do the ag report for the county, and we do each one of those things separately in this room, but only in this room. And through the grace of Todd over there, it gets out to the public and his readership. But I thought you could get out of this without me banging you a little bit, huh? But
I'm not taking ownership.
Right. But I see that we have the potential for an opportunity to reach out into the community and bring all those things together and present them in a format, undetermined yet, that gives us the ability to reach out to the public in their world, not in ours, and share that information about the economy, about jobs, about land use, right? About things that they may not even know we do that we would like for them to know that we do. Child protective services, some of those other things. And, you know, I would leave it to the rest of the board as to the how and where and all of those things. I'm appreciative that the chamber is willing to step up and foot the bill. That's kind of great, right? Except for the fact for the staff time and whatnot, right? That's significant given all the stuff we got going on right now. So it may not be the right time at this moment. I don't think it's I don't think it's a bad idea. I think the timing, because of the impacts to staff at the moment when we have all these things going on, might be significant. I think that it would be tough to just rotate it annually, year to district, because of the half-life of a politician. You may have supervisors who don't get the opportunity to have this in their district because they're retiring, leaving, not elected, whatever the case might be. So if we were to look at how to do this, I think that it might be something I would, if Mitch was king for a day, it would be something that we could put together, the county dog and pony show, and then have that made available to each supervisor in each district, so that if we wanted to have it and capture 3 districts at one time and Fairfield was willing to host it, we could do that with 3 of us. But if we didn't, and if I wanted to have it in Rio Vista to reach out to the most remote city in our county and to the ag folks out there and give them the opportunity to see it, then, and I could find a host or a location that would be appropriate, that we might be able to take the dog and pony show on the road and show it in my district or in John's district or in Cassandra's district, so that it's not just one show 1 year. You might need to mix it up a little bit. I'm just saying. You can capture 3 at once, then you've only got 2 left to do. But anyway, I'll put that out for further discussion, just to think about. Percolate on that, Ian.
So I just make a couple initial comments about that. It sounds like what you're saying is that we would have a run of show prepared that we could then do multiple times in different locations. And that causes me a little bit more concern. This is contained into one location in terms of the number of staff hours and the investment of time. We wouldn't, I assume, the board, I know as the county administrator, I wouldn't want to do one of these events unless we did an amazing job at it and put staff time into it, had timely updated information from our departments, whether that was their successes or their challenges or opportunities. And so we need to consider all that. I fear that if we went down the path of multiple events, depending on the time frame throughout the year when they were scheduled, we'd spend a lot of additional staff time for that kind of a exercise. But open to think about it a little bit more. Just my initial reaction is that might be a significant lift for staff beyond what we had originally envisioned as a one-time, one event.
I was just throwing it out. It's not something we have to do. I was just trying to be fair to everybody.
Cassandra James, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate this opportunity because it's bringing the dais to community. And that's what I'm here in regards to how we plan as a government body, especially an unknown government body, how are we educating and bringing information to community and in community? I'm more or less wanting to know around like the format and the consistency on an annual basis. If this is going to be a state of the county on an annual basis, this reminds me of our meeting in January where we get like a high level update from the departments. We get like a fancy book, and then you have the various breakdown of the state of the economy, ag, et cetera. This will happen in this event in community, just thinking of format. But as far as like consistency, because you have districts that don't have the same resources as other districts. So when we're talking about consistency, I don't know if the Vallejo Chamber would be able to man something to this size or this extent. And just wanting to put that out there as we are talking about the state of the county. The consistency is important for me because I want to make sure that the information that's shared in this year's state of the county will be the same as next year's, regardless of where we're at in the county, especially when you're talking about the furthest city, Rio Vista, and are we competent to the community and making sure that they have, that we are highlighting, again, just thinking the state of the county, but also highlighting the issue that may be most important to that part of the county as well, because Vallejo's issues are very much different, or South County issues is very much different from North County, East County, and West. And then also in regards to just the ticketing and I'm a little bit hesitant in regards to ticketing because, again, I'm thinking of historically excluded communities and who have access to this space, regardless if it's it becomes a public event, they don't get the amenities that comes with attending this event because you're coming in 30 minutes after and you still probably see people. Again, I'm thinking this from the perspective of my district where you don't have access to the amenities of this. And last thing, if we are going to have I would say a holder, because the county is technically the host, and if we're going to partner or have a partner in this, will it be all chambers every year, or will it just be one chamber and then next year it may be a different partner? Again, that's where it just goes back to the consistency. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
No, I want to thank Supervisor Williams for bringing this forward, because we always struggle as to who we are and what role we play. So, kind of, again, trying to sort that out. Is it more about a district presentation and what's important in that particular district? Is it about having the public have a greater understanding of who we are and what we do? Because we try to do that all the time, and people still say, "What do you do?" They do, and I go, "Well, what's a board member do?" I said, "Did you buy a gallon of gasoline today?" Because we're weights and measures. Did you go to the produce stand and did you go to the grocery store and get checked in? Because we regulate the scanners. did you breathe air today? Well, we're part of that. We try to keep the air clean and all the other things that go along with it, So it is a diverse amount of work that the county does in trying to explain that. Combined, we sit over 60 other committees that we make appointments to at the first of the year, every year. So the diversity of the work that's done by the county and by the Board of Supervisors is pretty amazing. It's a pretty complex job. In the words of former Supervisor Mike Reagan, he said, we have to have a knowledge a mile long but only an inch deep.
That is him.
No, it's just to know enough to articulate it. And any help we can get in, and again, to Wanda, the struggle is how do we explain that? And I think that's what I'm struggling with out here. Not about the idea of doing this, but capturing it. Yeah, thank you. It's been a while since I've had to speak.
Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Vasquez, Supervisor James, and Mashburn for your comments. That's what we've been waiting to hear. I've been trying to get this before you guys for more than a month. So hearing this feedback is very, very important and instrumental. And yes, the question asked was, what's the focus? And the focus really about making sure the community have a greater understanding. I made the recommendation of highlighting each district because it was my desire. I didn't want anyone to feel left out. And I wanted to make sure everyone felt included, and that it was very inclusive and very transparent for everyone in this space. So it's just happened that I do go to the roundtables all the time with the chamber, and I've watched the chamber work with different cities, do an excellent job of helping to highlight. And I do hear what you're saying about tickets and making sure that maybe some people who can't afford it can get tickets. I'm willing to donate to get those tickets to make sure people can actually attend who can't afford it. I think that's just an extra step that can be taken. But it will be open to anyone. They may not be able to eat the breakfast, but they can hear all the information. They can still participate and be a part of it. And that, remember, for the chamber to cover their expenses, that's why there's the charge for the ticket, because there's breakfast, there's a lot of work that they're doing behind the scenes to make sure we shine and work very closely with Ian. It's all about partnership and collaboration. Thank you.
So through the chair, can I just clarify? Yeah. Well, specifically.
That's fine, but then I'm going to speak after you.
Oh, absolutely. I'm happy to wait.
No. I can
okay.
do it after.
So I just want to clarify to the comments on the ticket sales and the breakfast beforehand. The concepts that we've discussed with the chamber are that they would sell tickets to the event, breakfast would be included, the county event would occur, and there would be seating in the room that was reserved for the public that was not charged. The number of seats we have, based on that venue, not yet determined. Of course, it would have to be open to the public. There is a challenge in trying to make sure we are able to accommodate whatever number of the public wants to attend, as well as to protect fire code in the event space, and also coordinate with the chamber in terms of their goal, which is raising funds for the organization. So it's a little bit more complex on the ticket sales and the access, and we don't necessarily have a complete picture of that yet, but we are working on it. I just didn't want to leave this conversation without your understanding of that, because it sounded like we were talking about a breakfast, the room clears, and then there's a meeting after. And that's not what we had discussed, so I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, so this is Monica. I'm looking at 200 to 400 staff hours. By the time we got the budget to balance, left side equals the right side, everybody around here was just walking in Zombieville. Now we're going to have a meeting in the afternoon, number 29. We have no idea how that's going to go, let alone our little friends with the billionaire. I see the staff. I come here every day. Most of you guys see me every day. I was so tired that I took 3 days off, which I never do, and I stayed home and slept. It was way too much dealing with 39 bargaining units, everything else going on. And frankly, when I'm out and about talking with people, they do ask me questions. I do a weekly newsletter. If there is something somebody doesn't understand, it's not for lack of my effort of sending it through. Or if you're that into it, we do wonderful presentations right here that would tell everybody what we're up and doing. Frankly, I don't see how this is going to do anything when everybody knows part of District 1 is already unemployed. We have no idea I serve on San Francisco Bay Area Quality Board, dealing with all of that issue. I'm dealing with MCE, where we got rid of our CAO and having to stay there till midnight practically and then come home. There is so much going on. So the question would be then, maybe we just need to write things down when we're done going through a meeting or something like that, and then get it sent out via electronic. I just don't see how this is going to happen. Once a month, the Benicia Chamber, and if I can attend, I'm there in person, or maybe my staff covers for me if I can't. And we just talk about what is happening just with Benicia. And that seems to get out, and there's a lot of people. I'm just not sure what we're gaining with anything. And frankly, to be honest with you, I would have no idea what I would bring to you guys that I just haven't even mentioned that's happening in my part of the district. I don't have Budweiser anymore. In fact, I'm like the walking zombie. Monica, everybody who lost their jobs in your district.
Yeah.
Which is true.
Yeah.
Which is true. And so I'm not sure what you would gain from me putting in the time. And frankly, the only staff that I would put in would be my own. I would not ask Misty, who's already dealing with, what's going to happen with the flooding that's going to happen, because we're all talking about what might be going on. All of these different things, like we still haven't even gotten the money from the feds to take care of Lopes Road, for God's sakes, let alone this past weekend. Boy, that was fun trying to get around with the 2 bridges closed. I'm just not sure what the game plan is. That would be something different that you're not getting right now for the chamber, because you do have a supervisor does attend. And so I just can't vote for something and involve staff. And I'm just not sure what you would gain from it. I would like to know what is the end game. And then we've already talked about, are we going to be repeating this? Nobody's going to want to put the time into something to repeat. Because a lot of things that we start, because you saw already what happened with, isn't it 113 that we were talking about? What was the name of the road that we just talked about that we're putting in? Yeah. So that has been worked on for as long as I can remember. I just didn't know it had a name. I'm just not sure what to gain on this one, and I just can't vote for something to tell staff they're going to have to find some extra hours to do what, with everything else happening. There's just way too much going on. So that's my take on it. Wanda, you're up.
Just wanted to help give some context. And thank you for your comments and sharing your concerns. But it's kind of like, I'm going to equate it to having a community meeting or hosting a town hall. It's moving from outside of this building to take it out to the community to make it more accessible and a more friendlier atmosphere, and an opportunity to highlight all the great work this county is doing. and taking it out into the community. So it's really like that. It's like your newsletter amplified, but live, versus being stagnant. You're not stagnant, but just on paper or digitally. And it gives them an opportunity to see all the different departments. We even talked about having a little section where you can even, if it was something that the county wanted to do, if they wanted to find out more information, have a table that they could take things home. It's just really, like I said, amplifying your newsletter exponentially, so that it can reach even more people than you're already reaching. Thank you.
I don't have anybody else who's said they want to speak, so if anybody wants to talk, click your name.
So, just for clarity, just looking at the board action, it is around providing like an update on potential formats, dates, locations, and also providing direction, not necessarily taking a vote today. I just for clarity, for my own edification, wanting to make sure.
More than a decision.
Yes, thank you. And I, again, as someone who does a community town hall every other month, like it has been helpful to bite-size the issues that the county is facing overall. And when I see, when folks do come to the board, they have a better understanding of what is taking place overall. I see 2 dates on here. I would prefer the latter date to provide time. And then also, I did hear the chair, what does 200 hours of staff time look like? What does that entail for moving this event forward? And I'm sure that the supervisor will also have her staff involved in some of that work hours as well. Are we just talking about county staff? Well, they are county staff, but specifically district staff. And then
no, so to clarify on the staff side, our comments on the 200 to 400 staff hours were more specifically to a handful of different areas, one being the technology. This is a complicated exercise to run a mobile meeting like this in another location, a location that we don't have all the technology and equipment established. So we have never done an event like that. So there is a significant lift from our technology staff just to get the basics together for that event. But the majority of those hours we envisioned would be the departments that would participate in providing information. You would have to have the department heads, assistant department heads, and their management teams, and then depending upon what the topic was, staff below that as well, that provides the detailed information in preparing the program and the information to be provided. So there's a significant amount of time there. And that's outside of the actual event, right? Because we've got to make sure that staff have time to prepare for it, present the program, and the board has a chance to review and understand what that is. And then beyond that, in the actual event, several department heads would, of course, be there to make presentations or in the room to answer questions. We envision that it would be more of a presentation format, delivery of information, of course, as Supervisor Williams described. So if that's the case, there's still a significant amount of staff time in the room the day of the event. So it is a significant lift for the county to host an event like this. But hopefully that answers your question.
No, that answers my question. And also, just looking at the presentation, what I'm looking at here is that we may not need all the departments there, not being disrespectful to any department, but January we do a high-level update. How do we message that update in this? And I don't want to sit in the event all day either, because if we're talking about the 19, maybe 20 departments that the county has, we will be there for a good portion. So, how do we surmise this to make sure that we find a happy compromise for everyone on the board, or what I'm hearing?
So let me just address that briefly. We agree. it's too difficult, and we have a very short window of time for this event. In terms of the time of day, it's an hour-ish, maybe an hour and a half of presentation, and we've already done that with this item. So it goes quickly.
A lot of the attendees are in the business community as well, just by virtue of the fact being a chamber. You're going to get a lot of business representation.
Right. So it is not feasible to have every single department head present and to go through each department one by one. We would have to look at consolidating those departments. And in the slide, Alex, the team, we'd done a little discussion about what those major issues could be. Land use, general plan update, economic development. And so we would have keynote speaker in that area and potentially invite maybe a few department heads who are part of that process to make a presentation, to discuss or provide comments. Same thing as you work your way down the list there. It would be very targeted and specific. So that's something that we could spend more time with the board, talking about what topics we'd like to cover. We threw these out there as kind of very high-level starting point for discussion. But that is something that could be determined should the board want to push forward with this concept.
Mitch, you're next.
Thank you, ma'am. In order to reduce the impact to staff and the cost, might I suggest that instead of any of these being an event where it would be a full board or it would be a Brown Act event, that for said event when it was in a specific district, if it was in District 1, that the District 1 supervisor and either the chair or the vice chair be present as an ad hoc committee to make the presentation. If it was going to be in District 4, then the District 4 supervisor and the chair or vice chair be present as the ad hoc committee to make the presentation for the state of the county. That way, there's not an issue, there's not going to have to be a televised event that is going to have to require county council to be there and all of the other players with the clerk and everybody else, right? We don't have to drag everybody out for that. We can do a standard and regular presentation without it having to be a Brown Act event. That way. That would just be a suggestion on my part that we do that. It makes it way easier for everybody.
So I'll just comment quickly because that was a discussion that we had with the group, with the chamber as well, to talk about a smaller scaled event. The issue that we ran into in that concept was that as we shrank the potential list, if it's district specific, for instance, you shrink that group pretty significantly, change the scope of the event for the chamber, should the chamber be the host of the event.
I'm not looking to shrink the geographic size, right? I'm not, if the Fairfield Chamber's scope is 3 districts, then one of us is going to have to bow out, right, in that particular instance, and then one of us is going to have to bow out. I think we've got to take egos out of that, and this is about sitting with the public, and we have ad hoc committees all the time that represent us. I have full confidence in my peers up here that they could make that presentation should they need to.
So what I'm trying to convey, and sorry if
It's
I
all right.
haven't hit it yet, is that changes the economics of the event that we had discussed with the chamber. It'd be something we'd have to go back and discuss if that would still make sense to have the chamber host an event in a place like Ballykiel, if you would get the attendance for one specific district, whether or not you could make that feasible. So it's a great concept.
So I'm not saying you got to make it for one specific district. I guess I'm the one not being clear, Ian. You could make it for 3 districts. I don't care. We don't need to have all 3 supervisors there when you're talking about those 3 districts because you're going to really be talking about 5 districts, right? We're going to talk about the entire county. We don't need to have all the board there in order to make that happen. We only need to have a couple of representatives from the board there to give that speech, and you. You don't get off the hook, right? And so you can have all the districts represented. Fairfield can have somebody talk about Vallejo while we're there, right? Maybe the vice chair goes or the chair goes and they speak about that side of the county, and then Supervisor Williams would be the second, and she can talk about the other, her district and my district. It's a doable thing, but it greatly reduces staff time and cost. And I'm just looking for a way to find the middle so that this is something that could be done. We got a lot going on right now, as I said before, and as other folks up here have said. I would also say that maybe this isn't the time. Maybe we need to push it out even further until we can get past some of this stuff in order to be, make sure that the event is all that it needs to be, right? I'm not saying it shouldn't be. I'm just saying maybe we need to spend some more time on it to further refine it, and then we can get where we need to be.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Are you going to call on me at all? Because I've had my...
No, I don't see your name. Well, okay, I saw John,
That's fine.
and then I see you, but John's name's above you, so that means he clicked it first. Yeah, I was, and then Mitch was there. Yeah, okay.
You can wrap it up, Wanda. Yeah.
I just was making sure.
Yeah, I'm just going to muddy the water just a little bit more. I think that for me, the issue is having the entire board. If there's some way of working and getting what Wanda's vision is about helping the community understand what county government does, you know, if there's a role down the road where District 4 plays, I won't be here, but District 4 has an opportunity, then I think it's, you know, how do you set up that rotation? Do we draw numbers out of the hat? However it works. But if the intent is to take the entire board, we have done that once in the past, and that was with the tobacco settlement money. And the way that was handled was that every community, the Board of Supervisors, took over the council chambers, and therefore you were able to, you know, comply with the Brown Act because the board took input from every community as to how that $60 million was going to be spent, and then they developed a plan and so on to, you know, to provide what we did out of the master settlement money. So that a little different, but I think if you're trying to get the entire board, it just adds and makes it more complicated. I think that to Mitch's point, you know, if you have District 3, I mean, there's 3 people to represent it. 3 communities and 3 supervisors. But in this case, you know, District 5, it's only Rio Vista and part of Suisun, and so that's pretty easy. District 4 is part of Vacaville and part of and all of Dixon. So I don't know. I would just ask Wanda maybe just to rough it out a little bit more, given what you've heard from us. And thank you for the effort.
Supervisor Williams, I don't see your name, but you verbally said you wanted to be on. So
I turned it off. Thank you, Chair Brown. I want to thank you all for the comments. We'll definitely take this back and mull it over a lot more. I'm sorry that I didn't have any control of when this happened, when this came before you. Sorry, I don't owe an apology for that. But I definitely wanted this to come before you sooner than later, so it doesn't feel like all of a sudden you're bombarded with it. But with that being said, I heard what everyone said, and I mean, of course, it was my vision of seeing you all there, but if the recommendation is that only some of us go at a time, that's fine. I think we can work that out. The goal is to make sure each district has an opportunity to lead this process along with others. So it's really about us working as one unit, showing this county who we are and what we do, and make sure they have an understanding of the work and what we're bringing before them. The hope is to get them more engaged. The more we do this, and it becomes something that, you know, because the goal is we want to make this first one awesome so that everyone wants to continue to do it and for the community to want to continue to come back year after year, if this is something that the board all agrees to. So, I mean, that's all I wanted to share. And thank you all very, very much for your feedback. It's greatly appreciated and welcomed. Thank you.
Cassandra James?
And I had opened the laptop and Googled state of the county in various counties. So there's a blueprint for this. So I would suggest that we look at some of the blueprints. Sacramento had a great platform that it looked like. San Francisco, I know that's a city and county. They have also a platform where they utilize the city GoTV. So did Sacramento, but we'll just put that out there. As there's a blueprint, and this isn't rocket science for us to sit here for an hour and a half, it feels like. But thank you.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. All right, so I'm looking to, we come back in the afternoon, so let me find my notes, what we decided we were going to do. I think we're just going to ask everybody to just give us, to adjourn, right.
One moment, ma'am. I just want to be certain. I had one card, Lisa Bonington, that is you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking because we work on this, so I do the right. Let's see. There you go. Okay, I was looking for my notes. So after we're done with the next one is when we'll have everybody give us their comments. Okay, so all right, so we are moving to recess. I have to be very careful. I can't adjourn, so even though that's what basically we're doing. Okay, so we're going to come back at 2 o'clock, and we'll go to item number 29, I believe it's 29. So it's an odd number, so that makes perfect sense why it's coming up at 2 o'clock. Just sharing. This is what happens with my head with teaching math, is that these are all these numbers go into my head and come out. All right, so enjoy your lunch. It's okay if you don't come back. We'll be here. So take care, guys. Thank you. See you at 2. Yeah, exactly. I want everybody to clap that John's back. Yay! Woo! He didn't want me to do it, which of course is just saying do it, Monica. So not going to be happening. So to the clerk of the board, I believe we are doing 29. Oh,
Nope, you're right. You're right.
Okay, that's okay.
Yes, ma'am, item 29.
Okay.
Discuss and provide direction on the county's legislative position regarding potential state legislation related to shipbuilding and maritime manufacturing development in the Collinsville Special Study Area.
We have 40, I'm sorry, I wrote it down. Is it 45 cards?
No more.
We have more now? Okay. So as much as I love all you guys, we have to go down to 1 minute each. So here are the rules. And yes, I taught 8th grade, so let's not even mess with me. Is that I want everybody to be polite. Would your mother want that word coming out of your mouth? Do not make me have to have the deputy sheriffs come in and politely ask you to leave. We are not going to do that. We are going to show the rest of the world that Solano County can handle things even if we are not happy. And I read all your emails, so I understand that there's a lot of us not happy. I'll let it go at that. So, are we cool? Does everybody get what we're doing? Okay. We're here for a good purpose. So let's make sure that we maintain decorum. So to the clerk of the board, Who is up to come speak? Oh, we're doing it right. Oh, we had that. I apologize. Okay. Did you guys eat all the chocolate? I just want to know. Okay, good. Okay, so, God. Oh, yeah, there are priorities. All right, so, presentation. I am so sorry, probably because I've looked at it all day.
So, Chair, I'll go ahead and kick us off.
That sounds wonderful.
Okay, great. First, just thank you to everybody for being here today. My name is Ian Goldberg. I'm the County Administrator. We'll do a quick round of introductions for the team, and then we'll dive deeper into the presentation. Debbie Vaughn? It's also a good time for mic check.
Alicia?
Okay.
Hi, Debbie Vaughn, Assistant County Administrator.
Alex Tengolix, Assistant County Administrator.
James Spisak, Director of Resource Management.
Misty Cartwriter, Assistant Director, Resource Management. Misty Cartwriter, Assistant Director, Resource Management.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. So we'll do a quick introduction here as we start our slides. Yesterday, the county received and publicly posted proposed state legislation intended to advance maritime manufacturing projects within the Collinsville Special Study Area. Nearly 1 year ago today, on September 9th, 2025, your board considered proposed state legislation related to maritime development in Collinsville. Following a brief review period, your board voted unanimously to support the legislation and directed staff to continue working with California Forever on potential shipbuilding opportunities in Collinsville and to remain engaged with the county's state partners. The proposed legislation ultimately did not advance during the 2025 legislative session. Consistent with the board's direction, county staff, in coordination with the board's shipbuilding ad hoc committee, continued engaging with California Forever and the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, or GOBIZ, as they're referred to, in late 2025 and throughout 2026. Those efforts supported California Forever's pursuit of Collinsville as a potential location for a major shipbuilder. County staff participated in weekly coordinated meetings related to site selection activities, including hosting representatives of the shipbuilder and several state agencies during one of the shipbuilder's visits to Solano County. When it was announced in July of 2026, just here recently, that the Collinsville site had not been selected as the shipbuilder's final location, in late July, the Governor's Office convened a meeting with representatives from the state of California, Solano County, and California Forever to discuss economic development opportunities and a possible framework for bringing maritime and advanced manufacturing activities to the Collinsville Special Study Area. As a result of those discussions, the board is once again presented with proposed legislation intended to support efforts to bring shipbuilding and maritime-related advanced manufacturing to the water-dependent industrial area of Collinsville. So with that, could you take us to the next slide? So today, the board is being asked to provide direction on the county's position regarding the state proposed legislation. Staff will provide a brief background on Collinsville. We'll include information and an overview on the water-dependent industrial area. We'll also talk a little bit more about our general plan and then information on the county's engagement in regards to maritime. We'll then provide a detailed overview of the proposed legislation. So we'll walk you through the key pieces of the legislation that's being proposed, and we'll seek feedback from the board and answer any clarifying questions that we can. Just a few comments. This proposed legislation, which was initiated in the Governor's Office and before the board today, is not connected to the Sassoon expansion plan, and it is not associated with any future annexation. The land is in the unincorporated area and is intended to stay so. Additionally, as noted on the slide, at this time, the county has no active shipbuilding proposal, maritime project, or port proposal that has been presented to the county for Collinsville. Any future proposal for this area would require significant study and analysis, including a complete plan for the necessary infrastructure and its related impacts, not only on the Collinsville area, but on the surrounding communities. So I'll stop there and turn the presentation over to James to talk a little bit more about Collinsville specifically.
Sure. Thanks, Ian. So from a little background standpoint, Collinsville has been considered for water-dependent industrial development since 1979. We did a study. It was attached as part of the board item. The 1989 study, which followed, identified both the area's maritime potential and significant development
James,
constraints.
could I pause you for a second?
Sure.
Could you move the microphone just a little closer? I want to make sure
Absolutely.
folks
Absolutely.
can hear.
Is that
Feel free
better?
to chime in if you're having trouble in the back here and let us know.
Is that better?
Start from the beginning, please.
Sure. So, background, 1979, the Collinsville area had been considered for water-dependent industrial development since 1979. The 1989 study identified both the area's maritime potential and significant development constraints. In 2008, the general plan retained the special study area and it designated approximately 1,350 acres for water-dependent industrial uses. And as Ian had said earlier, in 2025, the board began considering potential state legislation for that area. The map on the screen sort of shows the broader area of the special study area. That's about the orange line outline is the 8,500 acres that was identified in the general plan as a special study area for Collinsville. And then there's two sort of purplish blue blobs that are the two areas that were identified as water-dependent industrial. On the left is about 289 acres, which was ultimately rezoned to industrial water-dependent zoning. And then on the right is the 1,350 acres, which we're talking about today. It's still identified as WDI, but it's currently zoned as agriculture. For regional context, this map just sort of shows the general area. It points all the way up to the Travis Air Force Base, Sassoon, Fairfield, and Rio Vista, sort of giving you a distance marker of the sort of the remoteness of this site and its relation to the context within Solano County. The orange parcels that are identified are parcels owned by Flannery LLC, who's the project proponent or would be the potential project proponent for something down in the Collinsville area. And I don't think I really have anything else to add to this. If there's any questions on this map, just let me know. With that, I'm going to jump to Alex.
Thank you. So we want to discuss some of our recent engagement on this issue and in maritime in general, and then I'll begin to walk through some of the provisions of the proposed legislation. So more recently, since December of last year, the county has met over 35 times with Saronic, GoBiz, or California Forever, the landowner, on maritime activities and the potential maritime activities in the Collinsville area. The county has remained actively engaged with key state and regional partners throughout those discussions, including GoBiz, Cal Poly Maritime, and Solano EDC. A recent focus of that engagement became this proposed legislation, which seeks to improve the marketability of the site to attract maritime and shipbuilding activities. Oh, that's one too far. Thank you. So as the board's aware, after the prior legislative effort ended in 2025, since that time, most recently in the last several weeks, the governor's office engaged county staff to initiate discussions regarding Collinsville-specific legislative framework focused specifically on shipbuilding and maritime advanced manufacturing in the water-dependent industrial area that James described in the prior maps. The board's shipbuilding ad hoc committee and county staff met with our legislative delegation throughout those discussions about this potential legislation, and then most recently, as is attached to the agenda item today, is the proposed legislation for the board's consideration as part of this item. So now we'll begin to walk through some of the key provisions of that legislation. First and foremost, the legislation stipulates an initial reshape of the water-dependent industrial area, as well as other mandatory land use changes. So within 270 days of a written landowner request, the board would be required to reconfigure that 1,350 acres of water-dependent industrial east of Collinsville Road and amend the general plan and zoning. And the idea there is, as described in the map, the current figure is, as we refer to, as a bit of a coral-shaped, and that for various industrial activities, a different polygon or a different shape may be more conducive to industrial use, like a square or a rectangle, something of that nature. The county would determine the configuration of that polygon based upon shipbuilding and industrial needs, and other county policies, public health, drainage, biological resources, and other considerations would be, could and would be a factor in the reshaping of that polygon. The total water-dependent industrial acreage could not change or could not increase, and any land removed from the current water-dependent industrial area must be redesignated as agriculture. So again, the idea is to reshape the coral, the polygon, but not change the net amount of acreage with that designation. The complete project application may request, so subsequently, when there is a project application, that application may request one additional acreage neutral boundary adjustment. And that adjustment in and of itself is not a project approval and does not limit county permitting discretion. So the idea here is that there's an initial reshaping of the polygon. However, given that there isn't a current project application at this time, that initial reshaping may need to be subsequently refined when there is a final project application, and this legislation allows for one more opportunity for that reshaping to be conducive to that final industrial use. And finally, the county may require landowner-funded studies and reimbursement, and the county's obligation to reshape the polygon, the water-dependent industrial area, ceases if that reimbursement is refused. So next I'll touch on the allowable uses within that new water-dependent industrial polygon. So the legislation authorizes shipbuilding, maritime operations, as well as a broader category of advanced manufacturing related to shipbuilding, maritime activities, naval national security, or defense industrial base facilities. However, those latter uses are only permitted provided that those uses require or substantially benefit from direct access to navigable waters or a water-dependent maritime facility. The idea being here is that any ultimate industrial use needs to be directly related to or benefit the waterfront access as opposed to a more generic industrial or aerospace or defense use. Additionally, related and or supportive uses up to 20 acres are allowed within that area. That could be things like retail or hotel or other sort of ancillary services. But all of those uses would require conditional use permits from the county. Again, the idea here is that the acreage is preserved for industrial uses, and that while there is an allowable portion for ancillary uses, the focus remains on water-dependent industrial. And then finally, the legislation excludes standalone data centers, utility-scale solar facilities, and standalone battery storage facilities. Those uses would only be allowed when accessory, subordinate, and necessary to serve the qualifying maritime or manufacturing operation. Again, the intent of all of this is to ensure that the ultimate end industrial use is directly related to and benefits from its waterfront access.
Okay. Next. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about the CEQA components of this legislation. So, Debbie Vaughn, Assistant County Administrator. The project level CEQA exemptions that are included, the title says within the WDI, and on the next page we'll talk about outside of the WDI. So it deems that the 2008 General Plan Final EIR is sufficient for CEQA compliance and provides that no further CEQA review is required in the maritime and manufacturing project, the reshape, the rezoning, any of the activities that are done. The county still retains, and this component is important, the county still retains discretion to approve or deny every proposed project, and it can require conditions of approval, including environmental reviews, technical studies, mitigation, and other conditions that the county deems necessary or appropriate to avoid or reduce significant environmental impacts. And when you think of environmental impacts, that's not just habitat, that's roads, air quality, transportation measures as well. The other thing for outside entities that also have, and agencies that have permitting authority, the legislation proposes 90-day timelines for ministerial permits and up to 180-day timelines for discretionary approvals by those responsible agencies. It can be extended by one 30-day extension that's mutually agreed upon between the project proponent and that responsible agency. and if there are disputes regarding the timeline, the schedules, who has jurisdiction over what, the bill does include a 45-day dispute resolution process. So there's the legislation also includes a CEQA exemption on supporting infrastructure. So again, supporting infrastructure, the 2008 EIR is deemed sufficient for CEQA compliance, and the legislation provides that no further CEQA review is necessary. The second bullet just outlines some of those infrastructure uses: roads, rail, ferry, transit, energy transmission and distribution, and so on. Infrastructure outside of the water-dependent industry, again, like roads coming into the project site, are also covered by the exemption, but the county retains the right to determine at its discretion when that infrastructure is necessary or appropriate for a project. So if something was going to happen in Dixon and someone said, hey, we think that this is necessary for the site in Collinsville, the board could make the determination, okay, yes, we see that there's a connection, or they say, no, we don't think that there's a connection. Once the board does deem outside infrastructure necessary for the project, then it does get the CEQA exemption like the rest of the infrastructure. Important to note, though, that that exemption does not eliminate otherwise applicable environmental and public health permits for any of that infrastructure, including species protection and air and water quality measures. So outside agencies are required to follow a 90 or 180-day with the 130-day permit. The county is not subject to those same timelines, so the county does have the ability to order any of the kind of technical studies that it deems necessary in order to properly evaluate a project.
Thanks, Debbie. This slide is discussing how the legislation uses the 2008 EIR. So the 2008 EIR was a program-level review. It evaluated the broad environmental impacts of the county general plan and its land use designations. It was not project-level review of a specific shipyard design, construction operations, or site-specific impacts. The legislation deems the 2008 EIR sufficient for the required land use changes, qualifying projects, supporting infrastructure, and other agency approvals with no further CEQA review. As Debbie had mentioned, the county still could require technical studies, mitigation, and project conditions outside of CEQA, and could deny a project if it doesn't meet those requirements.
Okay, and then one of the provisions that's included in this legislation that was not included in the legislation that you reviewed last September was is this concept of judicial streamlining. And for those of you who have studied the actual legislation, it may look a little confusing. Essentially, what this legislation has done has added to existing streamlined judicial legislation. So it's just adding Solano Maritime and Manufacturing project uses into existing language that's already in statute. So when you look at the legislation, and there's a whole bunch of things about transportation projects and other things, that's existing statute. It's just the underlying part that talks about Solano Maritime and Manufacturing that is the new component. So what judicial streamlining does is it does require adjudication to be resolved within 270 days. That's what the streamlining language is. So if there's a lawsuit or some sort of challenge, it goes through a defined process, again, that's already in statute, and that process needs to be determined within a 270-day time clock. The applicant, the project proponent, would be responsible for the court costs and preparation of the administrative record, which is just part of the process. Another difference in this legislation versus the legislation you looked at last September is the sunset date. Last year there was a fixed date. This year the legislation would remain in effect until the board adopts an updated general plan, after which the legislative language would become inoperative. However, if there are actions taken, changes taken, like the reshape would be an example, prior to adoption of a new general plan, then those actions would remain in place. And that is a very high-level overview of the key provisions of the legislation. So happy to take questions if the board has any.
Anybody have a question? Okay. It was like a pregnant pause, and I'm thinking, I didn't see anybody put up a request to speak.
After 45 cards, I probably have a question.
Okay. All right. So we did the presentation. Don't notice how I put the "we" in there? Okay. So the presentation's done. So, oh my gosh, I'm still.
So Chair, can I jump in here just?
Oh, yes, you may.
So first of all, thank you to the staff for doing the presentation. I believe we may have our state legislators on the line. We're going to check to see, but
Okay.
I believe that they will be calling in. When we do get them on the line, we'll interrupt the process to try to give them a chance to speak. So I don't think I'm seeing a signal yet, but we'll keep an
Okay.
eye out for that. We appreciate that they're trying to reach out for input today.
Okay. You would think they would have heard from a lot of us ahead of time, but you're right. Verbal's always good. Okay. So with that, you might be, said that you're done at the moment. I would assume we can now start going to public comment.
Yes, ma'am. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be calling some online, some in the chambers, and then we'll be pulling in some from the other overflow rooms. So I'm going to
Okay.
start with the first 10, and I'm going to call 3 names, and so that way we can continuously have people lining up. So the first speakers are Chris Whitaker, Thomas Brandon, and Gal Coley. And I'm going to have you guys line up back here. Thank you.
A Solano County resident. I strongly oppose any special legislation that appeases land aggressors. There have been no signs of good faith. The years of intentional misconduct and undue influence is staggering, and attempting to spread this, what I call this land use malpractice using state overreach, should be alarming. You can give an inch and that will take a mile. Citing needs for housing and jobs and whatever are important, but insisting they're urgent, critical, or dire without including agriculture and lands that feed its ecosystems is entirely unwise and short-sighted. Ag land is not an item in a vending machine to be casually bought and rezoned at the whim of an investor. You cannot unwreck your county. In final closing with this, I would say that Merrill Island is the only solution to this national security need. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
One moment, sir. Sir.
Sir, the clerk wants to say something to you.
One moment. I have Senator Cabaldon on the line.
Okay, so we're going to interrupt. So Senator Christopher Cabaldon is on.
Okay. Senator Cabaldon, if you could please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sir, did we lose you? Yeah.
No, I'm here. Thank you so much for taking the call at this moment. I apologize. We are on the floor of the Senate right now. So I wanted to join you today simply to invite and appreciate the county's efforts to consider the proposed legislation that's before you and make a determination about what is in the best interest of the county. We began this process a little over a year ago when a similar proposal was made in order to advance the shipbuilding proposal specifically, and both the county and many elected officials, and economic development organizations, and cities and other entities in Solano County all endorsed the shipbuilding proposal and encouraged it to move forward and the work in order for that to occur. We made efforts last year to try to convene conversations about what that would take in terms of any potentially necessary state legislation, and we didn't get across the line last year, despite some heroic efforts by county staff and members of this board. We have, in the last couple of months, been restarting those conversations and work, and I think the language that you have before you is reflective extensive discussions, negotiations, and consideration of what would be necessary legislatively in order to make it possible for the county to make the Collinsville site ready for marketing and for economic development for shipbuilding and other maritime purposes. I want to emphasize that this is a framework that is at the county's option, both the determination about whether or not to move forward with legislation, but also the legislation grants you, the county, the Board of Supervisors in Solano County, the authority and the discretion and the determination in the future as to whether to move forward each step with any particular project that would be aligned with that. But that is the purpose of the legislation is simply to make it possible for the county to move quickly in order to achieve the rezoning and the general plan changes necessary for the property to be marketed for economic development for a shipbuilding or similar project. It's important to emphasize that a lot of the press and media about this issue over the last year or two has sometimes involved much larger. It has always involved much larger proposals related to the annexation or the New City proposal before that for the much larger residential and community project that is at play. This language does not authorize that in any way. It doesn't waive any environmental, fiscal, or democratic review of that project at all, or for the foundry itself. This is the language that you have to consider is exclusively and totally about the shipbuilding project. If you do decide to move forward, then the legislature is adjourning on Monday for the full 2-year session. So we do not have the opportunity to rewrite legislation at this stage, and so this is the hold on one moment. Cabaldan, aye. Sorry. Sorry.
Making a sausage.
Oh wait, excuse me. I have to show my face to do this. Cabaldan, aye. Okay, sorry. Yes, this is that time of year in the Capitol. So let me if I can't just stop here. I don't know if it's appropriate if there are questions or feedback that any of you would like to share with me at this time. I'm happy to do so. Oh,
I'm not seeing anybody raise their hand yet. Chris, is there a way you can call back in? Oh, I understand, but my goal is to, stay here till 3 in the morning? No, I'm just teasing. So, is there anything more that you want to add while you're still on the floor before you have to vote yay again?
No, I think not at this time, unless there are questions that you have that I can answer, or any further feedback that you'd like to share as well. But look forward to the determination that the board makes.
Okay. I'm not seeing anything. Anybody seeing anything out here? Okay. Oh, yeah, my board is... No one put their name up. You got to put your name up. Anybody on the Board of Supervisors want to ask ask a question to Chris?
I don't have a question.
Okay. Please.
Senator, this is Mitch. I don't have a question for you, sir, but I do want to thank you for your responsiveness to the county and for your support of the citizens in your county and your willingness to listen. Thank you, sir, for all your efforts on our behalf. Thank you.
Well, Supervisor, thank you very much for that, and just for the county and you and your colleagues on the board have been tireless through so many hours of negotiations and discussions, and really wrestling with hard challenges that are here and trade-offs that are present. But fundamentally, the state has a very limited role here, and these are decisions on the shipyard, but certainly on stuff beyond the shipyard, that must be made by the people and their elected representatives in Solano County. And you know this, but both Assemblymember Wilson and I have been steadfast in insisting that be the case, and that any legislation that moves forward be narrowly tailored specifically around the shipyard project, and that we don't interfere in the Capitol in the remainder of the various projects and proposals that are properly before you and LAPCO and the rest of the county.
Okay. Anybody? Okay, have fun on the floor, and we will let you go.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much,
for
Madam Chair.
calling.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ma'am, I have Assemblymember Wilson on the line.
Okay, so now we're going to interrupt again to have Assemblywoman Ms. Wilson. Go ahead.
Assemblymember Wilson, will you please press *6 to unmute yourself? We can see that you are unmuted. Go ahead.
Well, good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today, and I am here to respectfully ask you to consider the proposed Solano Maritime and Manufacturing Act carefully. This legislation offers an important opportunity for Solano County, an opportunity to position ourselves for significant economic investment, good-paying jobs, advanced manufacturing, and potentially a renewed maritime industry right here in our community. But I also want to emphasize something at the outset. This legislation does not approve a project. It does not select a developer, and it does not take away the county's ability to decide what ultimately gets built. This legislation is a product of a significant amount of discussion and collaboration, which you've heard from Senator Cabalvin. Over the course of the development of this proposal, we've been meeting and working with the county's ad hoc committees, county staff, policy staff in both the Assembly and the Senate, GoBiz, and the Governor's Office. These conversations have been important because our goal has never been to simply introduce a bill and tell Solano County what should happen. Our goal has been to develop a framework that responds to the county's concerns while positioning Solano to compete for what could be a tremendous economic opportunity. We have listened throughout this process, made changes, and worked to hone this into something that we believe can work for Solano County. And at its core, this legislation is about making Solano County more competitive for maritime and advanced manufacturing investment related to maritime. Solano already has through its general plan, approximately 1,350 acres designated for water-dependent industrial use in the Collinsville area. The legislation does not increase that overall acreage. Instead, it creates a process for the county to adjust the location and shape of those 1,350 acres so the site can better accommodate maritime and associated manufacturing uses. In other words, we are trying to make an existing industrial designation more practical and more attractive to potential employers and investors. The legislation also establishes clearer and more predictable timelines for necessary permits and approvals from responsible agencies. For example, responsible agencies would generally have 90 days to act on ministerial permits and 180 days after a complete application for a discretionary permit, with a limited extension available by mutual agreement. It also provides greater certainty around environmental review and judicial proceedings that a viable project cannot simply be tied up indefinitely through duplicative processes or excessive litigation. At the same time, the bill continues to require compliance with California's environmental and public health permitting laws, and specifically preserves the county's ability to require environmental studies, mitigation measures, and other conditions it determines are appropriate. The objective is straightforward. If a good project comes forward and Solano County wants it, we want that project to have a clear and timely path forward. One of my biggest concerns throughout this process has been protecting local control. I've been clear that I would not support a framework that allows Sacramento to dictate to Solano County what development should occur here. I believe the legislation before you addresses that concern. The county maintains its authority to approve, conditionally approve, or deny an individual project. In fact, the bill expressly states that nothing in the legislation requires the county to approve or conditionally approve a maritime or manufacturing project. It also preserves the county's police powers to protect public health, safety, and welfare. The county may require use permits. It may require infrastructure and funding plans. It may also require a development agreement to ensure the county and community receive measurable benefits and that local taxpayers are not left with unfunded costs associated with development. That was extremely important to me. We can make Solano more competitive without giving away Solano County's ability to determine what is right for this community. This is not something we would normally address through state legislation. Land use decisions are generally and appropriately made at the local level. But Solano County has a unique circumstance because of Measure T and the restrictions surrounding changes to land use designations in this area. I believe reshaping the existing maritime industrial zone to make it more viable for maritime development is well within the spirit of Measure T. However, given the unique legal framework here, state legislation is necessary to ensure that the county can make these decisions in a timely manner if it chooses to pursue this opportunity, and timing matters. There is significant national attention right now on rebuilding America's shipbuilding capacity and strengthening our maritime and defense industrial base. The findings in this legislation recognize that federal and private investments are being made in shipbuilding and that California has an opportunity to compete for those investments, particularly when projects like these are capable of moving quickly. From the state's perspective, I want to make sure Solano County is in the strongest position possible to compete for those resources. This legislation does not require the county to pursue that path. What it does is make sure that if the board decides that maritime manufacturing and the jobs and investments that come with it are something Solano wants to pursue, barriers do not prevent us from competing. One question surrounding this legislation is why we are doing this and there is not currently a specific project before the county. I understand that question. But part of economic development is preparing for an opportunity before it arrives. We have already seen what happens when Solano was competing for major maritime investment. We lost out on the Saronic opportunity. I don't want our community to look back several years from now at another major employer, another manufacturing facility, or another maritime investment that went somewhere else because Solano wasn't ready to compete. We cannot guarantee that a project will come. This bill certainly doesn't guarantee one. What we can do is make the site more desirable and give the county more tools in the toolbox to attract economic development and good paying jobs. Then, if a project does come forward, this board retains the ability to look at the specific proposal and decide whether it is right for Solano County. And I also want to emphasize that we are not talking about economic development at any cost. The legislation specifically requires qualifying projects to create high-wage, highly skilled jobs, including construction and permanent jobs, and to promote apprenticeship opportunities. That matters to me because the goal isn't simply development, the goal is economic development that creates real opportunities for working families in Solano County and throughout California. The legislation also provides $250,000 directly to Solano County to support the county's work implementing this framework, ensuring there is zero cost to the county while recognizing that the landowner and potential developer must cover all reimbursable costs. Ultimately, I view this legislation as a decision to prepare rather than a decision to develop. We are not asking this board today to approve a shipyard. We are not asking you to approve a developer. We are not asking you to surrender local control. We are asking whether Solano County should put itself in a position to compete. This legislation creates a framework to do just that while preserving the county's authority over the project that may ultimately come before you. We have worked hard to develop this framework together with the interests of the Solano County people in mind, and if the board votes to support it today, I'm committed to continuing that partnership as the legislation moves through the Capitol. As your state representative, I will continue advocating for Solano County's best interest and working with you to ensure our community has every economic opportunity to attract investment, good paying jobs, and build a strong economic future. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Anybody on the board? So, Assemblywoman, I have a question. Who's going to take care of the money for the infrastructure? That's a big concern I have, and I didn't see anything listed other than we may be charged, may not be charged. So if you could maybe explain that, that would be helpful for me.
As I understand it, that the infrastructure would be paid for primarily by the developer. There are some of the projects, like as it relates to 12, there's already ideas around that flow through CTC. So the state does have a role in that, but there's not expectation that the county would be bearing the cost of anything related to this project as a potential project. As we know, there's a saying in local gov, it's new development pays for new development.
Okay, good. Thank you. Anybody? Oops. Anybody? No? We're good? No. No, the Assemblywoman. Just send me an email. We can always forward it to her. Send it to the clerk, and we can forward it to Lori. Anybody else? Okay. So, Thomas. All right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Are you still there, Lori? Are you still there, Assemblywoman? I hope. No, Mr. I'll just have to thank her later.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Brandon. I am the Secretary-Treasurer of the California Conference of Machinists. We have over 100,000 members in the state of California. We also represented Mare Island Dry Dock when it was viable, and it unfortunately got shipped to Washington. The work got shipped to Washington. So I've got everyone has a letter from me, or should have. Thank you. I'll go to the specifics. Specifically, we oppose any bill without the existence of agreements guaranteeing enforceable labor standards that are legally and binding on California Forever, the shipyard operators, and the third-party contractors or subcontractors engaged in ship operation at the site. And neutrality commitments, meaning California Forever, the developer, and all contractors and subcontractors, including third-party shipbuilders, must remain neutral in any effort by workers to organize and must agree not to interfere with, campaign against, or obstruct union organizing or representation efforts among the workforce employed at the project. We talked to the two, Bob Hertzberg and Darrell Steinberg. They won't agree to this. So I came before the board to let you know this. I actually sent this to the legislatures, thinking it was them. I found out this morning at 7:50 that it wasn't. I came down here. I got here at 9:30. I thought I missed it, but it's at 2 o'clock, so I came back at 2, and I wanted to speak on this. Thank you very much for your time.
Gall, go ahead.
Gall Cully, Realtor, land specialist with Keller Williams in Vacaville, and a homeowner in Solano County. For more than 50 years, California has recognized the importance of protecting the Sassoon Marsh and Delta, beginning with the 1974 Sassoon Marsh Preservation Act. Yet today, Sacramento is considering special legislation that would diminish Solano County's land use authority and the voice of the people who elected you to represent them. As a realtor and a land professional, I find this precedent deeply concerning. Every landowner and developer must follow zoning, general plans, environmental review, and due diligence. A project of this magnitude should follow those same rules. Today, it's shipbuilding in Collinsville. Tomorrow, what project and what community will be next? This is not about opposing jobs or economic development. It is about protecting local governance. It is about consistent land use rules and meaningful public access. Thank you.
Next three speakers are Ruth Forney. Ruth Forney, you're next. Skip Thompson and Sarah Donnelly.
Good afternoon. First of all, to everyone at the county level, you should be thanking California Forever. They did all the legwork, and they got all this started. But I am disappointed that you did nothing to help advance the needs of Suisun City. I know that's not your job, but that's a city trying to survive. The region, the city, and the counties need jobs and housing. Don't let your personal feelings against California Forever cloud your judgment. Now, supervisors, please close your eyes for a second. Come on. Now, imagine that this is your city that need help, where would you stand? Thank you.
Madam Chair, board members, my name is Skip Thompson, and I'm going to try to go through 4 decades of history in about 60 seconds. 1984, the Orderly Growth Initiative was first passed. 1994, I was on the board. We passed it at the board level because it was quite obvious that our constituents wanted to protect land and wanted development to occur within the cities. Fast forward to 2017. A suspicious entity is buying up all this ag land at 4 and 5 times the market value. And I can say a little bit about that, having been the former assessor recorder. Then you have a lawsuit from this particular group, California Forever, Flannery, suing the same people that sold the land when they were being offered these exorbitant prices. And I say this only because you got to know who you're dealing with. They don't have a great track record. Then they have their audacity to require elected officials to sign non-disclosure agreements. I've never heard of that. You all represent us, right? And so finally, you're asked to believe us. We're going to do what's best for Solano County. You need to decide that this is a bad project right from the get-go and vote no on moving forward with any project in Collinsville. Thank you.
Before you start, I'm going to go ahead and call the next 3. Sean M., Colin Fakrion. It looks like Fakrion. And Yvonne Baginski. You are the next 3 speakers. Go ahead.
Honorable Chair, members of our Board of Supervisors, I'm Sarah Donnelly. I am a City Council member in the closest city to a project like this. We support economic development, of course, and shipbuilding. We signed that. But we need to make sure that those environmental impacts are mitigated. We didn't lose to Saronic because of that. We lost it because Newsom is our governor, and Texas is, on the good side of our current federal government. There are real impacts for us here in the city of Rio Vista, and I'm appalled by the audacity of California Forever and their attempt to bypass the CEQA. It's not even a real project, as we've already heard, and it could, I believe, it's a Trojan horse. They first brought us supposed housing, now they're talking about shipbuilding, and what I think they're really up to is a data center in our backyard.
Fair time.
So I specifically oppose the legislation.
The 3 speakers that I called, Sean M. Yes, you're next. Colin Farion? Go ahead.
Esteemed supervisors, to speak out against the billionaire city California Forever, my name is Sean. I am a volunteer labor organizer with the Industrial Workers of the World, one of the oldest existing grassroots labor unions. I'm here not for personal gain, but solely by my own conscience. I urge you never to underestimate the value of your own leadership on this issue. Supervisors Mashburn, I've appreciated your skepticism about Newsom, if I can put it that way. Brown, I appreciated your comments on this issue that went viral. We need that type of energy now. When I've spoken to statewide lawmakers in Sacramento, echoing Cabalden's sentiment, they're very clear. They say California Forever needs to bring local opinion on board first. And when we talk to representatives and their staff in LA and so forth, they're saying the same. They're following your lead. I urge you, don't assume that you'll be steamrolled anyway. Take a stand, fight back on this locking in of an ancient CEQA EIR. My younger brother's in the building trades, so okay. Help us fight back. Thank you.
Colin? Okay. Yvonne. Okay.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Baginski, and I'm representing the Napa Solano Audubon Society. I'm here today because we are opposed to the reshaping of the marsh and the work that's being planned in the river area. This is a very, very environmentally important area to this county and to the birds. We also did not see the legislative, and we had no chance to take a look at what was being proposed. You all got it yesterday. We haven't gotten anything. We couldn't bring it to our members. We couldn't bring it to for our conversations. I'm also very concerned about all the conversations that happen between the cities and the counties and the politicians up in Sacramento. Very rarely are environmentalists or people who are interested in preserving and conserving this property brought to the table to be part of the conversation. I am requesting that when you all have these high-level talks, that you include the people that are some of the environmental organizations that are in this room. You include some of the wildlife biologists. You include people that can also have a say, so you won't get all this feedback. Thank you.
Colin.
Hello, thank you. I'm Colin Ferry, and I live here in Vallejo, homeowner in Vallejo. I'm also generally in the tech industry. I've been for a long time, long enough to know that I don't trust a lot of the people in the larger tech industry. And we all know who's been pushing this initiative, and they've been trying to stealth this through for a long time, and this is their new way of doing it, and I don't trust them whatsoever. The other big point is we're trying to skip environmental review based on an 18-year-old study. I don't know what you were like 18 years ago, but I don't know if I would fully trust myself 18 years ago, and I would want a re-review. And I really think that it behooves us to go through the real process of giving an environmental review and not try to just skip over it oh, everything was fine 18 years ago. I think that's ridiculous. So that's all. Thank you.
Alicia Mijares.
Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Mijares. I'm representative of Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. I'm here to ask that you reserve support for the draft legislation on the shipyard contingent on the acceptance and agreement of labor standards submitted by the AFL-CIO and Metal Trades Council. California forever signed a historic agreement to build union, but after those jobs are gone, the people who work there permanently have no guarantee. Let's support this legislation and the shipyard, but let's do it right. Solano County, let's make this a true benefit for Solano County by attaching labor rights and standards, including local hire, state-approved apprenticeship requirements, to the phase that will come after the construction and will last for generations. We don't want to miss out on the opportunity of the lifetime here, but we do want the project to be a true benefit to this county, this state, and the people who live their lives here. Thank you.
Next speaker, Kim Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. I'm a Fairfield resident, just an ordinary person, and I wish to say to you that last week the federal government ordered California, Arizona, and Nevada to reduce their Colorado water use. Climate change, or whatever you want to call it, is here. And a 2008 environmental report cannot reflect conditions as they are today. Please push back to this. Don't allow yourselves to be bullied. Take time to assess, review, and do what's right for Solano County and not the billionaires. Thank you.
Nate Huntington.
Dear Board, Solano County Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to address you and practice this practice of democracy. The Solano Together Coalition and over 50 partners, both locally and at the state level, have expressed opposition to any last-minute trailer bill or bill introduced for California Forever, like this. Every Democratic club locally, the Republican Central Committee, environmentalists, agricultural groups, housing justice, unions, racial justice, and many more have said, do not accept this last-minute backroom deal. We expect you to do the same. Join us in this feeling of freedom to say no to this company, California Forever, with investors openly hostile to democracy who have spent $500,000 this session lobbying the governor. Do not tie your own hands with this legislation. This lame duck governor and this company do not have the time nor political capital left to move something more egregious than this awful bill. But that's only if you say no. Like the people of Solano County, many in Sacramento are fed up with this group and want a reason to say no as well. That's you. Thank you for your time.
Lucia Munoz. Lucia Munoz.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Lucia. I'm a policy associate with Save the Bay and a Solano County resident. Save the Bay is a nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting, restoring, and advocating for San Francisco Bay. A large shipyard in the area of the Bay will most certainly result in significant dredging of San Francisco Bay, among other environmental impacts, and would do so without the benefit of environmental review or associated avoidance and mitigation of impacts to sensitive ecosystems and species. Approval of the current proposal, therefore, would set a terrible precedent. Dredging is currently regulated by the Bay Conservation and Development Commission precisely because this activity is so impactful and often harmful to the Bay. Furthermore, the Delta and the San Francisco Bay are one interconnected estuarine system. What happens in the Delta does not stay there, and changes to sediment, water quality, and habitat in the Delta can directly affect the health and resilience of the Bay. This kind of local activity should be managed in accordance with our regional laws and absolutely should not be approved without the review of a project plan and an associated EIR. We are asking for your opposition. Thank you.
Jason Nivens. Jason.
Good afternoon. I'm Jason Nim with Ellis Power Grid California. I also submitted written comments. Ellis Power takes no position on California Forever's plans, but we ask the county to condition any support for state streamlining of shipbuilding and maritime manufacturing development on enforceable protections for the Collinsville project. CAISO determined that the Collinsville project's needed and requires it in service by June 28. It's now in its final CPUC review, and the project's been estimated to generate approximately $1.7 million in annual county property taxes and could facilitate local generation and large load interconnections in the future, including the shipbuilding project. California Forever opposes the project and controls property needed by Ellis Power and PG&E. Delays would postpone reliability and economic benefits and risk higher ratepayer costs. Any streamlining should preserve land needed for the project as proposed or the environmentally superior alternative, require the conveyance of those property rights for just compensation, and prohibit opposition or challenges to project approvals. So please direct county staff and legislative advocates to support only legislation containing these protections. Thank you.
Ann Carr.
Good afternoon, supervisors and county residents. My name is Ann Carr. I'm a Vallejo native. I went away for college and career and moved back 15 years ago. I have lived and worked in Madrid, Spain, Washington, D.C., and Silicon Valley, and I'm old enough to have some life and work lessons. One lesson from Silicon Valley is beware of slideware and buying the sizzle. And we learned this lesson in the dot-com bust that you need to have some actual genuine product and reality around what you're making plans on. A lesson from Vallejo. Vallejo is the poster child for what happens when a community loses its economic engine, and I think that's what we can expect with California Forever. I see them as a predator and not as a partner. In my opinion, they are a speculative group of millionaires who've made a hostile takeover of land that should be protected for agriculture, not to mention for the operation of the Travis Air Force Base, the biggest employer in Solano County. Thank you.
Richard Sinkoff.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Richard Sinkoff. I'm an urban planner, regional planner, and environmental planner. I just got the presentation, so I'll be brief on a couple of points that I think are important for the board. First, my understanding is that the legislation was introduced only within the last month. That does not provide for meaningful public input, a requirement for board deliberation. Second, the presentation made by staff did not show Vallejo and Mare Island. I think that, I don't know if that's an oversight, but clearly that excludes one of the best options that the county has for this kind of development. So I would encourage staff to revise that. Finally, the reliance on the 2008 EIR and the idea that there have been no substantive changes from them, again, does not meet the statutory requirements of CEQA, where it can be shown reasonably that there have been substantial changes in the context and any of the environmental factors that are required to do subsequent or supplemental environmental review. Thank you very much for your time.
Ellis Ray. You need some water or anything? Okay.
How's it going? I'm Ellis Ray. I am a former wildland firefighter and forest restoration worker and riparian worker. A lot of people have a lot more of the correct words to say, so I'm just going to leave you with a quote from the late, great Dolly Parton. We should pay more attention. We're mistreating Mother Nature, and that's being ugly to your mama. We need to take better care of the things that God gave us freely that we are so freely messing up. So thank you.
John Napari.
In my opinion, the California Forever could care less about the ships that they just want to have someone else take care of their infrastructure, so they won't have to pay for it themselves, and that they put more money in their own pockets. Now, people need to understand that the water level is way too low in that area. The bridges are way too low. If they decide to dig a trench out to run it out through the delta, there's a big chance they're going to damage that ecosystem, and a lot of people depend on that water. And a PS kind of thing here. I was at one of these meetings, and I heard seen somebody give a wink and a nod to somebody when they were going off to lunch. And when they came back, there was a lady who got up and did a little dog and pony show, and I could see right away that nothing was going to happen, and they'd already made up their mind.
Chair time.
And so, that's already 3 minutes?
No, it's 1 minute.
There were a lot of people, sir, so we had to drop it to 1 minute apiece.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Send your information in an email, send it to the clerk. We'll all read it.
This is the third time you guys have done this. One time it was 1 minute, now it's 2 minutes, and now it's 1 minute again?
No, sir, we had how many people?
100.
100, and I wanted to make sure everybody had an opportunity to speak. So that's on me.
On Holstein?
Decision.
I'm Dr. Glenn Holstein, UC Davis scientist. Back when I could do field work, I was impressed by how the residents of the farms and ranches of eastern Solano County could raise families, produce food, and actually protect the natural environment and California species better than even preserved areas that were in public hands because they could control the weeds. More recently, I did a study of how this proposed project would block the delta breeze that Central California depends on for cooling temperatures, including the state capital and so on. But more recently, I've also learned that in the anniversary of our independence and our ability to vote, there's a group that are backing California Forever that are described in this book, the Nerd Reich, that want to do away with civil government, they want to do away with voting, and they consider California Forever the project to make this happen. They want to essentially make a gated community out of the whole eastern half of your county. And if you doubt this, it's hard to believe, but it's in this book. Thanks.
Cynthia Cortez.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Cortez. I am the policy manager
for Restore the Delta, we urge the board to oppose the proposed governor's trailer bill to advance the California Forever project. First, I want to make one thing clear. Ramming a policy proposal in the form of a trailer bill is an inappropriate use of the budget process that bypasses rigorous review by policy committees and with the sole intention of excluding community input. As a result, important stakeholders, including communities and tribes, have been excluded. The tribal consultation language in particular is troublesome. Rushing legislation where tribes have not had any input on this language is morally wrong. Many tribes are in ceremony throughout the month of August. This should have been worked out months ago properly with tribes. Second, the proposal specifically targets streamlining for the shipbuilding component of the project. However, Stockton and Vallejo are two disadvantaged communities in the Delta that have both the historical significance and existing infrastructure for shipbuilding. Adding such projects in an environmentally sensitive region is both irresponsible and elitist. Investing in existing infrastructure to bring jobs to the region would be the responsible option rather than folding to billionaire demands. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Jefferson.
Supervisors, this bill is not about restoring American shipbuilding. This is about totalitarian control. It is about handing a special deal to one land maker while the real shipyard site is ignored. Lieutenant Commander Keith Blevins just published in the U.S. Naval Institute proceedings a clear case for reclaiming Mare Island as the Coast Guard's national spot. It is much more effective. California Forever's spot would cost 3 times more, and it would be wildly less effective as Mare Island, as the dry docks. The competing Greenfield proposal at Collinsville has been estimated to be more at $22 billion. It would be about $10 billion to redo Mare Island. The special EIR forces this board to rezone on a private timeline and just removes power away from the people and just gives it right to a corporate entity merging with the state, with Gavin's rich friends. The egregious removal of tribal concern is one of the worst in the world. And this will impact black and brown communities the worst. Over 190,000 Solano residents, mostly black and brown, who are already struggling, will be displaced or homeless in the last affordable place for the most diverse county west of the Mississippi. Devastated for Newsom's rich white friends and colonizations. And the economics of Silicon Valley did this to South Bay, where 1% owns 70% of the capital there. Wanda, I know your heart is with Sassoon. I feared you've lost your way. Don't forget us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Marty, yes. Marty.
Let's try to be respectful to everybody's time. Okay, please? I know you will be, sir. I'm not worried about you.
Okay. That's great. Board of Supervisors, my name is Mahdi. I'm a property owner in Solano County. I'm not going to try and go over some of the issues that people have already better presented than I could. I want to reiterate this will be an ecological disaster, and it's not good for the county. But one thing I do want to say, remember the saying, all politics are local. So we urge you to vote no on this project, because otherwise you've heard from the people. We will remember, and we will vote no on you in the future.
Princess Washington.
Good afternoon. I want to be very clear. I'm not opposed to shipbuilding, jobs, or economic development. I am certain the county wants to accommodate this potential for this project and what it may bring, but we should do so at our own pace, through our own processes and without undue influences. Solano County's existing zoning already positions us to pursue this opportunity if you so choose. Yet the applicant has not even submitted an application, and special legislation is being considered that could circumvent CEQA, Measure T, and meaningful judicial review. This is a waterfront project along the Sacramento River, near the Sassoon Marsh and Delta. We need to understand the impacts before changing the rules. I respectfully ask the board to request an expedited application from the developer, require full technical studies, mitigation reports, and environmental review, oppose changes that circumvent Measure T without voter approval, reject the arbitrary 270-day deadline for judicial challenges. CEQA is not the enemy of economic development. It helps ensure that projects are sustainable for generations to come. We can welcome this opportunity without surrendering local control. Let Solano County move forward thoughtfully, transparently, and on your own terms. Thank you.
Jim Bartz. Jim Bartz.
I'm Jim Bartz, and I can see Collinsville from my house.
Let's all keep our eyes on the ground, 'cause Flannery's a weasel. He'll pop out a hole and we'll whack-a-mole. Pop, whack that weasel. He plays the fields by guessing begosh. He pokes up like a needle. He monkeys round until he's found. Pop, whack that weasel. A penny for an old homestead. With dirty paws and greed, he'll churn up the earth for less than it's worth. Pop, whack that weasel. Just hit the nail right on the head. He's underneath the table. Wop, bop, don't let him come up. Pop, whack that weasel. Life's a game, we're in an arcade. He's playing like a sleazeball, tilting the board on his every move. Pop, whack that weasel. Flannery beats all around the bush. We'll chase that monkeying weasel. That's the way the money goes. Bop, whack that weasel. Dear County Board of Supervisors, grow orderly, show your goodwill. Don't build new ships in old Collinsville. We ask you please'll. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bartz, before you comment, I'm going to call up the next round of people to line up. So if I call your name, please come around this way and line up on the side. Glenn Lovell, Bob Berman, Jessica Furtado, Aaron Pearson, Anderson Russo, I believe, Andrew Russo, Chris Rico, Jeff Dice, Yvonne Camper, Tom Kuhnhart, I think, and Cynthia Nelson. Okay, Ms. Bartz, go ahead.
For what it's worth. There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with big plans over there. Solano friends, you got to beware. I think it's time we stop. Children, what's that sound? Shipyards built on good farm ground. Suing farmers who won't sell land their ancestors dwelled. Bought up thousands of acres of land. Secret lies and dirty glad hands. We better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Stop. Hey, what's that sound? Billionaire bullies going down.
Samuel.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Sam Appel with the United Auto Workers, representing 100,000 members in California, including workers in aerospace, vehicles, defense, maritime, and other supply chains. We're glad to see the project labor agreement on this project, or on this proposal. However, the proposal before the board today lacks critical criteria to ensure good permanent jobs and local community benefits. The proposal is not just a maritime proposal. The language includes significant heavy manufacturing, defense-related manufacturing, and much besides shipbuilding. The permanent workforce on this project is not protected or assured good jobs in this proposal. There are no community benefits guaranteed and assurances that local folks will benefit from permanent jobs. Manufacturing unions have not been consulted at all on this proposal. The full California Labor Federation and hundreds of allied groups have developed holistic standards for industrial development in Senate Bill 954. We need these standards in a project to support a proposal like this.
Thank you. Samuel Gale.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Samuel Gale. I'm a 20-year resident of Solano County and a current member of UA Local 343. I came here today to voice my willingness to admit that the things that have been happening aren't working. It's time for a change. The processes have stalled, and the advancement that Solano County needs and its young citizens need, it's got to be different. So we're looking to you to make that decision. We're looking to you to make the choices to do something different, to create the spark that Solano County needs, California needs, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Glenn.
Good afternoon, Supervisors and members of the public. Glenn Lovell, Executive Director with the Napa Solano Central Labor Council, representing about 45 local unions across Solano and Napa counties. I know we see two great issues before us. First, the vast underdevelopment of the outer parts of the Bay Area and the shortage of jobs and infrastructure. Second, our new Gilded Age and how to keep control of the ultra-wealthy. What are the answers? The answers are accountability. The collective labor movement calls for equal support across sectors, the project labor agreement, construction workers, manufacturing operations, all with strong labor standards. And our second fundamental standard is to mandate a community benefits process and bring the public in through every step of this before anything is approved. Bring everyone together to chart our path forward. Thank you.
Bob Berman.
Hello. Before my minute begins, can I ask for clarification on the legislation through the chair? Before my minute begins, I would like clarification in terms of the impact to the Solano County Orderly Growth Initiative, specifically as it's mentioned in the proposed legislation, Ordinance 2008-1.
I don't have an answer to that.
Chair, you have the discretion to ask for an answer to that, or you can just keep rolling through public comment, and then if a board member has a question at the end, we can respond then.
How long will it take to answer that?
I mean, it's in the legislation. It's an override of Measure T.
Okay. Well, it's not clear, and nobody has stated clearly, that it takes away the right to vote for Solano County residents, as mentioned in, contained in the Solano County Orderly Growth Initiative. Okay. The local assembly person talked about local control, which all Solano County elected officials should be concerned about. I'm concerned that 40 state senators and 80 assembly members, of which only one lives in Solano County, is deciding if this legislation is approved, it'll take away the right to vote for over 230,000 registered voters in Solano County in regards to the future how Solano County grows. I would also suggest that before you make a final decision, you take a recess and you read Appendix E of the countywide plan.
Chair time.
Appendix E outlines the reasons for the Orderly Growth Initiative and why it is so important. Thank you.
Bob. I'm just looking at the time.
Erin Pearson.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Pearson, and I'm proud to stand in support of the proposed Solano Maritime and Manufacturing Act. I was born and raised in Solano County, a graduate of the California Maritime Academy, now known as Cal Poly Maritime. I returned to Solano County 6 years ago to purchase my first home, be closer to family, and continue my career. I've spent more than 2 decades working in the maritime industry. I've seen firsthand the opportunities this industry can create, and I'm passionate about advocating for it. Maritime careers are not just jobs. They're careers providing good wages, stability, advancement, and the ability to build a meaningful life. Opportunities like these do not happen by accident. We have to intentionally invest in the future workforce and create pathways for young people and adults who want to build careers in industries critical to our region, state, and country. We need to ensure the next generation does not feel they have to leave home to find a good career or spend hours commuting to work. We should be creating those opportunities right here. The opportunities this act would present to the maritime industry are endless, and this is why I will continue to advocate for creating and building strong partnerships between industry and our local communities.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. When you go up, please just state your name, please.
Andrew Russo, resident of Sassoon. You know, after listening to Wilson and Calderon, it almost reminds me of a bad LSD experience. The total rationalization for this obscenity is beyond my imagination or credulity. First of all, what he called the city of Sassoon, what he called didn't let the people of Sassoon vote on this annexation. Secondly, the county, what he called California Forever, withdrew the petition because they knew it would lose. What do you call it in the county? They're relying on EIR, what do you call it? That's 18 years out of what he called enactment. They're relying on what he called possibly having data centers. These are the same people that have destroyed communities throughout this country. I mean, I feel like this is a kind of amalgamation of Alice in Wonderland and Gulliver's Travels.
Fair time.
You have a Mare Island and you're building a shipyard somewhere in the boondocks? Does that make any sense to you?
Chair time.
I have one last question. I have one last question.
Sir, your turn.
Do you represent the
Please
people
don't cut him
of
off.
Solano, or do you represent billionaires?
Okay. All right.
My name is Jeff Deese, and I live in Vallejo. Please reject this sweetheart deal. That's exactly what it is. This legislation asserts that Collinsville is a unique deepwater site. The only thing unique about this is the deep pockets of the people that are promoting it and the methods they're going about it. I want to ask you on behalf of Vallejo and Mare Island and every other potential shipyard city in California, what gives Sacramento the right to uniquely privilege this giant competitor? There is no call for this. How ludicrous is it now that you're being asked, with no chance to really evaluate this, to make a decision today? Oh my God. There is no proponent for it, we hear. We have time. There is no urgency here. Who makes decisions in this county? Who protects the lands and the resources and the citizens?
Fair time.
We know it's not the state. Please do your job today for us.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Camper. I'm representing the Rio Vista Democratic Club, and I thank you for your time today to listen to our reasons that I'm here today. We are opposing this. I have a petition of about 80 people that signed this, and we are calling on the Solano County Supervisors to oppose California Forever's underhanded efforts to weaken the state's environmental protections and Solano County's local land use decision-making through a perversion of the trailer bill process. And I'm asking you today to honor our request and convey our opposition to our Assembly Member Wilson's office. And I have the petition if I can leave it with you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Rico, President and CEO of Solano County Economic Development Corporation, and I'm going to try to read quickly. Esteemed supervisors, first I want to acknowledge that you and the county staff have been working tirelessly on this bill that would set the stage to bring shipbuilding back to Solano County. Our regional and national economy are in a time of great transition at the moment and can feel a bit overwhelming for all of us. So thank you for putting in the time and effort to negotiate this opportunity. On August 13th, 2026, President Trump signed a national security presidential memorandum rebuilding the United States Navy and America's shipbuilding industrial base, which orders a plan to establish a 5th public Navy yard within 120 days. His order specifically outlines that the new shipyard must be located near the U.S. Pacific Fleet. In 2008, the county had the good sense to create a maritime industrial zone in Collinsville, recognizing this asset and opportunity. We have by far the best site in the United States to build a new shipyard. This is why Saronic wanted to bring their $3.5 billion investment to Solano County. Unfortunately, we were not able to move quickly enough, and we lost out to Texas, as we so often do.
Chair time.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jess. I'm from Vallejo. A lot of people have already said a lot of points that I agree with. I just want to reiterate the environmental impact this will have, and that I've been lucky enough to work in habitat restoration and to work at places talking about how important the Delta is. We have lost up to 98% of the original habitats here. It would be a shame if we lost more. There's already some shipyard stuff in Vallejo and Mare Island, if that's an indicator of how this potential shipyard could become. I worry about those jobs in the future. I'll end with the quote that I saw right out there that I thought was really nice was, "We can choose to bring about a better and more just world for our children." I hope that does include not destroying the environment. Thank you.
Before. We have one speaker that I called that has not come up, Tom Kuhnhart. It looks like it's Kunhardt. Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Cynthia Nelson. I've been a resident of Solano County for over 50 years, and I really care about this county. People are talking about jobs. Travis Air Force Base is responsible for a lot of jobs for this county, a lot of income for it, tax money and everything, and we have to be careful for keeping it viable and not losing it. Collinsville is the wrong place for shipbuilding. The delta isn't deep enough, the channels there. It isn't good for supporting it. The best place for shipbuilding will be Mare Island. It's been effective since 1800 for building ships. They built the first U.S. destroyer in 1859 out of Mare Island. That's the best location for shipbuilding. There's no reason why it shouldn't be used again. And I hope you'll vote no on this. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'm going to go to some of the callers on the line.
Okay.
Okay. Caller with phone number ending in 61, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish. And a reminder, you do have 1 minute. A reminder to all of the callers on the line, you do have 1 minute. And if you're watching as well, there is a 30-second time delay. So I will be letting you know when that minute is up. Caller with phone number ending in 61, please go ahead and press *6 to unmute yourself. Caller with phone number ending in 61, please press *6 to unmute yourself. There you go. State your name if you wish.
Yes, Daniel Boone, Solano County resident, Mare Island resident. I'd like to address a couple of points that were made earlier. California Forever is not going away. I'm urging you to vote no today because they are not going away. They have proved that. They have put you in a position of having to rush to judgment on a very bad bill. California Forever can afford to meet CEQA requirements. They're trying to sweep them away because they cost a little bit of extra money, but they can afford it. The argument was made that Solano would be ready to compete. Saronic went to Texas because of a $211 million tax break, not because of California CEQA requirements. And if you approve this, I just want you to keep in mind that Dixon, Vallejo, all Solano cities would also lose CEQA protections if the developer can link their project.
Daniel, you've reached your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 40, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish. Caller with phone number ending in 40, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish. Okay, they are not unmuting them. Oh, there they go.
Hello?
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Hello. My name is Ben Terrio. I'm the Vice President of PORAC, the Peace Officers Research Association of California. We represent many locals, including local police associations, including Sassoon, Vacaville, and Fairfield, and the Solano County DSA. We are in support of moving this item forward. It's not a final issue by any means, but we believe it's the right step in the right direction for good careers, good jobs that will also help provide for better police services, better emergency services. And the area needs economic development. It's just that simple. We're in support of this measure. And again, it's not the end all be all. We understand that. And we hope that it will put this project on a path where everyone can be at a good, positive place for the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number ending in 49, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Caller with phone number ending in 49.
My name is Linda Cheeseman. I'm a Solano County resident. I urge you to take a firm position against the proposed Solano Maritime Manufacturing Act. It's not simply about shipbuilding or creating jobs. The legislative end run around Solano County's voters, the general plan, the environmental review process. After failing to secure community support, the California Forever withdrew their ballot measure. Now its development interests are being advanced through rushed state legislature, which will compel the county to amend its general plan, zoning ordinances, policies within 270 days of a landowner's request. Even worse, if you would declare 2008 environmental support sufficient for massive industrial development that was never specifically evaluated, eliminating further CEQA review for covered projects and infrastructure. It's not local planning. It's a state-mandated rezoning initiative by a private landowner. We're not for sale. California Forever is trying to accomplish in Sacramento what it couldn't accomplish at the ballot box. Solano County's future should not be rewritten at the request of billionaires while the voters are pushed aside. Solano supports jobs and responsible economic investment, but development must be transparent, environmentally responsible, and undertaken with the community, not imposed upon it. Sorry, I will surrender. Do not surrender our future through rushed special legislation.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 34, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
I'm Sarah Sorokin. I'm a resident of Rio Vista, and this rush trailer bill isn't about shipbuilding. It's about the Newsom administration and California Forever quickly ramming through legislation that will force the rezoning of agricultural land irregardless of our voter-approved orderly growth initiative, and greenlight a broad range of industrial development with little regard to mitigating the potential devastating impacts to our Delta ecosystem, water and power supply, and air quality. This bill should go through the normal legislative process because billionaires should not be allowed to bypass democracy so they can extract profit, ignore community impacts, and use $250,000 and more taxpayer dollars at the expense of our health. Please do not set a dangerous precedent in our county and state. We are relying on you to be our voice and say no to this fast-track legislation. Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 32, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Selena Perez. I'm a local veteran and resident in Solano County. I'm here today to urge your support for modern shipbuilding legislation in the Collinsville Special Study Area. Leveraging this deepwater asset is a rare opportunity to transform our region, bringing thousands of good-paying skilled jobs and expanding the tax base to fix our roads, support our schools, and fund public services. Investing in Collinsville is an investment in our people. Since everyone else has been sharing some quotes today, I'm going to offer some millennial wisdom. Scared money don't make money. Let's be bold for Solano County. Thank you and God bless.
Caller with phone number ending in 21, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Krista with Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition. I just want to start with Solano County cannot pretend this proposed state legislation is harmless. Any carve-out for shipbuilding or maritime in Collinsville will hit Vallejo and Solano counties directly, specifically in our housing stability, our air, and in our water. Vallejo already has one of the most cost-burdened renter populations in the entire Bay Area. We're absorbing the region's displacement. Opening the door to fast-track industrial development in Collinsville will just fuel that speculation. And let's be really clear. Special state legislation is a red flag. It's a way for powerful interests to bypass local authority and our public process. Solano has seen this playbook before, and we're not going to let Sacramento rewrite our land use protection behind closed doors. I urge this board to take a firm, unequivocal stance. No carve-outs, no weakening of local control, and no legislation that worsens housing instability that's so bad right now, or environmental harm for Vallejo and Solano County.
Chair time.
Residents deserve protection.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 12, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Reed Wainscoat, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Center for Biological Diversity. We strongly oppose the Solano Maritime and Manufacturing Act. This proposed bill allows California Forever to bypass environmental review and override the county's voter-affirmed orderly growth initiative through a fast-tracked process without sharing details to the public. Ceding all control of a site to private owners is undemocratic, especially through the budget trailer bill process, which already severely limits public input. Special exemptions for environmental review and land use changes coming from Sacramento deserve a full hearing and vetting through the legislative process. Otherwise, it sets a dangerous precedent that well-connected landowners can circumvent local land use control through special exemptions without ever producing even one public document showing potential plans for the land. Please do not support fast-track sweetheart deals with California Forever. Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 85, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
Hi, my name is Maya Khosla. I agree with many of the incredibly painstaking comments that have come up before me, indicating why fast-tracking this project for California Forever would be damaging to the community, and it would eliminate or negate public input at every turn. There is no need for that, whether or not you support a port or are against it. The public input process is vital, and because taxpayer dollars are going to be used in such amounts for such a development, it's even more important to not circumvent CEQA. So this fast tracking is not a good sign, and it doesn't set a good precedent either. So it's really the process that is part of the strongest objection here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in, did I already call 85? That's it. Okay. All right, I'm going to move back to callers, to people in the chamber now. Joshua Arce.
Afternoon, Supervisors. Joshua Arce, Executive Director with the California Alliance for Jobs. We're a coalition of construction unions and union construction employers, 70,000 members, 2,000 employers, saying thank you. Thank you for all of your work to get to this point. Thank you to our state leaders. Thank you to everyone who's worked hard to get to a compromise, which is this state legislation that we strongly support. It's not easy to say yes. It's a lot easier to say no, and we've heard a lot of no today. But saying yes to this legislation gives us a chance to recapture what we lost to Texas. We lost 10,000 jobs. That's direct jobs. 27,000 more jobs indirectly created on top of 3,500 to 5,500 construction jobs. And in Solano County, where we have hundreds and hundreds of members who are desperate to go to work, who are looking for good union construction jobs and jobs that pay six figures at these types of facilities, you got the highest unemployment rate in the Bay Area. We salute you. Please say yes and endorse this legislation.
Thank you.
Lizette? Lizette? Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Lizette Hernandez, and I'm asking you to oppose the proposed Solano Maritime and Manufacturing Act. If private landowners can ask Sacramento to override our local planning process and rezone 1,350 acres, what prevents this from happening again with another wealthy developer or another major project? This legislation would weaken local control, bypass environmental review, and reduce the ability of Solano residents to have a meaningful say in decisions that affect our communities. Our planning process exists for a reason. It should apply to everyone. It should not be changed when a powerful developer wants a different outcome. Please stand up for Solano County voters, protect local control, and reject this legislation. And food for thought, my sister was born in 2008. She started college last week, so thank you.
Jessica?
Hi, my name is Jessica. This pink shirt just doesn't mean that I disseminate information. People walk right up to me and tell me their concerns and stories. Saturday in Rio Vista, a retired sheet metal worker told me about his family's long history in this county, since before the 1920s. He told me about his other trades union buddies who tried to recover some lumber from the water in Collinsville after the 2014 fire that devastated that city. By chance, he wasn't able to join them that day. His friends are now deceased due to asbestos exposure from handling the contaminated wood. 2014, that's a long time ago, right? Half the people I talk with and listen to can't be here in the middle of a weekday. I want them heard and represented by this board. Using the 2008 Environmental Impact Report is more than irresponsible. A real, current, and project-specific EIR is warranted. Honor the Orderly Growth Initiative. We should be able to vote.
Thank you. Anna?
Anna Patera speaking as an individual. Every once in a while, I would ask my husband to improve a project for our home, and he goes, "Why do you ask me? You're going to do it anyway." And there isn't a project that I have done that has not increased my property value. You're in a bit of a bind because that legislation says that if you take a position on a potential state legislation, it's going to happen anyway. Because if you're asking you to support that, that means they probably have the vote. If you don't support that, they probably still have the vote because we only have 2 votes. To help you make a decision, 50 years ago, B. Gale Wilson had the foresight and his staff to annex Cordelia. I am a beneficiary of that annexation. Everything I need is within a 15-mile radius of my home, my work, my pedicurist, my hairstylist, my food, my restaurant, everything. So since I have benefited from that annexation, I'm asking you, do not begrudge the next generation of that same benefit. Support this legislation.
Yes, Michael Hayes. I've long had many concerns and reservations about this project. Not at all a friend of California Forever, very much opposed to their project. And when I spoke earlier this morning here about the affordability issues, that's going to be a primary factor. Essentially, all the growth essentially leads to a higher cost of living. I'm really impressed by the quality of the public comment here today regarding this matter. I was not impressed by the phoned-in comments made by our 2 state legislators in Sacramento. The gibberish that they were spouting, primarily because neither of them mentioned Mare Island. And that is, Mare Island is the ground zero for shipbuilding in Solano County historically. So if we want maritime jobs, we need to support Mare Island and Vallejo, not just Collinsville.
Please state your name.
My name is Paul Tice. I'm from Vallejo, and I'm with the Sierra Club, which stands for Jobs and Housing within existing city limits to support our precious ag and natural lands. I'm here, like the other speakers, to respectfully remind you of the obvious. Solano already has a working shipyard at Mare Island and a port at Benicia. Both have freeway and rail access. Congressman Garamendi has just arranged a $1 million grant for Mare Island infrastructure. The Coast Guard has just expressed interest in ship repair there. The Mare Island developer's latest site-specific plan under review by the city envisions thousands of jobs close to housing in an affordable, walkable community. I ask that you support Vallejo and other Solano communities and don't throw us under a bus that's driven by tech billionaires. Thank you for considering my views.
Hello.
My name is Elaine Haynes. I'm a Solano County resident, a very concerned one at that. I have decided to come out here postpartum. That's how much it means to me.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I strongly oppose this legislation on several grounds. First, that the 2008 programmatic EIR for the general plan is not sufficient to consider the impacts on the environment, as that environment has certainly changed in the last 18 years. You should take the time to consider the current conditions. Further, standard practice and guidance says that a general plan should be updated every 10 to 15 years. This EIR is 18 years old. If it was a person, it could vote. Also, being 18 years old, the 2008 EIR would not have included any tribal consultation under AB 52 enacted in 2014. I do not support the building of the new maritime manufacturing infrastructure when, as many have mentioned, Mare Island already contains the infrastructure for maritime shipbuilding and has served this county and this country since 1854.
Chair, time.
Yes. Thank you.
Go ahead.
My name is Spencer Ball. I'm a local 378 member, and I'm in support of this proposition because of the opportunity it will bring to families and job opportunities for the union. I think that infrastructure is very important to be built. It's what runs our world. So granting this and allowing a community to be built and more housing to be built and more jobs and opportunity to be built, I think that is a good opportunity for everybody around, but it must be done within the grounds of monitoring the wildlife around it, make sure that we do not hurt that wildlife, and that we look at all angles of this project. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dan Smith. I've been a homeowner and a voter in Benicia for more than 3 decades, and I'm a former city council member there. If there was ever a developer that demands the protections that we have set up in our state through CEQA and in our county through the Orderly Growth Initiative, this is that developer. About the time, short while after the New York Times unmasked this group of developers, Flannery and Associates, they made a dog and pony show and came around to all the cities. I want to take objection right now to the statement by Assemblywoman Wilson that the developers will pay for the infrastructure in this. After the presentation, I walked up to Jan Ceramic and I asked him point blank, who will pay for the expansion of Highway 12 and Highway 113? And he told me, in a rare bit of candor, taxpayers. This is not a situation that needs to be rushed through. Please consider our pleas.
Thank you.
Okay. 1 moment. I'm going to call up the next round of speakers. So 1 moment, please. Okay, the next round of speakers is Andrew Martinelli, Jim DeClos, William Harris, Ann Dusenberry, Steve McCall, Joseph Waters, Reverend Dr. Tony Ubalde, Carolyn Lewis, Carol Whitham, and Tooley West. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for listening to all of us. My name is Sindera Quackenbush, and I go by Ms. Q with the students that I teach. I've taught Bay Area students for the past 15 years, and am fairly new to Solano County, past 5 years, Suisun City homeowner. So I'm also an environmental writer, and I have learned recently that the birds that travel thousands and thousands of miles often return home to a place they know so well. It may be a very distinct corner. It may be a very precise bush or part of the water area. And when we make changes like this, those homes may be endangered, taken away completely. And we may wonder, why should we care about a bird or birds? And really the health of these incredible animals reflects the health of our world and how we're all connected.
Share time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
Andrew Martinelli, a lifelong Solano County resident. Solano County possesses an immense wealth in its land and people. California Forever, through underhanded dealings and circumvention of democracy, intends to extract our wealth. In this pursuit, they have sought the destruction of our agriculture, our environment, and our local governance. Solano should never trust private entities and venture capital, as they only seek a return on investment, not the benefit of the county. We do not owe California Forever a blank check in the form of vaguely worded legislation. We do not owe them anything. Our existing cities are capable of great things. Don't let billionaires decide our laws for us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Jim DeClo. I'm a resident of Solano County. I would like to propose that we rename this legislation the Delta Destruction and Oligarch Advocacy Act, because that's what it is. What this does, this is a giant project, and just like we were in September 9th, the last time I saw you, legislation came out yesterday. We were reading it this morning, this giant legislation on this giant piece of land. If you're on 1,000 acres, it's horizon to horizon. This is the most sensitive land in Solano County, maybe in California. This is, despite what our representative said, this is stealing power from you, and therefore stealing power from us, from your constituents. This is a big deal, and it could set precedent. So I'm hoping that the minute that public comments end, that someone will say, I would like to make a motion to oppose this legislation. I have a second, and I want a unanimous vote on behalf of all of us. Thank you.
State your name.
Hello, my name is Ann Dusenberry. I'm a lifelong resident of Solano County. I'm encouraging you to reject this rushed, last-minute legislation from California Forever. Please keep your control over our orderly growth initiative and our local democratic process. This legislation is open to broad interpretations and entirely avoids new environmental review. I will support your decision to reject this legislation. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a 40-year resident here in Fairfield.
Your name, sir?
William Harris. Research shows over 40% and as much as 60% of all registered voters at work or otherwise unable to attend these kinds of meetings, they support protesters. So I want the Board of Supervisors to know that 40 to 6% of your constituents will see this shirt or a sign in my yard, and they'll go drive by, and without having any knowledge about the concept, they'll vote no. They don't want this to be approved because I am promoting it. In any event, animals out there are 6 endangered or threatened species. There's no money for roads, as was exemplified by someone else's comment, and the lady over there said something about talking about it later. We've already been fined because we're in the midst of a drought, and they want to propose, somebody brought up water, 30% reduction this year.
Fair time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Board of Supervisors, my name is Tony Waldy, retired pastor and professor, and held office, public office, for 16 years. Last time I was here, I was grieving and hurting because of the many people who I represent and those who speak to me. And I congratulate you for taking the courage to lift this up, this particular resolution before you. And I urgently recommend that you vote for it. Thank you. John, good to see you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Madam Chair, rest of the board. My name is Steve McCall. I'm the business manager, Plumbers and Steam Fitters, Local 343 in Solano County. I would have brought 200 people here myself wearing vests to show our support, but sadly, they're all working out of town. They're working in San Jose and Sacramento and because they don't have the jobs here. First, I want to thank the Senator Cabaldon for somebody that was deeply against this, for coming out and supporting this action. I also want to thank Assemblymember Wilson for coming out, and I applaud all of you, and I strongly suggest and would hope that you would support this for the workers, for the people of the county. There's almost 70% of the people in this county drive outside of it to go to work. That's a big number. And for an area that has the largest unemployment in the Bay Area, I think we can make a change. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Witham, and I'm actually a resident of Sacramento, but I recreate in Solano County on a regular basis. And I came here all the way here today to respectfully ask you not to let Sacramento and Silicon Valley bully you. I think it's really, really important to retain your local authority and that your constituents retain their ability to drive what happens in Solano County. And to that end, I want to ask everyone a question. What's with the special master in this legislation who will do binding arbitration over any conflicts? That doesn't sound like it's retaining local authority to me. This will be a political appointee out of your control, and they will have binding authority. Thank you.
We already talked about the letter that Solano...
State your name, please.
Oh, Carlin Lewis.
Thank you.
The letter that the Solano Together Coalition sent to the state asking that they not pass this legislation. There were almost 60 signatories from local, statewide, and from Klamath Forest to Solano Birds that signed on to it because it had nothing to do with jobs. It had to do with the state being able to come in and say, we're going to tell your locality what you need to do. I ask you to be against this proposal, this legislation, because we need to be able to chart our own destiny, if you will. And it's not the only, this project is not the only way that we can develop economically. And we do have Mare Island, as many people have mentioned. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Thule West. I live 5 miles from the proposed Collinsville site where my family has been for 4 generations. I'm asking the board to ensure that this project receives the current project-specific environmental review required under CEQA. I'm concerned that this legislation would allow a project of this scale to move forward relying on an 18-year-old general plan EIR that was not prepared to evaluate its specific impacts. The 2008 EIR does not address the proposed large-scale shipyard, associated manufacturing, deep water facilities, dredging, increased vessel traffic, shoreline alteration, the roads, rail, power, water, wastewater, and other infrastructure that these uses would require. Collinsville is an environmentally sensitive location at the confluence of the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers, immediately adjacent to the Suisun Marsh. Dredging, industrial runoff, vulnerable levee systems, flood risk, potential spills, and cumulative impacts deserve current site-specific analysis.
Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Susan Manning Bush, and I'm running for Fairfield City Council District 3. I'm here today to talk about the county's upcoming vote, urging you to vote no, reminding you that you and your children and your children's children will all live through and experience the long-term after effects of your decision. If Solano County needs jobs, build at Mare Island. It is common sense. I urge you to vote no on this legislation because taking time allows us to plan true economic benefit for Collinsville and Bird's Landing and Rio Vista and Dixon and Fairfield and Solano County as a whole. I believe in reincarnation, and so does most of the world. I believe you and yourselves, along with us, will inherit the environmental after effects. With this in mind, I urge you to take a very long and heartfelt look at what your decision means today. I and the other citizens will be watching for the next several decades, and if you forget, we will still be here to remind you. Reminding you do your job like it says on the door and choose to bring about a better and more just world for our children.
Thank you.
For our children's children.
Okay, next speakers. Marilyn Farley, Charlene Schmidt, Joe Dingman, Elise Cheek, Michelle Pellegrin, Bonnie Hamilton, Kirsten Svensson, Michelle Keem, Roberta Vogel, and Shay Grove, I believe. Okay, so what I'm going to do, since we have multiple lined up, is I'm just going to ask you we're just going to go in order, and then just state your name when you get to the dais. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Marilyn Farley, Fairfield. If legislation was such a good idea, why was it done at the last minute and with the public having less than 24 hours to try to review it? That'd be my first question to you. From day one, California Forever has tried to shortchange every process and reduce any requirements that could be imposed on them by the county. So if you vote yes, I can guarantee you they are probably going to take shortcuts when they start implementing their project. How many toxic materials do you think they might be inclined to dump into the river because that's what they want to do? I don't think you can trust them. They've shown us who they are. They've created a record. We know what it is.
Time.
Please vote no.
I'm Charlene Schmid, and I just wanted to say, Mr. Vasquez, welcome back. I took today off from my paying job, not my farm job, I took that off too, to come here because I didn't think I was going to be represented. And on behalf of those on Meridian Road, I feel like the vultures are circling us. And all of you up here have a job to do, and I want to help with that if I may. But the vultures are circling us, and this bill is throwing raw meat on the ground. Everyone is waiting for Measure T to expire in 2028, and we have no plan. If we had a plan, they wouldn't have this bill. It said that in the very last part. Until we have a plan, their bill will be in effect. So I'm the one that don't count, but maybe I will a little bit more now. Thank you for coming back. And all of the growth in Northeast Vacaville, Corby Bess, all of those projects need to stop.
Good afternoon. My name is Oliver Goldman. I'm 19, still figuring out how to balance an ideal world against the practicalities of complex society. But I believe good policy comes from curiosity, a willingness to sit with complexity and with people who disagree with you, and a process with integrity. That's why I'm here to express my strong concern about this legislation. This legislation goes over the heads of the residents it will affect. It isn't local residents pushing for it, not the United Democrats of Solano County, not the Solano County Republicans, not the local farmers. All of them oppose it. It is wealthy donors who stand to make billions that won't stay in Solano. Listen to the local residents who have been cut out of the process, not the lobbyists. Thank you.
Good
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Madam Chair, and County staff. I'm very blessed to be here today and want to say thank you first and foremost for all the hard work and the efforts that you do for our county, for the residents and the people that live here. My name is Joe Dingman. I was formerly the Travis Air Force Base Executive Director for 5 years, also served as a Travis Community Consortium Chair. I've spent the last 10 years of my life when I wasn't flying airplanes trying to serve and do the best that I can for this community. And very thankful for an opportunity to speak today. One thing I'd like to mention is that when the land purchases came up around Travis Air Force Base, I was one of the first people to speak out when I was an executive director. And I will tell you that there are a lot of reasons for that, whether it was China or anything else, but I know much more, and it's the reason why I sit where I do now. But today isn't about California forever. It's about this county. It's about Travis. It's about our airmen and families. Bottom line, the shipbuilding legislation in Collinsville doesn't interfere with that mission and will only bolster national defense.
Chair,
I urge you today to support this shipbuilding and legislation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Cindy Apaka, and I'm a resident of Fairfield. The decisions made by this council represent a precipice in time. The legislation can wait. The shape of the land took millions of years to generate. We can wait another 2 years and ensure we make the best decisions for this habitat, which for me would be never, or take it to the voters. It's not right to let wealthy landowners drive the legislative process. I hear government leaders speaking about investments as if our rural lands are the only option and investments in economic development are the only goal. I heard no government leaders today talk about habitat protection. Wise leaders would find another solution for economic development without destroying the beautiful and special habitat of Solano County. Jepson Prairie and the vernal pools of the area surrounding the prairie are unique in the world. Mare Island has already been developed. Use it. Vote no.
Hi, I'm Jasmine Westbrook, 5th generation in Solano County. I'm here, and we are all here, because California Forever is billionaires. No other landowner would be offered such a sweetheart deal. We would not be discussing legislation today if it weren't for these billionaires trying to impose their will upon our county. It is appalling that the proposed legislation would streamline the judicial process for them even further when this organization has shown an ability to weaponize our legal system against our community and our citizens. It's also disgraceful that we would consider a 2008 program level EIR instead of a project level EIR for the conditions that are currently on site. Do not support this. Do not put billionaires over your community, your constituents, the environment, and the future of Solano County and the state. Do not set this precedent. Please vote no.
Hi, everybody. Margaret Perry, longtime resident, Fairfield. I just saw a play last week called If Then. And in If Then, she happens to be a city planner. And she has an opportunity in the live Broadway production to find out what happened by some bad choices that she might have made. And what I'm asking you all to do is really envision what you're doing today and the regrets that you could have. I mean, these pie-in-the-sky wishes for jobs. I want jobs, too. I'm currently unemployed. Yeah, I wish I had a job. But this is the pie-in-the-sky dreams of the shipbuilding, of it actually coming to fruition and actually providing jobs is slim to none. And we are being sold a bill of goods to give up our land and our precious resources. And Mitch, I was reading your bio. I mean, protect the Delta. Protect the Delta is, I mean, and Wanda, land, you're on the Solano Land Trust.
Hello.
Time.
All right.
Okay. Always send an email.
Hello, my name is Ariana Rice. I'm a Solano County resident, and I have an environmental science degree. And just based on the environmental impact report alone, that is not sufficient. It's not acceptable to be that old. We need reliable and up-to-date data to be able to make informed decisions, and good change takes time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Ann Griffin, and we were here 2 years ago, and a little over 2 years ago, and the project that was planned at that time by CF, by California, I call them CF, California Forever, was so unpopular that they took it off the ballot. And so they didn't even give us a chance to vote on it. But instead, there was going to be an EIR report. I remember that. An EIR was going to happen, and we were going to hear about it. I don't know whatever happened with that, because that was for a different project. Now they got this other thing. We have Mare Island. Mare Island. It's there. It's already existing. Why are we even talking about Collinsville? I don't get it. Oh, we're talking about Collinsville because California Forever owns the property. That's the only reason we're talking about that. Stick with Mare Island, please. And leave California Forever out of it.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for listening to all of our comments and opinions. My name is Vicki Good, 48-year Fairfield resident. I'm really happy today, quite not knowing what to expect when I came, how many people understand that the bill before the state is less about manufacturing and shipbuilding than it is about local control. To me, the bottom line is that knowing that California Forever had a hand, any hand, in this bill makes me not believe the seeming concessions that are offered to maintain local control. I urge you to continue to go forward with your standard local procedure to develop a project such as this that will be a good one for Solano County without any influence from the state, California Forever, or anyone else. You have a wonderful staff who has met over and over again, so obviously they have the ability to develop things that would be better for the county and our residents as a whole. I please ask you to not support the bill. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and Supervisors, to make a smart decision, you have to know what's at risk. The waters of the San Francisco Bay region are often seen as a barrier in transportation, but I see them as a clean, safe, efficient portal for transportation. Ferries, tugboats, and hovercraft are vital to our broader transportation domain. The only way an efficient maritime network can work is if we have trained workers in local shipbuilding. We desperately need local shipbuilding and repair, and we need a local workforce. I support building and repairing ships in my region, the San Francisco Bay region, and I believe doing so is as critical to our local industry, and to our national security.
State your name, please.
Scott Humphrey.
Thank you.
My name's Kirsten. My name's Shashton. It's spelled Kirsten, and I'm a Vallejo resident. I'm a Vallejo resident, and my name is Kirsten. There's a lot of mention of industrial use of water in this legislation. It is totally disingenuous and dangerous to rely on an EIR from 2008 when the state of California's water supply, of the Delta, of nearby vital and sensitive marshland have all greatly changed since then. Also changed is the number and diversity of birds, fish, and other plants and animals that rely on this area. And of course, our climate has changed. This legislation has so many negative implications for our democracy, for local governance, for biodiversity, for curbing climate change, for people who live in and near Collinsville, for water, for tribal respect, for Solano residents' spirit and trust in government. I could go on. Supervisors, please do not support this legislation. Know that you have 70% or more county residents behind you. At the very least, I ask that you require a new project-specific EIR that takes into account our current reality. Please put us before billionaires.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Keem, and I live in Vacaville. I'm asking you to oppose writing a blank check based on 18-year-old environmental data. The sales pitch for this legislation continually promotes that Solano County retains control, including environmental review. But that seems disingenuous when the very nature of the legislation is the state usurping the right to determine locally what projects we want. I remain very skeptical about these supposed provisions that give local control after the state has removed it. Once the ball is rolling, it's hard to stop, so I do not trust that Solano County will actually retain an adequate level of decision-making power when the state has clearly shown its desire to lean on the scale, on behalf of developers and industry. Any effort for Solano County to work together with the state for the sake of retaining control is merely allowing the goalposts to be moved. Give them an inch, they will take a mile. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and our council here today. Thank you for your leadership and your time, and I know you have some tough decisions to make, and I'm very supportive of you. I also want to thank Senator Cabaldon and Assemblywoman Wilson, and also our community for all their feedback on this very important matter. My name is Elise Cheek. I'm here representing myself as a community member for 35 years in Solano County, and I'm also representing 10 African American chambers throughout Northern California, which is about 7,500 businesses throughout Northern California. We're here today because we believe in the future of Solano County and the opportunity we create for the next generation. Today's discussion is about more than legislation. It is about whether we position our community to compete for the jobs and industries that will shape our future. Solano County has a talented workforce.
Time. Everybody just gets a minute. You're welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Michelle Pellegrin. I'm on the Democratic Central Committee of Solano County. I'm in several clubs and I'm several organizations that work for, well, just the county. Okay, I don't have a lot of time and I can't cuss, so I've got to go really fast. I don't like being played. I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't like being played. I don't like my electeds being played. I don't like my union people being played. I don't like being played. These are billionaires. This is what's going to happen if you vote yes. Immediately, that basically rezones that property. Their $1 billion investment becomes 10. They become rich. They don't have a project. They have not submitted a project. They don't have to do a goddamn thing. They've got their money back. Boom. That's it. Now, in terms of, we don't have the power anymore. We've given it away to Sacramento. You've got a binding master. You've given up CEQA. CEQA is the legal right to deny a project. You can't just deny a project. On what basis? You know? Okay, what else? This is what we need to do. We need to think smart. Instead of fighting for crumbs, we need to have a vision thing. Espérense. I'm not cussing. Okay, I would like to see.
No, time. You're done.
Okay.
Time.
Okay.
Thank you.
She sent an email. I've read it.
Good afternoon, esteemed chair and supervisors, as well as fellow citizens of Solano County. My name is Dr. Bonnie Hamilton. I'm a pediatrician and live and have practiced medicine in Solano County for over 35 years. I'm also a union member, SEIU Local 1021. I'm here on behalf of San Francisco Bay Area Physicians for Social Responsibility, representing hundreds of Bay Area health professionals. We strongly oppose this bill, which benefits outside billionaire developers exploiting our rich land and soil with sweeping exemptions from crucial environmental review without CEQA, using an EIR that's almost 20 years old. This is not about economic development. This is about loss of local control. It's about devastating impacts to our delta waters and adjacent to our pristine Suisun Marsh. This entire trailer bill process is undemocratic, circumventing the normal state legislative process. There has not been time for sufficient public review.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Please vote no. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Sir, before you speak, I'm going to call up the next round. One moment. Matt Bailey, Rick Dahl, Claude Chavez, John Kowalski, Dylan Kowalski, Christina Miller, Lisa Duke, Kevin McNamara, Nicole Braddock, Kim Diocampo. Go ahead. Okay. Oh. Go ahead.
Supervisors, I'm Shay Grove. I live in Solano County. I urge you to oppose the Solano Maritime and Manufacturing Act.
Dropping this text yesterday undermines the very transparency the Brown Act was designed to protect. And for what? The substance of the bill is far worse. This legislation is a calculated end run around Measure T, stripping Solano County voters of our right to decide the fate of our agricultural land at the ballot box. Furthermore, it enforces sweeping CEQA exemptions by relying on an obsolete 18-year-old environmental report, ignoring decades of ecological change along our Delta waterfront. Combined with rushed approval times and an unelected state special master, this bill was designed to silence both environmental scrutiny and local voters. Defend our environment, defend the right of Solano County residents to decide the future of our own land, and oppose this legislation. Thank you.
I'm Matt Bailey. I'm the Director of Job Seeker Services for the Workforce Development Board of Solano County. I also do industry data research for the region, all the way from local members here to Congress. Let me tell you just the facts. 120,000 people commute out of this county every day. 25,000 to Contra Costa, 18 to Alameda, all the way down to 8,000 to Santa Clara County for jobs that pay better than what we have to offer. Union jobs. Speaking to a company last night, wants to bring manufacturing here. Good paying jobs, $130,000 to $200,000 a year. Here's what they said. Well, the problem is you don't have the workers. I said, we have the workers, they just don't work here. The other problem is permitting. I can't do anything about that. The other problem is Solano County is closed for business. That is a national viewpoint. Okay? That's just the facts. Here's the last question I get kicked out of most meetings for. I'll ask you. What home buying wage jobs are you bringing to this community?
Chair time.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Rick Dolk. I am the Vice Mayor of the City of Rio Vista. I am a fourth-generation Rio Vistan. My family owns and operates a tractor dealership, so I'm quite familiar with the agricultural areas in Solano County. We are pro-growth. I am pro-growth. I am pro-jobs. I do not think that this legislation provides for responsible growth. And I would like to say that back in math class, we were told to show our work. We do not believe that this legislation, they do a good job of showing their work. And the general plan that they reference, the draft EIR, that does not contemplate advanced manufacturing and data centers and solar energy generation. And so it's antiquated. This legislation uses broad language like minimize significant impacts. What are those impacts? How are you going to minimize those? So we're not asking you to reject jobs. We're asking you to endorse your oversight. Make them show their work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello, everybody. John Kowalski, Local 343. My dad worked at Mare Island, okay? I've been in Solano County 54 years, okay? I am in the union. I'm a pipe fitter plumber. I have a son that's getting in the union. I have another son that's in the union commuting to San Jose. He worked at Budweiser, okay? Budweiser's no more. Do the right thing, people. Supervise. Supervise a shipyard, please, okay? I don't want my sons to drive to San Jose every day. He's missing out on his daughter's softball practice, their soccer practice. I mean, come on. I missed out on my kids' soccer practices and baseball practices and the whole nine. I juggled it. But I don't want to do that to my kids, and I don't want you to do it to my kids. Bring that shipyard here. They need it here. Don't make them drive to San Jose. Bring the jobs here. Let them buy houses here and work here. Please, listen to the Sacramento. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dylan Kowalski. I support this movement, and I would like to have that shipyard built. I want to build a life for myself. I also want to be able to have a family here. I want to live my life. I want to live 54 years, 55 years here in Solano County and grow and do anything possible to support Solano County. You guys should want to do the same. You guys should vote yes for that and support it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim D. Ocampo. I'm from Vallejo, and I am representing myself I am a board member of the Segurite Land Trust, an indigenous women-led land trust. We believe in the rematriation of the land, and putting this land in the stewardship of women. As patriarchy continues with war and death and destruction, extraction, and exploitation, I came here to simply say to the County Board of Supervisors, making decisions to place profits over the planet, be mindful of the future generations. Be mindful that the water is important for all life. All life. And so we need to make sure that we continue to take care of our lands. If you want to build ships, we already have a shipyard at Mare Island. I worked there for 14 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair and Supervisors, Nicole Braddock, CEO of Solano Land Trust. I live in Vacaville, and Solano Land Trust protects land for people, for food, and the natural environment, and we're asking you not to support this bill. The 2008 EIR is inappropriate, and in the county's own comments, it talks about how it's project-specific and that the county staff said that exact study would come later. The legislation would break that promise. We have 2 ranches in the area that sit near the site. They rely on well and river water that's already seeing saltwater intrusion. This is just one thing that's changed since 2008. We're very concerned about supporting infrastructure located outside the WDI that would also be CEQA exempted and is very likely to affect the greater Jefferson Prairie ecosystem. The land is not vacant, as it's called out in the bill. It's working agriculture and part of our $1.7 billion agriculture economy. That is the number that came from your own SALT study. The Land Trust is not against growth. We support the county's own general plan update. That's the right place for this decision. Please don't let Sacramento skip it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin McNamara from Rio Vista. Vote no on this proposal and let our Assembly and state senators know that you voted no on this for no other reason than the fact that this hasn't had a good hearing. This was proposed at the last minute and as a way to shove it down our throats. I'm not necessarily against it, but give it a fair hearing. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Lisa Duke, and I'm a Rio Vista City Council member. I was born at Travis Air Force Base and grew up in Fairfield. I've been a Solano County voter for almost 50 years and voted for the Orderly Growth Initiative every time it was on the ballot to ensure the citizens of Solano County would have a voice regarding development of open space. Rio Vista is a very unique city in the region, a small and safe community where most everyone knows and looks out for one another. We also have a Highway 12 running through our city with over 20,000 vehicles a day and a 66-year-old 2-lane drawbridge, which some days can open 12 times. Our city can barely handle the traffic as it is now. Caltrans continually pushes the year of our Highway 12 improvement project through Rio Vista, and of course there's no bridge in sight, new bridge. Rio Vista is often treated as the poor stepchild. If the board supports using a 2008 EIR, you'll be doing a grave disservice to Rio Vista and my constituents. Transportation issues have not improved since 2008. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Christina Miller. I'm the City Manager for the City of Rio Vista. I appreciate the county's efforts in trying to protect Rio Vista. However, additional amendments are necessary. The city was assured in writing by GoBiz that Rio Vista would have meaningful opportunities to participate in the development of this legislation. That has not occurred. It's been rushed. As the closest city to the proposed project and the community that will experience its most significant impacts, this is unacceptable. Because I only have 1 minute, I'm going to focus my efforts on just what we need changed. The Sassoon expansion plan must be clearly excluded from this legislation. Significant impacts must be evaluated and mitigated, not just terms such as may require studies. Subjective language must be changed to allow data centers to only meet the needs of the maritime use and no other commercial uses. This bill must require a minimum number of jobs to be created, define high-quality jobs.
Time.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Stephen Brown. I'm a Cal Maritime graduate, now Cal Poly Maritime. I'm also a graduate of the first cohort of the Working Waterfront Coalition Maritime Trades Program in Vallejo. And while I'm still new in my understanding of this project/act, and a lot of the public comments today have been eye-opening, I'm here today to stand in favor of building a shipyard and taking efforts to revitalize the maritime industry. I personally have a special interest in welding and ship fitting, so I do believe that bringing economic development, creating more jobs, and investing in future generations will ultimately be beneficial for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisors, for getting to talk to you. My name is Dan Simpson. I'm a rancher, farmer, and manufacturer in Rio Vista, California. The most important thing to society are jobs. If we have jobs, everybody can get along. This project, I ask you, please, get this down to the next step. Vote for this bill. Let's see the details. Right now we're talking about things we're imagining, but let's get California to put it out on paper. Give us a proposal so that we can see what they're going to do with water, what they're going to do with the environment. This will bring enough money in that we could actually do some serious things for the environment. And you guys can make this happen. Thank you very much.
Hello, Kelly Smith, Rio Vista. Just a quick reality check on process because you hear it demeaned here quite a bit. And my understanding is you've been thinking about this since 2008. I looked through the planning documents you had in your agenda package. They're quite detailed. The environmental review and analysis and the baselines and so forth are quite extensive. And when you drive out there, not a lot has changed, really, except for all the windmills. Tons of windmills, but not a lot has changed, except the world's moving on. Technology is changing. There are autonomous vehicles. There is AI. There is all kinds of industrial developments that you're going to miss the boat on if you're not still in the game. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bobby Winston. I'm a co-founder of the Working Waterfront Coalition. Since Steph graduated, we've had 6 more cohorts, over 100 trainees badly needed for the Working Waterfront. I enthusiastically support the expansion of the Working Waterfront. It's badly overdue. Anything to get AI-proof, blue-collar, well-paid union jobs, we all should get behind, and I urge you to support this. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Seamus Murphy. I'm the Executive Director at San Francisco Bay Ferry. We operate the region's ferry service. We take millions of cars off the road with 19 vessels that are in our fleet currently. We have the #1 rated transit service in the country. We have big plans, multi-decade plan to bring more service throughout the region, expand our fleet. It's going to take several dozen more vessels to be able to do that. We'll be able to take millions more cars off the road. We're building the nation's first zero-emission vessel fleet of vessels, bringing new jobs, unfortunately, to Washington State when we do that. We can't compete with Washington State when it comes to shipbuilding. We don't get any bids from our local shipyards when we put out RFPs to build new vessels. We get lots from Washington State. It costs a lot more money to pay them to build vessels there because of the lack of competition than it would if we were able to build vessels here. We support legislation to expand shipbuilding in the region because of that. We won't be able to do what we need to do without that.
Good afternoon. I have 3 points. My name is Pam Ewing.
I live in Fairfield. I'm representing the California Native Plant Society, which is opposed to this for all the obvious reasons that you've all said. My second point is that if this legislation is so good, let's take time and go over it in the next few months. Why do we have to rush it now? My third point is, what do you do when you're faced with a bully? What do you do when a bully shows up? You say, sure, I'll do whatever a bully wants to do. Or do you stand up and start to figure out how to say no politely and respectfully? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Joel Berry. I'm a resident of Vacaville. I spent 22 years in the Navy. I know something about shipbuilding. There was never, ever a chance of doing shipbuilding at Collinsville. That has been a complete ruse. I'm sorry you guys have been lied to. The legislation that's proposed is a complete surrender of local control. You know that. There's no point in just bending over for what the state wants to do to us. Fight them. The last thing that bunch of scoundrels in Sacramento wants is for the lights to be turned on to what they're up to. Make a fight, make a story. Don't let people forget this. The last thing that those guys want is for people to start paying attention. Collinsville's gambit is simply the first move. The next thing they're going to do, if you roll over for them, the next thing they're going to take over all of the decision-making in this project.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nancy Satterford, and I'm a voter in Solano County. And I vote very carefully, and the people I know also consider very carefully before they vote. And I hope you will vote not to support this, because there's just too much that's wrong with it. I read the PowerPoint very carefully, and I'm kind of skeptical. There are some stakeholders that haven't been mentioned, that other people that have spoken here have mentioned. California Forever, a group that keeps changing its story. First, it's a clear lake and walkable city, and now it's shipyard and high-paying jobs. I don't think they're interested in a shipyard. I don't think they're interested in jobs for us Solano County people. And I don't know what they're interested in, but it looks an awful lot like control. So please be careful and don't vote yes unless you really feel you can trust that they have the best interest of us citizens at heart. Thank you.
Rest in peace, Dolly Parton. I would urge you to listen to her song called Silver and Gold. I'm Joyce Eversole Corning, resident in Solano County for 38 years. An unpopular truth is we take the most for granted when we have been fortunate enough to believe that it will still be there tomorrow. Familiarity has a strange way of making abundance invisible. What repeatedly shows up begins to feel ordinary, and what feels ordinary begins to feel guaranteed. But we are at a crossroads here. Nothing announces that the wildflowers we see, the quiet and peacefulness, looking at the landscape, the geese that fly in formation, honking their praises, the dragonflies, butterflies, the other critters, and all the other little fishies that call this place home will someday become the one that you would almost give anything to experience again. So ask yourself, what would you suddenly call precious if tomorrow made it unavailable? And we won't back down.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Zachary, and I'm a small business owner and artist in downtown Vallejo. I spend almost all of my time supporting Vallejo artists and making art sustainable in the Bay Area in the face of the gentrification and affordability crisis of the Bay caused by Silicon Valley and tech industry. I just wanted to take a moment to bring the attention back to the billionaire supervillains that are behind California Forever and the Flannery Group, specifically Mark Andreessen, who is the founder of Andreessen Horowitz. Andreessen Horowitz funds AI weapon manufacturers and tech surveillance companies such as Flock Safety, Saronic, Skydio, Mock Industries, and Anduril. Given the nationwide protests against companies like this and the fact that Mark Andreessen does not believe in human empathy or introspection and also believes that AI should be developed as fast as possible without any regulation, I don't believe that truly evil people like Andreessen should be shaping the future of Solano County. Vallejo and Solano County at large is full of incredibly talented and creative people. Leave it to the people,
Thank
not
you.
the billionaires.
Good afternoon, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Steve Chappelle, the Executive Director of the Suisun Resource Conservation District. I spent 32 years working in the marsh, implementing the Suisun Marsh Preservation Act, and going through environmental permitting and laws to protect the resources from development, which the state law did. I want to remind the board members that CEQA is a 1970 state law requiring public agencies, the Board of Supervisors, to disclose, identify, and mitigate significant environmental impacts caused by discretionary projects. This is to ensure environmental protection and public participation. This bill that excludes all the CEQA is not providing that, and relying on a document that was programmatic, not site-specific. You don't have a project to analyze the impacts today. So taking something and waiving all the environmental protections so that we can rush to a smoke-filled room legislation is really challenging for me to support. We protect the resources in California and Suisun. Please do it.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'm going to move back over to the callers online to give them an opportunity. Callers on the line, if you wish to speak on this agenda item, please press *3 to raise your hand. Callers on the line, if you wish to speak on this agenda item, please press *3 to raise your hand. Okay, caller with phone number ending in 70, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish. And a reminder that I will alert you when your 1 minute is up, as there is a 30-second time delay on the video.
Hello, board. My name is Mariah Looney, and I am with Restore the Delta, a regional organization whose mission is to ensure the health of the Bay Delta estuary and Delta communities. Today, I'm asking you to vote no on the proposed legislation. Union jobs are important, but there are better ways to ensure union jobs for local residents that benefit the estuary and community without destroying our land, water, and air. And harm already vulnerable communities. Hello?
We got you. Go ahead.
We got you.
Okay, thank you. Instead, investing in restoration jobs like levee upgrades to protect the 4 million Delta residents, the $7 billion Delta economy, and a sustainable water supply for California is a better way to secure real union jobs for the Delta. Finished AI data centers have very few employees, and we recommend that you, board members, as well as residents, look at the white paper our organization did on AI. Again, we strongly urge you to vote no. Thank you so much.
Caller with phone number ending in 00, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
As a lifelong resident of Vallejo and founding member of the Solano County ACLU, the people opposed this fast-track bill that would unilaterally end tribal consultation. You are on native land, and don't you dare forget that. California Federal is not shy about paying people to advocate on the behalf of billionaires who could care less about them or our fragile ecosystem. You've only received this bill yesterday, and there's no way you've had time to review and reflect on it. By supporting this bill, it will tell us you're on the payroll too, and we will certainly remember you at the ballot box. Mare Island is the first deepwater port on the entire western seaboard and was built for shipbuilding. How dare you forget about that existing infrastructure and circumvent the will of the people? Vote no, the people are watching.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 64, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
Hello, my name is Jenny Leilani Callison. Thank you, Chair and Supervisors, for letting me speak. I am a candidate for California State Assembly District 11 to represent all of the voters of Solano County, as well as parts of Contra Costa and Sacramento. As a candidate, I believe we should not excuse an EIR for a group that can hire high-paid lobbyists if we wouldn't also excuse an EIR for a mom-and-pop business. I am not opposed to job creation, but I am opposed to fair play and to democracy. So I would, if elected, I will represent all of Californians, not just the wealthy. And again, I urge you to vote no on this. Thank you so much.
Okay, another caller with phone number ending in 46. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
Hi, my name is Aiden Mayhood. Firstly, I wanted to say how good it is to see Supervisor Vasquez here and that I'm praying for his good health. I'm 25 years old and a 7th generation in Rio Vista in the Montezuma Hills. Proponents of this proposed legislation don't speak for me and my generation, so I'll speak for myself. I canvassed the Montezuma Hills from Shiloh Road to Collinsville on Saturday, and I want you to consider if you've ever spoken to your constituents there and asked how they feel. Not one resident said they were supported California Forever or their shipyard. These weren't wealthy landowners or farmers. These were tenants, some of them even tenants of California Forever themselves. I'm sure they would have loved to sit in on these backroom meetings, be included in project-specific EIR considerations, and feel represented. How can we call ourselves responsible decision makers with a less than 24-hour review of mandated advanced manufacturing legislation in Collinsville? The only advanced manufacturing California Forever has produced thus far is manufactured urgency. Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 53. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
Yeah, hi, my name is Christian. I'm calling on behalf of Solano Unity Network today. We're a mutual aid group in Solano County operating since 2020. And I've been listening in since this afternoon, and I feel like the most common point that was made, I'm just would like you to vote no on this legislation, but listening to the people that came here today and what they said about voting yes, the common theme to me is trying to get money. There was a cute comment a millennial girl boss made about scared money, you don't make money. That scared money is not going to support us in the future. You know, people that live here that love Solano County want our children and grandchildren who actually have a future. I'm visiting Utah right now, and the air quality out here is terrible. There's lots of jobs out here. But I don't want my air quality to be like that in California. I love California. I love the air. I love the water. But please vote no. Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 82. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
Hi, my name is Haley Hicken, and I live in Fairfield. I want to urge the board not to pass this bill. This shipbuilding is a cover for the true intentions, which is AI data center. They will still the Delta waters that they're going to use for cooling. They're going to pollute the beautiful natural beauty of our area. The people who push these kinds of quick decisions are scammers. Take more time to think about the consequences of these decisions. Please remove the vague, open-ended language in the bill and let the county voters decide. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move back to the chamber now. The next 10 speakers are Joan Savarese, Millie Victoria Rodriguez, Karen Bryant Rogers, Jeanne McDougall, Pippin Dew, Calvin Harrell, Bob McGarry, Kathy Fuller, Gloria Felder, and Prejean Bynum. Go ahead.
Council members, I thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. I'm Joan Savarese. I'm a resident in Rio Vista, and I just want to reinforce everything that people have said to oppose this law. It's just being rushed through, and it's kind of insulting, actually, to the people of California who have passed laws to ensure the integrity of the land and the welfare of the people. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Millie Victoria. I'm here as a resident from Sassoon to deeply encourage you to vote no on the Solano Maritime Manufacturing Act. Nothing good has ever came out of billionaire-backed projects, and the sudden request to make a decision adds an extra layer of sketchiness. They mentioned introducing new jobs in affordable homes, but I feel like it'll just be data centers. There's no sense of security in said new jobs, new homes. I feel like it'll just introduce also just extra harm to the environment. I feel like we're already kind of not doing well with the whole water situation. Yeah, I don't think this will introduce any good news. This is too rushed. I feel like you guys should really just take your time. Good things take time, and if this is really that good, you guys should take your time.
Chair.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Prejean Bynum. I'm the president of the Solano Association of Realtors. I'm also a native, resident, and homeowner in Solano County. First, I want to thank Assemblymember Wilson and Senator Cabaldon for their leadership and their words today. My Realtor Association supports the advancement of maritime prosperity and manufacturing in Solano County. Our support matters because we operate at the intersection of housing, jobs, business activity, population trends, and community investment. These projects will create well-paying careers in all the related industries. It gives our local families and young people reasons to stay here and build their futures here. As a real estate professional, we're in the front lines, and we know that jobs and housing go hand in hand. And with strong local employment, it supports a healthy housing atmosphere, local business, and stronger communities. Lastly, Travis Air Force Base is one of the county's most important economic and national assets, and these discussions continue. They should be considered.
You can always send us an email.
Hello, County Supervisors. My name is Karen Bryant Rogers. I'm a member of the Solano County Central Democratic Committee, and I am respectfully requesting your opposition to the California Forever proposed use of the trailer bill process to modify existing state laws and regulations. My strong objection to any last-minute budget trailer bills that would grant special environmental exemptions and bypass local approval processes for the California Forever group, in addition to the Solano County recommendations. This Solano County stems from the potential adverse impact on our community and the effective disenfranchisement of local voices. Because it came in late, I wonder, in less than 24 hours, the Brown Act requires 72 hours, so I don't know if that's been considered. All the promises.
Time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bob McGarry. Thank you for having me. I'm a retired iron worker now, so I'm not commuting the million miles I was before, but so many of my brothers are. And we built the Carquinez Bridge using Mare Island as our boneyard. So I was there for almost 2 years all the time. There's no room there for growth. If anything, it's all old and broken down. We need to build this shipyard, and we need to build it here for all the people that come after me that are working, for all the kids that are in high school that can get jobs. We need this. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you.
You can pull it down, too.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman and members. My name is Gloria Felder. I was born at Travis Air Force Base in 1956. I was raised at Fairfield in Sassoon, and I'm a homeowner in Sassoon. I had family who worked out at Mare Island. My grandfather started there when they didn't have the bridge, Carquinez Bridge. He took the ferry from San Francisco into Vallejo. I have a brother who was an apprentice at Mare Island, graduated, worked there until Mare Island shut down, and recently retired from Coronado. And he's very, I've told him about this, and he's not for this, and he lives down in Temecula. I would appreciate if you didn't pass the bill now. You can put it on hold, you can push it and come back to it. I would say the most fiscally responsible way of having a shipyard here is to use Mare Island, who in fact was recently, I think this last week, awarded funds to rehabilitate Highway 37. Thank you.
Michelle, I'm going to mess this up, Kalinkina? Kalinkina, Michelle. Derek Lum, Dwayne Crom, Ryan Masanu. You start, and I'll push the button.
Hi, I am a Vallejo resident.
And you can lift it up. You can lift the microphone up to you. There you go.
I am a Vallejo resident and was a community and regional development student in policy planning and social services at UC Davis when California Forever came in to speak at an urban planning class the founder himself requested to speak at. The following year, California Forever came in to speak again, so I asked the professor if I could drop in and listen again for the sake of seeing if anything changed. The plans were vastly different, with autonomous weapon manufacturing and an autonomous transportation robotaxi plan now being central to the project. Robotaxis require vast lane expansion. Have you evaluated the transportation expansion cost and groundwater impacts on Solano's agriculture sector? If your entire economy is designed to be an AI factory town, you should have a far, far more transparent economic development plan. I like the project's use of mixed-use zoning and their inclination towards building housing that mimics old architecture. However, I am not gullible. California Forever needs to be treated like a developer instead of a city-state.
Chair time.
Thank you. You can always send us an email.
Hi, Derek Lum, third generation farmers at Susan Valley, esteemed supervisors. In the wake of time, Solano County is losing Budweiser, pretty soon Valero. You got 6 corporations moving their white-collar jobs to Texas. So what do we have? I would have you support this legislation. It's like what a farmer would say, it's another tool in your toolbox. You got to look at you as supervisors. You got to look at the economic viability of Solano County. You're weighing on that. Everything else will come. And you got to give your staff a lot of kudos. They go through the program and scrutinize every project. So I would enjoy that you should support this and support the jobs for Solano County and in building of the future of Solano County. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. And John, it's really good to see you back. So Dwayne Crom, representing the Solano County Orderly Growth Committee. I'll be quick. So this was very short notice of getting our hands on this piece of legislation. We managed to turn it around pretty quickly with our attorneys from Shute, Mahaly, and Weinberger, and we sent a letter to you folks at about noon today. We had almost no time to review, and we did what we could. That letter for all of you will be available on the Solano Together website. It's our legal analysis of this bill. One of the issues that hasn't been talked about today is the concept of a development agreement. The bill purports to say that the county will be able to enter into a development agreement with Solano or with California Forever. Our attorney's opinion after reading through the bill is that you are giving up your right to a development agreement. You have given away through this bill any of the negotiating leverage that a city or a county would typically use to get to a development agreement. So if this bill passes, you have given up that right. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Masano. My website is masanonews.com. We hear a lot about billionaires, but let's pull the mask down. The devil is in the details. The lengthy agenda item begins with a deceptive statement that China is building 1,000 ships a year, so we need to build a lot too. Communism and capitalism and both political parties are both run by the same group who will call you an anti-Semite if you say who they are. We are currently fighting a war for their country. Communism was funded by our Federal Reserve with our tax dollars, so our Federal Reserve paid for the murder of 100 million under communism. Please don't be offended when I list the links of the top
So Ryan,
7.
please be careful at the mic of where you're going with that, okay?
This is free speech.
And that might be, but I just want to make sure that everybody is calm, and so that's why I just mentioned it. So thank you. Keep going.
Free speech is not for happy speech. Please don't be offended when I list the links of the top 7 funders. Let's face the facts and not be offended by them. 5 of the top 7 funders of California Forever are Zionist Jews or support Israel. Hertzberg and Steinberg are Zionist Jews too. Please don't allow a foreign nation to control Solano County.
Chair, time.
A vote for Solano Forever is a vote for communism.
Yeah, time is up. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair, I would like to give one more opportunity online, and then I have a stack of cards that people did not respond to. Are you okay? Okay. Callers on the line, this is the last opportunity to speak on this agenda item. If you wish to speak on item number 29, please press *3 to raise your hand. Callers on the line, this is the last opportunity to speak. Please press *3 to raise your hand. Okay, I have 3 callers at this time raising their hand. I'm going to recall the names. Tom Kuhnhart, Joseph Waters, Roberta Vogel, Claude Chavez, Jeanne McDougall, Pippin Dew, Calvin Harrell, Kathy Fuller, Michelle Kalkina, and Joseph Green Heffron. All right, caller with phone number ending in 65. Please press *3 to, or *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
Hi, my name is Alex. I represent Pacific Forest Trust. We're a statewide conservation organization based here in California. Strongly urging your opposition today to this trailer bill. To be clear, this doesn't stop the project. It just would, if you oppose this, it would allow for this to go through a full CEQA process, like every other project is supposed to in California. And that gives communities a voice. It allows us to better understand the adverse impacts of the environment and to mitigate them. This should absolutely go through that process, oppose the trailer bill, and let this go through that process that any other project would go through and elevate the voices of those in your district. Please don't turn your back on your constituents. Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 29, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
Hi, Tony Bernasconi from Benicia. I'm urging you guys to vote no on this. Did the Wayland-Yutani Corporation care about the crew of the Nostromo? Did Cyberdyne Systems care that Skynet would nuke the world? These Bond villain billionaires and their cockamamie schemes have no place in Solano County. Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 35, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish.
Hello, my name is Alex Hansen. I'm a resident in Fairfield. I'm also a professional mariner working on the Delta for the last 7 years or so. I oppose this legislation because it is I believe that passing over all of the environmental control that we're supposed to be looking into and protecting the Delta and the waterways out there. I think that's incredibly important. I also oppose it because these tech billionaires who want to create a freedom city in our backyard for their personal profit. Making these city towns or company towns is not good for jobs. We remember what happened, or at least some of us do, in the early 1900s and 1800s when these companies would, extract wages from their residents. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that is the last speaker.
Can we clap and say we made it through?
Ask if anybody else
that's
wants.
fine. I'm just saying.
Ask if anybody else wants to speak.
That was it. Thank you guys for helping and doing all of that. And I know we have to keep moving. Don't get me wrong.
You're going to take a recess.
I know we are going to in just a moment. Yes. Oh, sorry, my bad. Oh, it's on. I have to be next to it. Okay. All right. So I was happy that we made it through. So just make sure that it's in the minutes. And we will be doing a recess in just a moment, but there's a couple of things that we need to do ahead of time while all of you guys are here. What I would like to do is, before we go and continue with what we need to do, are there any board members who have any closing comments? And I would like to bring up Dwayne Crom, who has asked if he can adjourn in memory of someone, of a friend. I can't do that yet? Do we want to do that after? Oh, okay, because we need to then talk about amongst ourselves what we want to put together in terms of a motion. So we're going to do that now? Okay, so Dwayne, I guess you're going to have to wait. Sorry. Okay, I just was trying to utilize time productively, but I get what you're saying. All right, so the next thing that we have to do is come up with a motion. We haven't done that yet, but we have to. Right. So I'm looking through. Yeah, I do want to take a break, but I'm trying to figure out how to make that happen. Okay. Is that what we're going to do?
Yep.
Okay. All right. We're going to do a recess. We will be back in, 15 minutes? Is that good enough?
No, we're going to 10.
No, we're not going to make it 10. We're going to make it 15. Just because he came back new doesn't mean, yeah.
I'll refresh.
While many of you get to leave when you want to leave, we can't until we finish the last thing we have to do, which is dealing with the recommendation, and we're going to discuss and provide direction regarding the county's legislative position on potential state ledge related to shipbuilding and maritime manufacturing developed in the Collinsville Special Study Area. So that's what we're going to be working on. And we need to make sure that we speak loud enough so that staff can take notes. And then when we're done with all of that, because it's after 5 somewhere, okay, I'm just saying, there's no football yet, okay? So I have to be happy. Exactly, no Monday night football, exactly, or Thursday night. So we're ready. Okay, so is there anybody on the dais that would like to start with some thoughts, or?
It's Tuesday Taco.
It's Tuesday Taco. You're so bad. Maybe there's margaritas somewhere. Okay. All right. So is there anybody who wants to start? I mean, I wrote some thoughts. Okay, so here we go. Okay. So. All righty. Give me a second. This is what happens when you have the notes and then you move things around. Okay. Where did I write that?
What is it, the Jeopardy clock?
I did, and I put them together to make one cohesive thought, which many of you guys know me that know that that's a biggie. So, yeah, so here we go. If you have your notes, I'm happy. Okay. All right, so here we go. Okay. All right, so I get it that the back room, but the back room has nothing to do with this one at the moment, though I get what you guys are saying. So what I'm looking at is that the Board of Supervisors should oppose the Solano Maritime and Manufacturing legislation. And the rationale, as far as I'm concerned, is that we just received it Monday. We have heard from our constituents. Most everybody is not in favor of that. And it's back room, last minute. Why are we in a hurry? All the things that you guys talked about was spot on, because I wrote a lot of stuff that you guys sent me in terms of email, and I do not know why we have to be in a hurry either. So that's kind of where I was going with my thoughts. And, hold on, another thought. The 2008 Environmental Impact Report does not cover any environmental condition regulations and cite circumstances that have likely changed. Generally, a subsequent EIR or supplemental review is required under CEQA guidelines, and we need to make sure that we put that down in terms of significant environmental impacts. Because my contention is, if we don't put it down in black and white, somebody's going to come and say, Board of Soups, forget you guys, you didn't write it down. I'm just saying, I don't have any faith and trust either. Okay. Am I done? There's more here, but we're good, I think, at the moment. I just want to know what everybody else is thinking and what words we need to put together to make this happen. So, yeah, if you want to, yeah, whatever you would like. Good. I just need, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Brown, for starting the dialogue. Greatly appreciate it. Honestly, I was hoping that we would hear, no pressure, but I was hoping that we would hear from our ad hoc committee, because they had an opportunity to work very closely with the legislators and with GoBiz. And I know last year when we did unanimously vote to approve this legislation, it has changed since last year, and we reluctantly passed it last time, and we heard a lot of different things today, pros and cons, a lot of pros and a lot of cons. So, you know, at the end of the day, everyone's not going to be happy. That's just the reality of this meeting today. Nevertheless, my first question is this. I wanted to just hear from the ad hoc the reasoning behind us, or why are we still supporting a EIR that's 18 years old. And let me just read how I wrote it. I just wanted you to share why it's recommended to continue down this path without a new EIR, and instead staying with the original one from 2008. If you can just give, some examples or share with us the process, because I don't know it. So I just was hoping for clarity.
Cassandra?
Yes, we did not get into, just to be clear, we worked with staff closely and relied on their expertise and advice. As the Shipbuilding Ad Hoc Committee, it was more or less of representing where our board was and what we heard from what we heard from our board and based on what we voted on last September. And it was more or less to have a seat at the table to make sure we provide some steering the conversation and making sure that we are protecting the interests overall of the county and board. But we didn't go into the weeds of, that's not our, and Supervisor Mashburn, please let me know if I am going off base, but we relied on the conversations that our staff had with GoBiz and with the stakeholders, and we did not physically draft the legislation. I just wanted to be clear around the role of the Shipbuilding Ad Hoc Committee. It was mainly to have a seat at the table. There was a lot of conversations taking place, and the purpose of the Ad Hoc Committee was for our board to track it as the conversations move forward, not to provide what specific language is in there. Oh. And Supervisor Mashburn, I'm going to open it to you, so let me know if you want to add anything or if I'm off base with that.
You're not off base with that. But before I go there, do you have any other questions on that?
So I just
because I'm going to address that when I give my when I speak. I'm going to speak to that.
Speak to what?
Speak to that little tiny piece of the entire process that was what the ad hoc committee did.
Okay. Well, that's my first question. So
Okay.
are you able to answer, or you choose to wait?
I would wait. It's part of the bigger response that I'm going to be given here.
Okay. Why don't I wait for you? Because I want to hear, because you two worked with staff. So I want to hear I want to hear your feedback first, and then I can go into all these questions. Because
So I'll just give this piece about that then. We worked with staff extensively. I can say now, because this process will be behind us, hopefully within the next hour, I would hope, that when we talk about that process, remember, this was a process that the county did not call for, the county did not want, the county was not willingly there. This was a process where the state called us to a meeting and said, we're going to be talking about legislation that has the potential to be pushed down your throat. And we said, well, yeah, we would like to at least be there to be able to talk about that. And so we went as an ad hoc committee so that the county had a voice and that we were in the room. Because as many people have said many other times, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, right? And so we wanted to make sure that we were there to have a voice. The committee sat and we listened to what was proposed, and we told them and said, hey, the baseline for where we should be talking from is something that our board already approved, right? It's like Groundhog Day. We're here already again. We're right back here with the same problem, not the same urgency. It's different kind of urgency now, but the same problem. So when things were proposed that were not palatable because they did not follow that, your ad hoc committee was there to say that. When things were proposed that were more in line with that current legislation, or when the staff got down in the weeds on that current legislation, because as you'll note, this legislation has a much greater level of detail than the last did about how things were put forward and how things were going to move. So when those issues were put forward, we were the guardrails to make sure that that happened. That was your ad hoc committee. But ultimately, it is not this county's legislation. It's not ours. The state are the ones who put this together. The state are the ones who are driving that boat, not us. They're giving us this, we're the toddlers in the room, and they're patting us on the head and saying, okay, you're good, you had a say. You were democratic about it. And here we are, right? And we're looking at whatever might be proposed. So that, I hope, answers your question about the ad hoc committee and what our role was there. We were guardrails. Okay?
And through the chair, just that, again, I requested for the ad hoc committee last year, again, so we can have ongoing updates. So we didn't have what happened last year where we didn't know what was taking place, and we got something literally that morning of. And just a quick question, I just wanted to make sure through the CAO's office, when we're providing updates, because I know this was one of my questions in our committee, is everyone getting a fair amount of the same information as we are going through this process?
Yes, yes. In response to your question.
Okay.
I think I know what you're asking. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. I had shared with the CAO prior to this meeting that I was going to ask you to give your perspective and your feedback, because you represent us in that space. And yes, was the CEO giving us high overviews? Of course. But it's different when I hear from my own colleagues, because you're there advocating and fighting and in that space, right, at the table. So I wanted to hear just from you both. This is not I'm not trying to throw you under the bus. I want to make sure I make that clear. I just wanted to understand. That's all. Oh, yeah. Okay. Because, things can get misconstrued when that's not what it is trying to be or anything. All right, well, thank you. I appreciate that, because that helps me to understand where we are as we move forward. So, okay. My next question, well, let me first start with this. Do I support shipbuilding? Yes. Do I support good-paying jobs? I definitely do. I would be remiss not to say that. We have lost a lot of jobs in this county, and so there's a serious need for jobs. And yet, I'm still, in my role as county supervisor, still also responsible to make sure that there's protections and guardrails in, and that's what the ad hoc committee has been working on to help us to get to where we are today. And so I want to say thank you both for your hard work on this legislation and just working to be at the table. But I also have to look out for our environment. As you all know, I heard someone come up and say, well, you are with the Solano Land Trust. Do I sit on that board? Yes, I do. Did I work there? Yes, I did. So I do understand the necessity and why it's important to protect ag land and our environment. And so with that being said, before I make any decisions, I have to have all my questions answered. And that's just kind of how I work. Now, I'm not going to keep us here all night, because I almost have questions on every single page of this legislation. And I, too, as my colleagues, didn't get this legislation until yesterday. I didn't get this legislation until 3:20 yesterday. So I can tell you I spent all night reading, and I did not get a lot of sleep. But it was worth it because I needed to read through it. My next question is going to be on page 2. And let me just go there. We're going to go down to, I wanted to understand when it states in here, heavy maritime industrial uses. I really didn't know what that could be, and so I was wondering if staff can define or state what heavy maritime industrial uses are or will be based on this legislation. Is the spectrum large? What are we looking at? And if it is the case, and I think it's 2. Let me see. Am I on the wrong page? Maybe it's page 3. Let's see. Thank you, section 2E. So this is my question. Can we define what's heavy maritime industrial based on this language for the Collinsville project? What would that look like? Is there some high overview of what that is? And if it is considered heavy maritime industrial, then my next question is, how does SB 954, which is the CEQA Advanced Manufacturing Facility Exemption. If it passed into law, it will expand and restructure several exemptions under CEQA for advancing manufacturing. How will this fit into that legislation because of the pitfalls and it reduce public participation? Will this project fall under those exemptions? I know that was a lot.
That was a lot, but let me see if I can get you responses. So with respect to the use of the term heavy maritime industrial uses in that section is the findings. It just provides context and explains why we're doing this. It's not an operative term as it appears there, but where I would direct you to look instead is on the next page, starting at the very top of the page, subsection B. Those are the allowed, if this legislation were to pass, those would be the allowed uses in this area. So that gives you more detail about what would be allowed. And then to answer your question about SB 954, my understanding is that to the extent that will modify the existing streamlining provisions, it doesn't implicate what this would do. So it's hard to explain, but this legislation would qualify our projects in that area as qualifying infrastructure for the purposes of the judicial streamlining. The existing legislation as it exists now, it'll just fit it into that. That is being proposed to be amended, but not to the extent that it would change how it gets streamlined for our projects.
Okay. All right, because when I read that, I was concerned because if we're saying it's heavy maritime use, and then here in B it says maritime and manufacturing uses, then in my thought process, this automatically would fit under the SB 954. And my concern with that is, will it strip us of any more police powers and our ability to enact, ordinances or permitting processes, I should say?
I think that's a little bit different of a question. So let me respond to that more specifically. So just to back up a little bit, I would say with respect to the CEQA exemptions, we shared the concerns. And we did ask for those to be stricken from the legislation, and that wasn't something that was agreed to. So going forward with the legislation as drafted, as presented to us, we did all that we could to preserve, to the extent possible, this board's discretionary decision-making authority, including your full police powers to regulate out there for the health and safety of the community. So that includes the ability to require a use permit for any project out there and the ability to condition the issuance of that use permit on anything you think is sufficient or appropriate. And that can be all the environmental reviews and studies, technical studies, which you could use as a tool to identify potential impacts. And then as a condition of the use permit, you could require mitigation to address the identified impacts. It is not CEQA, it's not the public participation process that CEQA provides, but it is this board's ability to study the area, understand the impacts, and try to address them.
Okay, so the goal was to try to make sure we had some abilities to push things through. And you said that, but I just wanted to make sure I understood.
That's a big component of what you're considering today.
Yes, yes, it is. Okay, let me follow my list.
If I may, Supervisor, just a real quick question on my end.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Isn't it rather hard for us to even contemplate what that could be since we've never seen a project? I just wanted to throw that out. Thank you. Okay. I'm just saying, because we haven't even talked about clean water. How's all this going to work out? We still infrastructure. I worry about infrastructure that somehow it's going to be the county's responsibility to put in a new Highway 12, which it doesn't need. I'm not saying it doesn't. We just don't have the funds, let alone a new bridge, all of that kind of stuff. So I just want to know, in terms of writing, what can we do to make sure that what Carrie just indicated is going to be, so that they know we do not want X, Y, Z until we see some sort of a project. I just don't get that. And I'm still not understanding why we have to do it today. I'm just throwing it out. I can't be the only one who's thinking that.
Oh, I have a lot of questions.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. I have a lot of questions. Honestly, I'm just going to throw it out there. It'd be nice if we could, if I could go through these questions with staff first, and then,
No.
because we have only had it for 24 hours, not even full 24 hours. Couldn't we come back tomorrow? And I'm just hearing dialogue out right next to me. That's all. I apologize. So with that being said, what I'm saying is, couldn't we postpone this till tomorrow? At least give us time to sit down and ask questions. You don't understand how many questions I have. And I've been working, trying to read through it all so that I can ask questions. I'll keep us here another 2 hours.
I can't be here tomorrow. I have MTC, and I am part of the quorum. They won't be able
About
to do
Thursday.
business. Right. They won't be able to do business tomorrow if I'm not there.
In the morning?
Yep. So there's not a...
Well, all right.
And
I'll
all these
keep
good
y'all
folks
here,
already
'cause
took the day off to be here, so
Well, I'm just going to go through them. All right.
Just keep going.
keep going.
All right.
Get them. Rip them out, because you deserve that. You sat through this.
Yeah, okay. My next question. All right. I want to go to page 3. I want to know who's going to pay for all the public services. If the audience could please let me ask my questions and listen intently so you can hear the responses, it would be greatly appreciated. Now, back to the question is, who's going to pay for the public services?
When you say public services, water, sewer.
Page 3, yeah.
Yeah.
Who's paying for all those? Who's going to be responsible?
So the legislation doesn't identify any funding sources for that sort of thing, but it does have language that allows the county to require a funding plan with the submission of any project application. So we can decline to consider an application for a project unless it's submitted with an infrastructure plan that has a funding plan.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure we weren't going to be stuck with the bill. That's my main
Good
thing.
question.
Yeah.
So does that mean a budget? Is that what you're saying when you say a funding plan?
No, I think a plan that identifies the source of the money. How are you going to pay for this?
And then it does state in there, if they choose not to pay, we can say no, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I think that specific question goes more to they owe us reimbursement for the work we do in processing their applications, and if they refuse to reimburse us, we can stop work on their project applications.
Okay. Okay, so it also indicates that the set-aside is 1,350 acres, but there's also a clause in there that indicates for retail overnight accommodation uses and public services for the water-dependent industrial area. It says it's designate to review the designated area up to 20 acres located. Where is that? Where would that be?
So it's to be determined. This would set aside the full 1,350 acres, and in that full area, they could identify 20 acres to site services and support of the maritime uses. So it's at this point, because we don't have a project application, we don't know where that would be. But it would
So
be
it's not
within
in
this area.
addition. It's not in addition to. That's what really what I want to do.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me see. Right. I just wanted to go back. This is what's new in the languages on page 3, number 6. This is new. And I was a little bit concerned about this because it gave me the impression that it's about data centers, because it says a standalone data center, utility scale solar energy storage. The thing is, we have not, as a board, we haven't had any studies on data centers. Okay, yeah, we've said, oh, we'll charge you if you have one. That's one thing. But the ability to know, after going to NACO and attending my workshop on data centers, it gives me pause. Last year, I didn't really know much about data centers, so I'm just being transparent with everyone here. Now that I do understand data centers, how they work, I'm a little concerned about that. I don't want to set a precedence in this county before we've had an opportunity to identify and study data centers. How much water will they need, energy? How far is the noise pollution from the data centers? It has to run 24 hours a day, right? The heat that it creates in the earth, what does that look like? So I'm not comfortable with the data center part.
Let me, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Just to explain that, we're well aware of the concerns about data centers, and so this language is actually a carve-out. The whole page is the definition of allowed uses, except for that section says, this specifically is not an allowed use. It says a data center and an energy support services facility are not allowed uses. So it specifically addresses that concern and says you can't do that out there. You can do it. They can do it for their own purposes. They can't go into the business of doing that. So if they have data service or data center requirements for their own business internally to serve themselves, they can do that. But that would be in part of a project applicant that would come to this board for consideration of a use permit. So you'd have consideration of that.
All right, so I just want to make sure it's not going to set a precedence for other data center companies, nor give them the right to try to create data centers anywhere else within how much, 70,000 acres of land they own. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. I'm sorry, but I got to ask the questions. The next is on page 7. Oh, excuse me. Before we go to page 7, let me go to page 4. My apologies. I want to just speak to the language on page 4. So B, section 4, it says the county may conduct or procure studies that inform the determination of the optimal location. Then in 3, there's a lot of may. I would prefer it said shall, that we shall consider, conduct, or procure studies. And I understand the goal was to provide us more powers. And I understand that. And I know, like, in this moment, in this instance, you would want those things. But I'm thinking long-term, we're not always going to be this board of supervisors. And when you have language like this, it just opens the door. And there's a saying that absolute power corrupts absolutely. And so I'm just thinking on a long-term basis instead of the right here, right now. And so I'm concerned with this language. I would like this language to say shall versus may. And then, let's see. Uh-huh.
This is a question of county council. Shall and may are pretty much the same word. If you
no,
well, no. If you want absolute, then you say must.
Correct.
Must or shall I'll give you, but may or shall.
I guess we're going to argue.
So good to have you.
All right, so that, I'm just identifying an area of concern for me, is that it says may instead of shall. I don't know if they can fix that, but I'm just putting it out there, that I felt that is not, I didn't feel that it was appropriate. Okay, and then it says here on, so normally what happens, everyone, these questions, I do this behind the scenes, and we have our dialogue. And then I can have some concise answers. So when we come here to the board, it's just, if I do ask a question, I can tell you most of the time I know the answer. But because I received this just 24 hours ago, I'm a little, I don't know. And it gave me an opportunity to really look through it and try to understand it. And so there's just some parameters that I would like to see in this legislation, you know, so that I can feel comfortable. Let's see. All right, moving on to page 5. I think we talked about this. Okay, this is E. It says nothing in this title or Article 8 commemorating with Section 21159.40 of Chapter 4.5 of Division 13 of the Public Resource Code requires the county to approve a conditional approval. And I think you answered this for me, and I asked, I was wondering, like, who gets to give the final approval? And that is the county, right? Okay. Okay, that was that. Okay. All right. On to page 6. Okay. I think I asked this question already. And this was the FEIR, understanding how did we come back to this point. Okay, and now I understand the discussion and thought was, well, we already approved it. Let's start from our approval moving forward. Okay. Okay. All right, I wrote myself a note, sorry. Okay, I just want to make sure I understood this part. No, you're fine. This is section C on page 6 at the bottom. It says, nothing in this section shall limit the county's police powers or its authority pursuant to any law other than this division to regulate land use or protect public health, safety, welfare, or the environment, including its authority to require at the applicant's expense environmental studies, technical analysis. Let me, I wrote myself a note here. Are the conditions? Okay. Okay, ask. All right, I just wanted to make sure I understood what was in section, moving on to page 7D. It says, I didn't have time to look up all these section numbers and stuff, so I'm hoping staff can tell me what it is. So it was Article 8, commencing with Section 65450 of Chapter 3 of Division 1 of the Title 7 of the Government Code for the Collinsville Specialty Study Area or other zoning changes applicable. Can you explain what It's in that code. Do you know it by heart?
Yeah, that essentially just says that, as this board embarks on updating its general plan, this legislation, if passed, is not going to constrain your ability to draft a general plan in any way you want. This isn't going to bind you into the future. In fact, it's the opposite. When this board adopts a general plan, it'll repeal this language. And this just makes it clear that this doesn't dictate what has to go into your general plan.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so it's repealable. That's good to know. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I don't know. I apologize. I'm doing my job. Okay. Construction jobs. Okay, so I want to go down to, I like that in section B, it has a requirement that all contractors and subcontractors at every tier, pretty much a PLA is in here, and it will support our contractors and subcontractors while this is, the thought of construction work. But I wanted to know, are there any guarantees for those individuals that live in Solano County? Because I thought it said something about jobs for California, but the whole purpose, in my opinion, is how do we make sure we keep our jobs at home for the people that live here? And does this include everyone? I know we have our building trades in here, but is our labor in here as well? And how are we making sure they're safe, family sustaining jobs once this is done? Because we always hear about the 10,000 jobs. I don't know what all the 10,000 jobs really are, to be honest. And I know we don't have a project yet, but I'm assuming there has to be some type of hypotheticals. And if so, how do we make sure that we secure that jobs? I almost feel like jobs first. I feel like I'm turning into Trump, America first. But it's jobs first for Solano County residents. And then, once we've done that, and making sure even those that are mechanics. I receive a lot of letters from the machinists, as well as just different unions who had some apprehensions. So I'm just trying to make sure that as we move through this process, that we're thinking about all the jobs. And two, I would like to see some language that allows for community benefits later, a separate one for Collinsville and Bird's Landing, and a separate one for county, including labor, education, environmental, marginalized communities, and nonprofit communities. Something to see at a later date. But that was my concern on this page.
Yeah, I think I understand. I think this language makes it a requirement that a project labor agreement be entered into for this board to issue a permit. So that's good and bad. It further constrains this board's authority, but it does so in a way that I'm hearing you support. But what that project labor agreement was going to dictate those requirements, the local jobs, the high-paying jobs. So it's subject to that agreement. Mm-hmm. And then for community benefits, elsewhere in this document, it does allow the board, the county, to require a development agreement. And in a development agreement, we could require a community benefit.
And that's where we would put the language. Okay. So then going on to the tribal portion, it did talk about we couldn't disclose anything, but then I heard someone say that the tribal council didn't get a chance to weigh in on this. So can you help me just speak to that for me?
Yeah, what I can say is the tribal language in this legislation has changed over the last couple days. It's much more substantial now than it started. I don't know what the consultation has been with the tribes, or particularly Yoshetihi, but I know that it's greatly expanded. It in some ways mirrors the CEQA requirement for tribal consultation, although it's not a full CEQA process. But I don't personally know if the tribes are supportive of this.
Oh, okay. We don't know if we have buy-in. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm trying not to keep you guys all here all day. Thank you. So on to page 10, we're talking about the semiconductors. In the CHIPS Act of 2022, it indicates that there's transportation-related projects. Do we know what that would look like? Because I see here like accessible bicycles and pedestrian infrastructure. So my question is, why would we need that in that zone? Or is it just, I don't understand.
So my response to that is none of that necessarily applies to what we're doing here. That is what I referred to earlier when I said there's a whole existing statutory process for the judicial streamlining. So this is the existing statutory process, and they're simply adding, you can see on page 10, it's underlined, a Solano Maritime and Manufacturing Project.
Yeah.
That just got added to existing statute to make that a qualifying project. All of this other stuff exists there already otherwise.
I see. So this is state
Yes.
mandated or state language, okay. All right, so because I was looking at these numbers, I'm like, I've never seen these numbers before. Okay, all right, that's state. Okay, that's why that's like that. Okay, so then I didn't write the number down, but I wrote my question. If there is a dispute between the county and the landowners, what is the process, and will the county be indemnified?
It depends on the nature of the dispute. So what the legislation addresses is if there's an implementation dispute, so if they apply for a permit and we disagree about some aspect of that permitting process, that's what goes to the special master that was referenced earlier. And that is also an otherwise already existing process in state law. And so it's just added this to that process. And so that's narrow. That's just an implementation dispute between agencies or between an agency and the landowner.
Okay, because when I was reading through it, I was just trying to see how do we protect ourselves, right? Because you have to streamline it extremely fast, right? And if, Lord behold, we find out later, that doesn't work, we're on the hook, right? Pretty much. Okay. And I'm asking all these questions because there is some changes. I think had it been the same legislation from last year, it would have been easy, but it's not. Okay, so this part where it's the governor, my question is, why is the governor, I noticed previously it says that it would be the land and something group. Now, granted, it is appointed by the governor, but let's be honest, we're getting ready to have a new governor. Nothing to the current governor, no disrespect. I know that we're going to be transitioning or whatever. So this governor knows and understands, but we're going to be starting over with a new governor.
Are you looking at the reference on page 12 in the underlined language towards the bottom? Yeah, again, that's the existing judicial streamlining legislation or statute that exists, and that's just the way it's set up. And so if there's interest in expedited judicial review of lawsuits, that's the process for it.
Period.
Yeah, and it's not just for us, it's for any of the qualifying projects.
Oh, that's for all.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Okay. I think that's my questions for now. Let me hear from the rest of the board. Thank you for, I just needed to understand what this is. Yeah. All right, thank you.
No, he's just saying that he preferred his peers to go first because this is in his district. So that's what we were stating.
It was a baseball term.
I do have a few questions, and thank you for that. And I do respect that this is happening in your district. And just some questions for me. What tools does Solano County have to make sure, like, if we say yes to responsible growth or responsible economic growth while still protecting our communities, our natural resources, and our ability to make informed decisions? Like, as we're having this conversation and the comments that I heard that I'm not anti-growth, but I want to make sure that our environment is protected, or that I want jobs, or I want to make sure that regardless, people stated that they're not necessarily anti-growth. They want to make sure that our environment and our communities are protected overall. So I just want to just have like a conversation, especially with a lot of what was stated on both sides of the conversation, from those who are against, not necessarily against California Forever, and then those who are for jobs and for economic growth, et cetera. Understandably, and state this, they came in like a bull in a china cabinet, and we need to address those like past harms and the mistrust and everything that has caused us to be here until 6 o'clock. And that's why you keep hearing my phone vibrate. I have little ones, so I have to make sure that they know where to put their backpack and to do their homework. But overall, I want to be clear that I do support economic development. I support industrial development. I also support bringing good jobs. We heard from the Working Waterfront Coalition that is on Mare Island in Vallejo, and the class looks a lot different from what is in this room. So when we're talking about like this legislation, the difference between this legislation from the September 2025 legislation and this legislation, the question that comes up for me is like, what tools do we have to make sure that we do say yes to responsible growth, to responsible economic growth, while protecting our communities, our natural resources, the natural lands, and also our ability to make informed decisions. And I know that's a mouthful, but I just want to like start with that as far as like, what tools do we have right now?
Right now or under the legislation?
Under legislation.
Yeah. So that goes to what I was speaking to before, the police powers. We don't have CEQA, which is normally how we would inform ourselves. But we have our police powers, and we can require use permits. And so it's whatever we can, think of to require under our use permit process. And James, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you want to speak briefly to how that process works?
Sure. I can attempt to begin it. But yes, obviously, first part of what the legislation requires this board, once we get a letter from the land owner, is to go through and do a general plan amendment to reshape not resize, reshape the area for the purposes of shipbuilding. The second part is to rezone it to an industrial use. And so that process would come through the board as well. We would identify what industrial uses are. We tie to what's in the legislation. We would set the parameters of what those uses would need to fulfill. And as pointed out, we have the ability to require studies, mitigations, and other things within our Police and Public Protection Act. So the goal there would be for us to identify what is important for us through that process. We didn't make the sandbox, so we're trying to play in the sandbox. And so most of the stuff that we have fought for within this legislation is to keep it to the 1,350 that was identified. We're not looking for a broader reach within the area. We've also pushed to be able to have the ability to define what the zoning is, define what the uses are, and work to make sure that the studies that are necessary to protect as much as possible as we can within the law, we go for. So that would be the goal there. Specific protections for what you're talking about refers to what Carrie was mentioning. Through that use permit process, potentially through the development agreement, those areas would allow for us to make some conditions that we would look at to have an active say in how this moves forward. Does that help?
No, that helps greatly, and thank you for that. And can you walk me through specifically, like whether this legislation changes, limits, or supersedes anything approved by like the Solano County voters, like through Measure T? And if it does, like what exactly is that? Like talk.
Sure.
Thank you.
So you've heard a lot from the public as well.
Mm-hmm.
What the legislation does with the general plan amendment, the ability that is given through this legislation for us to reshape, I keep wanting to say resize, not resize, reshape the area, that is an override of Measure T. The area is defined within the 2008 general plan. It was the Measure T portions of it. Any changes to the physical footprints of what's identified in the general plan requires a vote of the people. This legislation changes that, but it doesn't change the overall sizing of that.
And thank you, because last year we had the same conversation in regards to the quirl versus the rectangle, and if I could pull in Supervisor Vasquez, you talked about, because you were here initially when that shape was chosen, and you said, well, we chose it for the fun of it. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it was much bigger. It was about 2,500 acres, and then we got into the discussion with PG&E because PG&E had the property then, and we reduced the size of the footprint. Where was I going to go? What was I was going to add to that, but
That it was done in
because we just excluded the hills and that. We didn't want to get into the the grading and all of that. That's why it ended up being the way it is. But again, the voters voted in 2008. What they saw before them on the ballot was these shapes, and that's why it conflicts with Measure T to try to change it to a different shape, because that's what the voters approved.
And I would add that the shape of the coral right now is tied directly to the current, or at the time, the parcel shapes.
Yeah.
So that outline is specific to the parcels that are sitting in that area. So by changing the potential layout of that, the issue potential would be is that if you have multiple owners, then you'd be changing the land use for different owners. In this instance, Flannery is one owner in this area. But the reason that it's shaped the way that it is topography and the parcels that are in that area specifically.
Thank you. And just this came up as you were speaking. Can the county afford to buy that land back? Have we ever explored that?
It's a bigger process than that, and obviously we would need to have a willing seller.
Okay.
Or eminent domain. Not my words.
So, because as we're having the conversation, because it's 69,000 acres, right, including this area here, and we haven't had that conversation overall to say, hey, is the county even interested? Can we even afford to do that?
No supervisor did.
And just around the 2008 environmental document, was that document intended to be the final environmental analysis for projects? of this scale, or was it intended to be like program level document that's followed by additional like project specific review?
So it was a program level EIR, and the language talked about, as a project comes along, specific CEQA would be studied on a project basis.
Okay.
Yep.
And under this legislation, like who determines whether a future project qualifies as like maritime and manufacturing use? Is it us as the county, or is it the state?
It would be us as the county, as it comes to us as a application for a use permit.
Mm-hmm. And that's through every application that comes through?
Yes.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you for answering my questions. And I want to say this is, again, like, what is responsible growth in our county? We talked a lot about our budget this past June, how there's going to be a potential deficit next year due to HR 1 ramifications, and how is the county able to grow our economy or diversify our economy, especially when we hear about the loss of jobs. And I want to say, the district that I represent is North Vallejo. And when we're talking about the Working Waterfront Coalition, talking about Mare Island, there are programs already in place. Cal Poly Maritime is looking at a maritime hub on Mare Island. They have already partnered with the Working Waterfront Coalition to bring in historically excluded communities to ensure that they have access to good paying jobs. And I pass a corner store every day to go to whatever meeting that I'm going to, and I always think about how can I get that guy from the front of the store to a good job. And I come from a union family, and I hear the unions here because I also heard what they stated about the PLA and making sure that there's strong language in this, and we'll be setting a precedent with this. And again, that's how we're holding the landowner responsible and accountable to making sure this isn't just initial jobs. This will be ongoing and permanent jobs. So with that, I just want to say, I don't just want to bring jobs to Solano County. I want us to build careers here in Solano County, and I want to make sure that those commitments are measurable and enforceable and lasting. And as we're continuing to have this conversation today, because again, last year we did unanimously, although reluctantly, approve this because we wanted to make sure that we had some local control. And with this, what I'm hearing is that we have ensured, we were in those meetings where we ensured that we have local control. But also what I heard today was Glenn Lovell, who was here, who has the Working Families Coalition, and that's a coalition with union, environment, electeds, different business leaders, where they have those hard conversations on a monthly basis. Is how do you find that compromise? And he stated that is accountability. So how do we be accountable to all partners in our community, and whether it is today or whether it's tomorrow? They are the landowner here, and we need to figure out something in order to protect our county, but also thinking of those the 174,000 people who commute out of our county as well. So I will be quiet for now, and if we wrap something, if anything comes up, I'll be sure to press my little button. Thank you.
Good paying jobs and their continuation determines if there's the widget product is needed somewhere. So on page 10, here's the question that I have, Carrie, section II. It talks about that if the act is approved by the voters at the November 5th, 2020 statewide general election. So tell me, what act are they talking about? The Clean Air Bond? Is that the one they're talking about right above that? Do you see what page I'm on? Page 10?
What do you know? Do you have
Or,
like a,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm just, do you have a 2E or do you have a number?
Oh, it's the fourth line down. So you have section, if you go down, fourth line, 1, 2, 3, the third line, I'm sorry, it would be helpful if I could count. If the act is approved by the voters, and I'm assuming they're talking about the Clean Air Bond Act of 2024. I have not looked at what the agenda is yet on terms of voting, because that's like not a today problem. So the page 10 at the top. Are we on the same page?
Yeah, I see it now,
Okay.
Supervisor. It does look like
Good
the
same
clean.
bill? No, I'm kidding.
I hope so.
kidding.
No.
Last time there was a lot of,
I know, there was a lot of going back and forth. No, I took no offense.
Yeah, that's in the
believe me.
past. That's in the past.
Holly, can you find it? Okay, you guys found it?
So I think it does refer to the Clean Air Bond Act, and what it is doing is referring back to the definitions previously in the statute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which hopefully, that would mean, though, that whoever ends up doing whatever must maintain clean water then, if that's what we're going to be looking at.
I think so.
Okay. All right, just checking.
all right, so, what's that? I don't know. Yeah, that's a bond act. Yeah. And it's just referring back to
Yeah, and a lot of it has to go to the Central Valley with so many people there not having clean water, and a lot of water has to be brought in. So that's basically what the funding is for. But I just wanted to make sure that if that is there and there is some money, the point is making sure that whoever uses our water leaves it as pristine as they're picking it up, because I don't have any faith in trouble.
Chair, I'm looking back at the previous language. It looks like that's pretty narrowly applied just to hydrogen.
Yeah.
Facilities, which wouldn't be what's going on out here.
No, but you can use the it's the Drinking Water Act. We won't even go there. I just want to make sure I have it right.
Yeah, and I should chime in on that. I mean, the legislation does require that all other, CEQA aside, all other laws to be complied with.
Right. Okay, we're good. Thank you.
Okay, good.
I'm always.
Ask away.
Okay, all right. I have one more question. So I don't know where the page is because I forgot to write it down. But it's about the conditional use permit process. Can you explain how that process would work for us in reference to this language pertaining to heavy industrial maritime use? What would that look like for us? What protections do we have within our police powers to revoke the permit if it's not in compliance? Do you know what I mean?
Sure. So when we use the term conditional use permit, that's our standard use
It's a
permit
regular
process
one?
where we define what the zoning is, what the uses that are allowed there, and the conditions that apply to that. I believe what you're asking is that once we issue a use permit, if they're in violation of that use permit, what's the process for that? Typically, a use permit is good for 5 years. That goes through a renewal process, and the county has jurisdiction to revoke a use permit if we find violations.
Okay. I just wanted, because we're not having CEQA, there's no CEQAs in here, well, I just want to make sure we have all the, I know y'all already go home. But I just wanted to make sure that, we have the tools that Supervisor James was referencing. All right, that was it, Supervisor Mashburn.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Madam Chair, for me to roll with this?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. So one of the things that I heard at least 6 times today is what gives the state the right, right? And we the people give the state the right. And unfortunately, over the many, many, many years and decades now, we we have given the state maybe a little too much leeway and a little too much right to do things. That's why so many loopholes have been created. That's why there's the ability to place something on a trailer bill and put it through into law without any committees looking at it, without any review, without any of those things, those kind of little loopholes. And I would point out to everybody here that it's almost election time, and so think about that and think about who you're voting for when we're talking about those loopholes and how we have to fix things and how we have to turn that battleship. To that end, when we talked about the ad hoc committee and when we were up in Sacramento and we were going through this process, one of the things that was evident is that while GoBiz is the one that called the meeting, the folks driving the boat were the folks from California Forever when we talk about how this legislation was coming to be. And you should hear. I mean, you've all seen some of the proposals that the Bergs talked about if you sit down and watch their YouTube video for what they were talking about putting together for legislation and we're talking about trying to put out. And it was pretty ominous from my perspective as the supervisor of that district. And to have that hanging over your head in that meeting is significant, right? When you're under the impression that the governor has the ability to just put that on a trailer bill and cram it down your throat. And I hate to keep using that analogy, but since I got elected to this position, the state's been doing that to us on innumerable things.
The Delta plan is...
The Delta plan, the tunnel, everything, pick something, right? We as a region suffer that quite a bit. And I would point out that it's not just this governor. If you were to look at the positions of both of the candidates, irrespective of their political parties, both of the candidates support this concept of a city. Both of these candidates support the concept of a Delta conveyance project and a tunnel. So it doesn't matter which party you're voting for. They already have their mind made up when they get to that office, and we're still going to be fighting this fight over all of these issues, and we're still going to be having things crammed down our throat. To that end, we spent several weeks, and staff spent innumerable hours, literally hundreds, maybe thousands of hours cumulatively, all the staff, working on this legislation piece that we have here and working hard to try and find us a spot somewhere to land, because it matters. Because as all my peers have said, jobs matter to all of us up here, right? Our residents matter. Industry matters. Economic development matters. All of those things matter to us up here. Doing it in a way that makes sense, doing it in a way that makes a difference generationally within our community is important. Is this the piece of legislation with all of its urgency that lands us in that spot? And that I don't know. Today, we've already heard this legislation has holes. We've heard from other labor groups. I applaud the PLA that we have. It's great. It's going to provide for construction jobs while this is in the process. But as was evident today with the letter from the machinists, who will be making the parts there for generations, right? When we talk about the longshoremen and women who will be there for generations, those labor groups aren't part of that PLA. This legislation doesn't capture that. So literally those long-term jobs, they're not covered in here. When we talk about the tribes all day have been pinging our folks about their issues with this legislation and with the holes in it from their perspective. Do I think that this legislation would be a good foundation, a way to start looking forward? Because I feel that the voters already have, at one point, you asked why we used the 2008 EIR, because that's all we have. It was approved in 2008, and since that time, we haven't updated the EIR. We haven't updated the general plan. We're about to, right? But we've been working off of that same document all this time. It's time to update it. But for this piece of legislation, to have that level of urgency for me, was because hanging over my head, again, as you heard me say so many times, because I love him so much, I was worried that the governor was going to do something bad, and we were going to end up with legislation that wasn't palatable for this county and did things that took things out of the hands of our voters and did not let them have a voice. The guardrails that we placed in that room tried to preserve some of that. When you look at this legislation, it talks about us still having a process through our policing powers to be able to ask for environmental reports and all of those things that would go into some form of CEQA, right, review. But it doesn't necessarily give us the teeth to use those or utilize those for at the same level that you would get in a CEQA review. It pushes all of that responsibility back down, all that CEQA responsibility back down to this board level, and puts everything on this board to make those determinations about those projects going forward or not. It takes the litigation piece and shortens it. It doesn't take it away. I mean, people can still sue over things, but it's very short, and it's not decided by 12 people or 11 people from Solano County. It's decided by a special master, and that is different. I guess the long and the short of it, what I'm trying to get at is that there is work that still has to be done on this legislation. It still needs. I'm not saying this legislation isn't needed. If you ask me about why we don't have industry in California, it's not because California is a bad place. It ain't because we don't have the workers. It's not any of those things. It's because we're too highly regulated. We regulate ourselves to death, and we can't get anything done. Do we need to make some adjustments to CEQA? Yes. Do we need to do it at a state level? And our state legislators carry the responsibility for that? Yes. Does Solano County need to be the petri dish where that is tested and that is formed and that is given birth to? No, it does not. I think that we need to continue to work on this legislation. I think that the piece for me that gave it urgency was worrying about whether the governor was going to cram it down our throats. And I got to tell you right now, I ain't really that afraid of the governor. I don't think that he has that long left. I don't think that he has the ability to put a piece of legislation into a trailer bill. He has to ask the leadership of the Senate and the Assembly to make that happen. The governor doesn't get to make law. The Senate and the Assembly get to make law. I don't know that he's got the juice or the backbone to get that done. And so I think that we have time. That was my one sense of urgency, was worried about that, right? I didn't want the Berg legislation coming down here and us ending up, us and every other county just getting our backsides handed to us, right? I wanted to make sure that we had at least some guardrails and we could protect a little bit that we have. We have time. We don't have to do this today. I think we should do this. I think we should work on something because that area is designated that. The voters said it should be a maritime industrial area. We need a maritime industrial area. We have Vallejo already. We need to find a path forward that makes sense, that incorporates all those things, Vallejo, Benicia, all of that, into some type, make it a port authority, do whatever, but make it make sense. We shouldn't be doing it because we're rushed. We do have time. So I would say that we continue to work with GoBiz. We continue to work, and maybe we'll come up with something even better. Maybe we'll come up with something where we can do some form of other types of industry out there besides just maritime. We don't know because we haven't had the opportunity to analyze it. We haven't had the opportunity to look at it. But time gives us the benefit of that. It gives us the benefit of the state getting their act together and fixing CEQA. And it gives us the benefit of us being able to come up with some form of legislation if we choose to streamline things in our county that makes sense. So with that, I'm asking that we push this out and that you get a chance to get the answers you need, and you get a chance to get the answers you need, and we get a chance to sit down with GoBiz and the rest of the folks at the state and work through this in a way that makes sense. We're going to have to do it probably with a different administration, but it needs to be done in that fashion. That's my one opinion out of the 5 up here. So.
Are you thinking of any kind of
I am not. I am not thinking of a specific time. I don't want to put that specific limitation on us. I don't want to drag this out, right? Because the intent behind this was to make it timely so that if we do have industry come here, we have the ability to be nimble and to get something in place so that we can streamline their project for them, right? That's one of the reasons that they're not here, is because they're looking at a 14-year horizon, and that's not viable for business. They need a horizon that's much closer, shorter, like 2 years, where they can do something. So we need to figure out how that looks, though, because we've had, when I say we, I mean just your committee here, has had 2 months to look at it and try and figure a way forward. And you think she's got questions. We had questions. And so, right, we didn't really have 2 months, right? Yeah, no, we had like a month and a half, maybe. And so I think that we do need to do something with some expediency, but I don't think we got to do it today, right? And we don't have to do it with Gavin, right? We can work through it with our legislators, with who have been great, right? With Senator Cabaldon, with Assemblymember Wilson. They've been wonderful working with us. They've stood up for this county. They stood up for their folks. And you know, it's really a state issue, so they're the ones taking the slings and arrows. We're the ones that had to listen to the public comment today, but they're the ones taking the slings and arrows up there, right? I think that moving forward, they're going to be key to this, and they've shown that they're more than willing to work with us. Maybe there's some way they can help draft something that gets us into a place we want with some expediency, right? So that we can bring industry here, so that the folks at California Forever and any other industries at the Mare Island or anywhere else can be successful, and we can bring something back to Benicia. But we need.
Well, I'm not worried about Benicia.
Okay, but we need to have the time and the thoughtfulness to make sure that we do it correctly. That's all I'm saying.
You're just saying we don't need to rush.
I'm saying we don't need to rush because that fear that I had about him being able to just cram something down our throat is not there anymore.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
This is to Ian, and thank you for those words.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we, as the county, start our own environmental report? Why aren't we taking the lead to really understand, right? Like, what are the impacts? Then we'll know. I mean, instead of stabbing in the dark.
So I'm going to let Carrie chime in a little bit here on the EIR components and the study. Considering we don't have a project in front of us, which is part of the problem here.
That's the holdup, is typically you do the programmatic EIR, and then as a project comes forward, you do the additional layer of CEQA to study the impacts of that project. We don't have that project.
So can I?
Yeah.
So what if, rather than looking at it as a programmatic EIR for a general plan, right, that we were talking about at the 30,000-foot view, and instead of looking at it as a project-by-project piece, because if we did that, we wouldn't have any of the industrial parks we have now, right? You couldn't wait for the industry to come to you and say, hey, I want to put this here before you've developed an industrial park. You've already mapped it. You already have the lot set out. You already did all that stuff, right? I don't think this should be any different. I think that you know, we've talked about it very peripherally about the fact that maybe a port authority or something of that nature down there and stretching from there all the way to Mare Island makes sense. Maybe as a part of the formation of that type of entity, we do a EIR, an environmental study, to see how that would play out in that region and encompassing all three of those, right? Because the supporting industries and all the things that go along with that type of formation are going to have impacts beyond just in those geographic locations. So that EIR would have to encompass all of that. It just makes sense to do it that way.
And couldn't the EIR also incorporate looking at, because right now we know the way that it's shaped isn't appropriate, right? It's not conducive for a shipyard or anything. Couldn't we also, that's not my wheelhouse, but you're here, you know if we can. Couldn't we also look at what it would take to reshape it now?
I would think we would want to do that because
Yeah.
that would then also inform the formation of the general plan, right?
Exactly.
If there was some point that you wanted to not only reshape it, but you wanted to change its size or any of those things, if the voters had that appetite or the industry had that appetite, there would be a mechanism to do that because you would have already studied it to inform the general plan.
Yes. And then it shows that we're doing our due diligence.
Yeah.
So with regards to an EIR, typically, though, with a project-level EIR, you're usually relying upon an applicant because of the immense cost that's usually associated with an EIR. The expectation is that cost would be recouped through the process of going through the use permit and approval of a project. This action would take it upon the county to fund and do that EIR.
So you're absolutely right, but one of the things that's in this legislation, right, and we should talk about this right now. This kind of opens the door for that. Is I saw in there somewhere that they were going to the state, as the legislation went forward, had the ability they were going to kick down the county a whopping $250,000 to cover the staff costs of doing all this, right? And as you heard, just from one dog and pony show earlier, no, I didn't mean that in a bad way. Us taking our stuff on the road for the state of the county, it's not cheap. It was like 200 hours of staff time just for that. Imagine what this will be, like thousands, tens of thousands of hours, right? So if the state and GoBiz are so excited about wanting to bring industry to this region here, they spend money. They're putting $10 billion into the Long Beach Harbor. They're putting another $14 billion into another port here in California. Maybe they need to include in this legislation some money to help this county with that process, with an EIR process, with the formation of the port district. It's not beyond the pale that they should be able to find a little bit of money to help this county if it's that important to the state and the economy of the state, right? You got to spend money to make money. And if the state wants to do that, put your money where your mouth is, right? Or a chance for a good public-private partnership maybe with some of the investors over there.
And then to the comment of studying the redistribution of the land, right now with Measure T, we would not do that except for potentially through looking at the general plan modifications, right? An updated general plan could do that. So that could be part of what we look at through the general plan. Without legislation, we can't currently look at changing the orientation of the land. Yes, ma'am.
So, Supervisor, your name is still up. Are you still talking? I don't mean it in a negative way. I just want to make sure. Thing? Monica? No, don't worry about it.
No, the mic.
You need to.
Oh, my God. Yeah, okay. If you didn't hear it, I just was asking. All right. So, John, anything? Cassandra, anything? Okay. Supervisor Vasquez.
So I'll ask the ad hoc committee, was there any appetite to go back and look at some of the concerns, or is this piece of legislation, and maybe if I could impose on Karen to come talk about the mechanics of.
Poor Karen.
Welcome to the party.
I would think you'd be out there partying. Aren't you guys done today?
No,
That's what I just said.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members. No, I believe the Senate is still going.
Okay.
So thank you for having me. Karen Ling, your lobbyist up in Sacramento. I want to be clear.
For some reason, it's not on.
Yeah.
You just got to be closer, that's all. Like a rock star. You got to have it right like this.
Sure. Dying to hear my voice at this point. I want to be clear. This is a very tightly held group of meetings. I didn't get to be in the ones with the governor's staff, so I tried to support your team outside of those meetings. The timelines that you're facing right now. The legislature will adjourn for the 2-year session at midnight next Monday. Everything must be concluded by then. There's a 72-hour rule that that applies to nearly everything. It must be in print for 72 hours before both houses can vote on it. So they would need to come to some conclusion on whatever this is by Friday, which is an incredibly short amount of time because both houses are meeting pretty much all day, every day right now. As far as the revisiting piece, did you want me to try to speak to that? I really defer to Carrie and Ian being in the room, but as far as timing, you have to get there by Friday, and it just anything that happens in a bill right now requires leadership's agreement because they're past the point in time where they could run a regular bill that a member could, introduce. Any changes to legislation that's in print right now would require leadership's approval. And I think in any case that involves naming a specific county, leadership will go to the representatives of that county to check with them before agreeing to put something in print. Is that okay?
Yeah, so if we don't act, whatever that action is, this thing is not coming back until next year?
Don't want to gamble or speculate recklessly. They could still, the administration clearly really wants this. So I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to try to advance it, even without your support. I don't know. I wouldn't want to speak for your two legislators about what would happen if there's not a support majority today and what would your legislators do, but I do believe they will be consulted before legislation would be introduced about it in these last few days.
So there is somewhat of a gamble then.
Correct.
We could see this legislation irregardless if the board took a non-support position on it.
Yeah, it is theoretically possible. Yes, it's procedurally possible. It would just, leadership doesn't need your vote to stay leaders. They do need the assembly members and the senators. They're going to care what your legislators think, even if you're not in support.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Thank you for asking that question, Supervisor Vasquez. So it's kind of like, I'm not going to say that word, but it's like yeah, I wanted to say it, but I was like, is that appropriate to say on the microphone? Damage you do, damage you don't. It's like, so why are we even going through this? Why didn't it just go through the assembly and the...
That was my point. If the guy, if he had the juice to do it, he could have just already done it. Why even come and ask us? I don't think he's got it, and I don't think...
Okay, well, I don't know about any of that. I'm perplexed by it.
Are we still on being videotaped?
I don't know. I hope not.
If he's elected president, I'm going to get indicted, right?
Oh, my God.
That was not nice.
I know. Sorry.
So,
No, it's just we're all
can I jump in here for just a second? I'm hearing a lot of feedback. I'd like to get some specific feedback. I'm hearing opposition, but I'm also hearing a desire to continue to find a path forward. Mm-hmm. And so how do we do that in, as Karen said, a very tight legislative cycle where it sounds like what I'm hearing from the board is you want more time to be able to explore what this is, what it means, how it could change. That I'll just be honest, that doesn't happen in a matter of a day or two.
Well, Ian, I'm not asking just for us to be able to explore and to ask, right? I'm asking for the labor unions that weren't represented to be able to ask. I'm asking for the tribes to be able to ask. There are stakeholders here who absolutely need to be involved as well. I do not believe, given the limited time that we have, that is a lift that can be made.
Yeah.
I think that we need to, what I'm asking to do is for staff and the subcommittee, as long as the chair is cool with it, to keep working on this with GoBiz, if that's their choice. If it's not their choice, then we work on it, and we still will, with our legislators that represent us to find a way forward so that we can do something with our maritime industrial area. That's what I'm asking. I'm just saying, I don't think we need to do it this cycle. I'm saying no right now. until we have a chance to continue working on it, is what I'm saying.
I wanted to add to what Supervisor Mashburn said. My thought process, because you asked how, right? Of course, I would love to see the ad hoc committee continue to do the work. However, I would like more opportunities for you guys to be able to come back and give updates so you're not, I don't want you to feel pressured, right?
I promise we will share. I won't sign an NDA.
Okay, don't do it. But we could also, when we think about the general plan, create a Collinsville specific plan. Because right now it's just a special study, right? We can transition to that. Then that way we're working towards creating the water industrial area for maritime use. Those are just wanted to share.
That sounds like something we could bring back and talk more about in terms of a specific plan for that area. We can talk amongst staff and come back with options for the board about how we can advance a project or a reshape in this area, and give you some options to consider, as well as the steps that we would have to go through to get there.
So, just real quick, because what I heard from Karen is that August 31st, there may be a gamble. Hearing Supervisor Mashburn, Supervisor Williams concerned, and I also heard you say, like, what's a pathway as well? Like, is it possible to scrape the legislation down to just the reshape while we work on everything else? So that way we have, I'm just hearing about the gamble because you're saying, Karen, you're saying that basically that if we wait till next legislative cycle, then we may not, this may not even be a priority. And did I hear that wrong? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get clarity and making sure that I hear it.
I don't want to speak for the future gubernatorial administration. I think it's very clear that this governor and his administration are very focused on trying to move this forward in some capacity.
Yep. Supervisor Vasquez? Sorry.
No. So here's the struggle I have is that we're talking about what we want to do up here, but we forget that we have the investor or the property owner or the proponent of the project, and we haven't heard from them if they have an appetite to come back and want to work on it. And we certainly haven't had the opportunity to speak to our legislators who have probably put themselves on the line because it's their legislation. So I don't know how you... yeah, right. Yeah, nothing's unsponsored. So, giving direction as to what we would like to see, without engaging those other components, those other partners that we are part of this already, I don't know how we get to that, I guess is my... I don't know if there's anybody here from... Yeah. No. Because I'm asking the question. There is no. I'm asking the question.
Thanks. So I'm Jim Wonderman. I'm the head of public affairs for California Forever. Thank you for the diligence you're doing here. I mean, you've asked a lot of really good questions. The staff has done a lot of really good work. It's very complicated. There's been a lot of meetings over the last number of weeks to try to resolve a challenging issue. And, you guys have faced it, and, Supervisor Mashburn and Supervisor James, who sat on the task force, have been witness to this. So, basically, this is, we had an opportunity. It was opportunistic. So that's what I guess an opportunity is, to have a major shipbuilder come into Solano County, called Saronic. You're all aware of this. They put out an RFP, and we responded to the RFP. And when that began, and Assembly Member Wilson was very involved in this and put together a task force. And we weren't real confident in the beginning is that an Austin, Texas-based company would choose Solano County. It started out with 17 respondents from around the country and got down basically to 2. What they wanted to see from California, and they asked the state of California, the governor's office, GoBiz, Solano County, there were a number of meetings held in this building with agencies organized by the CAO and his team to answer their questions about process. What would this be like? Because what they're basically funded by the United States Navy to do to build autonomous naval vessels. It's a big contract, and the potential was much greater than that. But basically what was on the line was thousands of jobs that they would put here if they felt confident that they could move forward. In the end, we collectively couldn't move forward fast enough to satisfy, because the Navy requires, once they let a contract, you have to have vessels in the water in a certain number of months, and it's not a whole lot, like 18 months. And so they needed to have a path to get started. They were actually kind of patient with us and gave us more time and more time to really think about this. And I think there was a lot of diligence. Supervisor Williams, you said, we are trying, we're working, and I think you have been this whole time. But that was the opportunity that we had. So that's what's happening is the United States is investing heavily in restoring the Navy and in the commercial vessels that support the Navy. A lot of money is in the Defense Department and other areas to support this. And there's a chance to bring that back, that legacy industry back. So many jobs lost in this county and others around the Bay Area. We were the leader in this in the country, certainly in World War II. My father, I'm from New York, my father served on a Liberty ship at Mare Island in World War II. This was what we did, and a lot of your families worked on this. So there's a chance to do this, but it requires alacrity. It requires a company. It's up to a private company, not the U.S. Navy generally, but a company to say, we feel confident that we could come into a place and build a shipyard and go into production in a reasonable period of time. That's what this is really about. And so this legislation was developed as a compromise legislation, and you see all of the features of it that are there to protect local control. It's throughout the package of legislation that ultimately the county has to say. Nothing gets approved unless you approve it, and you're right. It falls back to the county a lot to make. Will fall back to the county to make those decisions, but it's on county land, so that sort of stands to reason. So that's the purpose of this. And so the state, thanks, the state has, I think, tried to put this together. They've worked together with you guys to do it. And unfortunately, there's only a very small window of time here in order to get a bill done this year, or else companies won't come because they won't see that path. And they'll go to Brownsville, Texas, as Saronic did, or they'll go to other places around the country. And 10,000 jobs are going to Brownsville that could have come to Saronic. I personally think, I was the head of the Bay Area Council for 22 years. Part of my job was to bring jobs and economic development, as well as other benefits to this whole region, including this county. And I think it's a shame that we're not more aggressive and move more quickly and maybe take some risk. Sometimes it involves taking a little bit of risk, and government doesn't like to do it. And I was in government. I was deputy mayor of San Francisco. I know how it feels. I might. But the bottom line is you could, because the questions you raised as a group were good questions. I thought most of them were answered. There were a couple of them which weren't, and which bear, I think, more review. You could knock that off in a couple of days.
Good question. All right, two things. First, everybody, we were incredibly respectful for over 100 folks came up and got to have a say. Right? I understand that. I totally understand that. Wait, I'm not trying to argue with anybody here, right? Stop for a minute. Supervisor's trying to get a question answered. Let's be a little bit respectful of that, because he's got a lot on his shoulders and he's got to make a decision. And all the heckling from the audience ain't helping with an answer to the question. So everybody just take a chill pill for a minute, or we'll adjourn and we'll come back in a half hour and everybody can go miss dinner. You know, this is serious, right? So let the supervisor get an answer to his question. To that end, Jim, his question was pretty simple. The stakeholders are here. Given what you heard from this board, is there an interest from the stakeholders to continue to work forward on some form of legislation should the rest of the group up here say they're no for right this second?
Yes.
Is there an interest in, from
so
your
the
group
shorter
to
answer
continue
is,
to work
of
forward?
course, yes. You know, we will work with this board. We'll work with this community, no matter what. I personally think there's an opportunity in the next 48 hours, because of the timeline that was put forward, to maybe work through this to the point, if the board was able to meet in a special meeting, to take another look at it, because I think there's a lot at stake, and you've put yourself a lot of work into this. So that's your decision as to whether you wanted to try that. I could be wrong about this, so I think it would take some, but I think the state, there's a lot of stakeholders invested in seeing something happen here, and I personally think there's a lot of good that can come from it if we could get to the right place together. But in the end, Supervisor Mashburn, the answer is yes. We're going to work together. This is a long-term thing, and
That is good to hear.
It's important we have that partnership. So thank you.
Thank you. That answer for you, sir?
Yes. Well, I'd like to ask the board, are they willing to come back in 48 hours? Does that work? Could we have to do an urgency, a special meeting? Oh, no, 48 hours. Oh, yeah, okay. All right. The last day is?
I'm sorry.
All right.
The legislative language needs to be in its final form and agreed upon by the three parties, so the Senate, Assembly, and the Governor's Office, by at some point on Friday, so that it can be in print for 72 hours before the legislature were to vote on its final form. So backing that out, you would have to probably have it done by, across the desk, meaning introduced by 8 p.m. on Friday, and you want to give yourself several, and I shouldn't commit to the leadership of how fast they can move something, but you need to have it in print at some point on Friday in order to make sure both houses can discuss it and vote on it. And you have, there's logistics of moving it between the houses and all of that, but they can move with all due haste when properly interested in doing so.
But you got to reach the tribes. You got to talk to union.
Yeah.
You got to. Rio Vista has to say. They ain't got to say yet, right? There's a lot of folks who are stakeholders who haven't got to weigh in and need to. And
so once again, we are rushing on something that probably doesn't need to be rushed. And on that note, are there any other questions? I'm just looking at the time, and as much as I love all you guys, I'm sure I need a shower by now. So I'm just saying. So if there's nothing more, I think we have some thoughts. I just need to know. I know that I'm looking, and so I just, if not, I would like to adjourn. Where are we to that point?
you want to wait, or you got a lot of stuff.
We need to vote.
Yeah, Chair, I might suggest that someone make a motion to support or oppose the legislation.
I make a motion that we, this is going to, well, it's a weird motion because while I do not support moving forward with the legislation at this time. So my motion is that we continue it into a later date.
What does that look like? Continue it to a later date this week or in general?
In general. Okay. Is that okay? Can I legally do that?
You can legally do that. We just want to make sure we understand what you're in.
All right. I want to continue it to a later date in general, but 3 days ain't going to cut it.
Is it this specific language or to work on language?
To work on language.
Work on language.
To work on language, yeah. Yeah, this is a great foundation for it, but to work on language.
So can I get some clarity? So as part of that process to work on language, would you envision reconvening the board at a later date, future board meeting?
Yes.
To talk about what those parameters would be for future legislation?
Yes, because I would want all the stakeholders to have the opportunity to weigh in so that this board and so that the subcommittee has that information more moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Just to be clear, when you say continue, you mean for the next legislative cycle, because this
Yes.
one is on Monday?
Yes.
Ends on Monday, or
Yes.
ends Thursday, because that's when the language needs to be in.
Right, it would need to be in print at some point on Friday in order for them to
Yes,
vote on
because
Monday.
again, we do need to move with some speed, because we need to be positioned, if there is an industry that comes in here and says, hey, I want a position, I want at that spot, we need to be able to move. So yes, the next legislative cycle would be fine.
January.
Yeah,
So we'll be having conversations until January.
yes. Hopefully, I mean, I hope they don't do like they did last time, and we don't talk about it, and then we wait till the very end, right? And it's like Groundhog Day all over again. I would say I would absolutely advise everybody out there that we start meeting and talking about this now, at the end of the week, not, wait until the last minute and then come in January for the next legislative cycle and say, oh my gosh, the sky's falling, we got to do this right now. That's not going to play well.
I'm going to second your motion.
Thank you.
Okay, because we definitely need to, like he said, we got to start working together now. This silos, that it doesn't work. We have to work together, and it gives an opportunity for us to start looking at our general plan and considering if we want to do a Collinsville specific plan.
Cassandra, go ahead.
Yeah, so just to be clear, we're saying we're opposing to introduce legislation this cycle.
Correct.
But we are agreeing to continue the conversation for possibly to introduce legislation next cycle.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to be clear with what, because we're talking about legislative cycles, but when and what.
Yes.
So thank you for that.
Yes, that's the motion. Am I legal in that motion there, boss lady? Yes, okay.
But as you indicated, there's foundational work already in this.
Yeah,
legislation.
this is a great starting point.
So the message would be that we're not going to support it as it currently sits, but that the ad hoc committee would then work with the state and the project proponents, the stakeholders, and the stakeholders to see what it would look like if in the next cycle of legislation.
Yes.
Is that clear enough?
I truly do not believe that there's going to be any money that's going to be coming in, guys. With the political stuff that's happening, of how a certain person feels about California, you guys can go to a court case, and that's why we didn't get the funding that we needed for our universities, because we supported Kamala Harris. I'm not sure where this funding is coming from. I understand what you guys are thinking of, but I think we're rushing into something and listening to something that I don't think is going to meld in to bring in any kind of extra jobs without destroying the land, and I don't want the land to be destroyed. So that's me.
All right.
So
you're still going to vote, right?
well, I'm going to vote, but it won't.
I figured.
it
I've
won't-
given you a bad time.
It won't be positive.
We got a motion and a second, yeah. Madam Chair, can we vote?
Yes, go for it.
Okay. Wait, no. You're voting. So a yes vote would mean that we're voting no. A yes vote is, my motion was to put it off. So if you,
A yes is a no.
a yes is a no. A yes is a no.
And yet we heard a soliloquy that indicates that there could be some money coming in. Why aren't we rushing? So that's my concern.
Because you're voting not to support the legislation.
Yeah, you're voting not to support the legislation at this moment.
So I get to vote yes, and then
Correct.
yes means.
If that's what your choice is.
Okay.
I'm not trying to tell you how to
I'm
vote.
not in favor of what we're doing, so that's what I need to vote. No, I'm not. I don't like where we're going. So I want to vote yes. Okay, thank you. It's too late for me to decide what is left and right.
Yeah, let's make sure everyone's very clear.
Yeah, let's make sure everybody's very clear. So
Yes.
my motion was to put this off
Right.
and not do it this cycle.
Right.
and maybe to do it next cycle. That's my motion.
And-
So if you agree with that,
Well-
it's a yes.
But
If
we,
you don't
but
agree
we
with
just
that-
listened to somebody who indicated, which is why I think we're getting into the rush, that there's going to be some money out there, and that all these, that they're, you know, they're just waiting for somebody to say yes, and we're doing X, Y, Z, and I just don't see that happening based on what is going on in D.C.
So-
And that is why that money all went to Texas.
So I'm not,
didn't come
I'm
to
not
us.
looking, I'm not looking at the money from coming from DC. I'm looking at the potential that the state gives us some money to do this, some of this work, and/or that there is a Korean company or somebody else who comes here and says, we want to build a shipyard, and we don't have the legislation ready in order to help them do it in a timely fashion.
And you can do what you want to do the way I'm voting. That's
We
fine.
could,
I
yes.
do not, it does not have to be unanimous.
No, it does not.
Okay.
It does not.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, we're good.
So what we're doing?
We're voting.
We vote yes?
All right, hold on.
Do we need clarification one more
Oh,
time?
no, go ahead.
So the motion, as we understand it, is to put off supporting this legislation for now, but directing staff to continue working with the state and the landowner on similar legislation for the next legislative cycle.
But this legislation goes away.
It's not legislation now.
Yeah.
No, it's just
It's just a
language.
draft piece of paper right now.
It's language right now.
Yeah. Yes, correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're not asking for it to be, the board is not supporting it to be introduced by Friday for this
For a bill.
legislative cycle.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm asking that we put it off for consideration in the next legislative cycle so that we have time to work on it.
Yes.
That's all I'm asking. And that's what a yes
That's a
vote
yes?
means.
Okay, I'm pushing yes. That's a yes.
Ma'am?
The chair is tired. What? Chair Brown, you the call for?
When there was confusion, I had cleared so that you guys would
Okay.
have a clear understanding of what it was.
Okay,
Clear it again.
so, oh,
Okay, I'm waiting for Supervisor James.
okay, so
We're just waiting for you two.
I have the yes
She's got
vote
her
there,
vote
but
there.
I'm not, that's not how I believe.
Then switch it to no.
Okay, thank you. That's when I'm sorry. I am just, this is what happens when we do this because somebody decided that they needed to do it at midnight.
Can she recuse?
No, I'm fine. I can
Can
say
abstain.
no.
No vote.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's get it over with.
So it passes on 4-1.
So,
Yes, it would.
No, John voted
Oh,
with you.
John, okay. Well, passes on 3-2 then.
So ordered by a vote of 3-2.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, did we have enough fun today?
We still get to stay. We got more to do.
Oh, that's right. We're not done yet. So, okay. So, guys, we have a couple more things we need to do. That doesn't mean you have to stop talking, but it does mean you have to stop talking inside the room. So you have to go out in the hall. Sorry. Dwayne, don't forget you want to come up. I think he's still here. Oh, there he is. Okay.
He wants to say a few words.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so starting with Supervisor James, anybody you wish to adjourn in memory of or any comments that you wish to make?
Yes, adjourn in memory of Mother Billie Jean Tyson, also known as Mother Tyson. She was born on December 29th, 1932 in Denton, Texas, to Jim and Roberta Haynes Lucas. She was the youngest of 5 children and was preceded in death by her siblings, Cassie, Noble, Buster, and her beloved sister, Irene. When she was 10, she relocated to Vallejo, California with her aunt, Alpha Haynes Stewart, and cousin, Sylvester Stewart, Sly Stone. She was lovingly raised by her uncle, Superintendent Richard Garrett, and her aunt, Mother Rosa Haynes Garrett, who embraced her as their own daughter. After moving to Vallejo, she joined All Nations Kojic, Pastor Superintendent Richard Garrett, where she reunited with family members and formed lifelong friends. It was there she accepted Christ as her personal Savior and received, and her faith was not, sorry, I'm reading this in a small, her faith was not reserved for Sundays. It became the very foundation of her life through the years. Mother Tyson faithfully served in numerous ministries, including organizing many fundraisers. She worshiped alongside many gifted musicians, including her cousins, the Stewart family, the Johnson sisters, the Graham family, and the Hodge sisters. In 1951, she met the love of her life, a young serviceman, Moses Tyson, and God blessed their union with 7 children: Sheila L. Tyson, Rose Tyson, Mosetta Tyson, we know Bernard Tyson, Elder Moses Tyson Jr., Kenneth Tyson, and LaShawn Tyson. And she, and those who knew Mother Tyson will remember her for her unshakable faith, quiet strength, and generous spirit. She's survived by 4 grandchildren, and she, and although our hearts are heavy with sorrow, I will say may her memory be a blessing.
Okay. So, do you want to start? So, Dwayne, you want to come up and help with John?
No, I have on the agenda to adjourn in memory of Leroy Bertolero, and I was going to ask former Supervisor Dwayne Crom to speak about Leroy.
Thank you.
And Bob, too.
Bob, okay.
Thanks. Dwayne Crom, Orderly Growth Committee.
Surprise, Bob Berman, Orderly Growth Committee.
So Mr. Bertolero was one of the founders of the Orderly Growth Committee. So I think he'd be glad today that it still exists. You didn't. We don't have state legislation undoing the Orderly Growth Committee, and Bob was there with Mr. Bertolero on day one of forming the Orderly Growth Committee. Right?
Yeah, I'll just say I worked with Leroy. I'm old. With Leroy, and we put together not just the Orderly Growth Committee, but the original Proposition A. And it's hard to believe that we continue to have Proposition A, and hopefully in his memory, we will continue the Orderly Growth Initiative beyond December 31st. Thank you for your action.
Yeah,
Thank you guys for sticking around. John, did you want to say anything? That was it. Okay, Mitch, I think you're next.
If I can get this mic to work, I am. There we go. First, I want to say thank you because this gentleman was a resident of your district, but he is a very good friend of the family.
No problem.
And so I
Thank
just,
you for the
it means a
courtesy of
lot to
letting
be
me
able
know.
to do this
That's
one.
perfectly fine.
Unfortunately, just the other day, we lost a gentleman who's really part of the history of Solano County, going back quite a ways. His name was Pierre Badu, at age of 88. of Benicia, California. He was the former police chief down there for many years. He passed away peacefully on August 18th. Pierre was born in Oakland, California on October 4th, 1937, to Louis and Margaret Badu. He was remembered for his strength, compassion, love, and devotion to his family, as well as his lifelong commitment to public service in his community. Throughout his life, Pierre dedicated himself to serving others. His many years of service included Benicia Police Department, Benicia City Council, Benicia Unified School District Governing Board, Benicia Citizens Advisory Commission, and the St. Dominic's Food Locker through St. Vincent's de Paul. He also supported numerous organizations, causes, and community efforts. Pierre was known for his willingness to lend a helping hand and for his genuine concern for others. His leadership, kindness, and dedication touched countless lives and left a lasting impact on the Benicia community. He also proudly served his country as a member of the United States Air Force Reserve. Pierre's greatest joy was his family. He's survived by his children, Bernadette, Matthew, Cecilia, Christopher, Mary, and Andrew, and his grandchildren, Stephen, Sarah, Tyler, Tiffany, Anthony, Parker, Andrew, Emily, Joe, Christopher, and Jacob. That's a lot of kids. He was preceded in death by his beloved wife, Teddy, and his grandson, Patrick. Pierre's legacy of love, service, and compassion and devotion to his family and community will live on in the many lives he touched. He will be deeply missed and fondly remembered by all who knew and loved him. Thank you.
That's very nice. I'm looking at you right now, Supervisor Williams.
Well, I want to first start with thank you, Supervisor Brown. I want to say happy birthday to Veronica. This is how she gets to celebrate her birthday with us. Happy birthday.
She will never forget this day.
No, she will not. But just quickly, this Saturday, we hosted I can't even talk. In support of Breastfeeding Month and Black Breastfeeding Week, which started on Sunday, we hosted our diaper giveaway. We had over 200 people show up for the diaper giveaway at Anacile Elementary. It was well attended, it was beautiful. I just want to thank all the sponsors that participated. There were nonprofit organizations, just to make it clear. But it was well attended. It was a blessing to be able to help your community. And it was such a need. I mean, on the hour, they were there, and we also gave away 10 pack-and-plays. So it was awesome. It was just beautiful. I left there in tears because it just really touched my heart. Anyway, and I want to thank my staff. They're still here tonight, but I want to thank you all because you worked so hard to help me on this. And I couldn't do it without you, and so I just wanted to say thank you to Latricia and Kathy. And that concludes my report.
Okay, so now comes the fact that we get to adjourn. I know. It starts with an A, so it should be the first thing we should always do, right? All right, so we are going to adjourn, and I will not see anybody until September 22nd, which I believe is our next board meeting.
Nope, September 1st.
It's September 1st? Okay, my bad. Okay, we did that, Ian, to see if you were still awake. So it's September 1st? Okay. All right. Okay. We are done. Yay.